Hello everybody and welcome to Thruxton Retro. We've got it all from drag racing to circuit racing. It is about to go very, very quick indeed. Let's get on to the circuit action. Here we go, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We're ready, let's go racing everybody. The light's about to go out. Uh-oh, I'm very, very scared indeed. Here we go. Whoa!
Thanks very much to Ian. We'll let him enjoy his ride in an Outlaw Anglia dragster on the runway on the infield and then probably go for a change of underwear. But a very good afternoon to you all and a warm welcome to a very warm Thruxton Circuit here in Hampshire, the UK's fastest racing circuit for Thruxton Retro 2026. A nod to the 1980s this year in particularly our off-track entertainment, live music and all sorts of car club displays, drag racing as you've seen, Group B rally cars and lots more as we're about to focus on the on-track action here at Thruxton. My name is Dave Goddard and I'll be taking you through the action over the course of this weekend. In terms of races, we've got 17 races to bring you this weekend from a whole variety of historic race series, not just from the 80s cars, from right the way through the history of motorsport here this weekend. Kicking off very shortly, we have the Adrian Flux Insurance MG Owners Club Championship for MGs young and old. That's followed after lunch by the Heroes of Formula Ford 1600 series. Formula Ford's young and old, very close racing in prospect there. The Classic Touring Car Racing Club are here. They're in great numbers. We kick off with their pre-66 division, if you like your Lotus Cortinas, your Ford Anglias, Minis and so on. They'll be out in action there. And then the first of two races this weekend for our feature presentation, the Jochen Rindt Trophy for historic single-seaters. We've got cars from Formula 2, Formula 3, Formula Ford 2000, Formula Atlantic, all racing together here this weekend. Promises to be something very special indeed. The Jochen Rindt Trophy had some great races here last year. Chris Porritt just beating Rory Smith on aggregate to win the trophy. And we'll see them in action again today. We'll have plenty of history on the cars for you as well. Also, we have the Scottish Motor Racing Club here. They've made the long trip, well, some of their drivers have made the long trip down from north of the border to be accompanied by some more locally based drivers. A bit of an all-comers event for them. Their Classic Sports and Saloon Car Series and their Historic Mod Sports Series racing from the same grid. And we also have two further grids from the Classic Touring Car Racing Club as well. The pre-83s, 93s and 03s together, the Thunder cars out with blue oval saloons at the end of today's programme. Lots more coming up tomorrow as well when we welcome the Historic Racing Drivers Club here with three of their series taking part. But for now we'll hand back to Ian, who has hopefully recovered from his ride in a drag racer on the infield and he's down there in the assembly area. Over to you, Ian.
Yes, hello everybody and welcome down to the assembly area. The sun has come out to play and I've just about recovered from a bit of drag racing as well. Yes, we are celebrating everything the 80s. What a decade it was. In 1981, MTV launched. How cool is that? In 1982, you could buy a brand new Ford Sierra 1.6 for £5,500. In 1985, the average house price was £31,000 and in 1986, Maradona cheated England out of the World Cup. But here we are because we're almost time to go racing. It is the Adrian Flux Insurance MG Owners Club Championship. Let's go for a little chat with some of the drivers' show because look at this. Look, one of my favourite cars. You all know one of my favourite cars of all time. We're going to get rid of the Anthony because it's Miles Bate who's in the car, the younger version of the Bates. Let's go have a quick chat with Miles, see how he's feeling, because I was talking to his dad Anthony a little bit earlier and it turns out that Miles, you're already quicker than the old man.
I am, yeah, I am.
Is that a bit of bragging rights for you?
Of course it has. The one thing I wanted to achieve this weekend and I've already done it.
There you go. Well, we can pack up and go home. No, you can't do that. This is one of my. This is one of the best cars I have ever seen. It's one of my favourites. What's it like to drive?
Awesome fun, awesome fun. You can get the back end out, get it squirreling, it's perfect.
And of course you've decided to bring it out here at Thruxton, a bit of a fast-paced daring circuit, shall we say?
Oh, it is for sure. It's definitely a testing track, but it's more than fun.
You feeling confident? You look confident?
Very confident, yeah.
Excellent, Miles. I'll let you crack on. Thank you so much. Best of luck out there. Let's go over here. Come with me, everybody, because we have got the number 1 car, Jim Bainham's car. There he is, actually. Let's have a chat. Jim, can I just very quickly, I know you've probably got to get in the car, but am I right in thinking this car is celebrating its 50th birthday? Is that right?
2 weeks ago, it was marked its 50th.
Wow.
The 50th year of its first ever meeting.
Wow.
And the guy who drove it is here with me today.
Wow, fantastic. Look, I'll let you get in because you've got to get there. It is the number 1. And the 1 minute board has gone up already. So let's have a look at some of the cars as we go down. In fact, we're going to move down and see if we can give you a little shot. There's Hannah Leonard, by the way. Let's give her a little wave. Dad, Darren, is not here. If you're watching, Darren, we do miss you. There's Hannah. Look, there you go. We get a little bit of a wave. Let's move further down as well to the front so we can watch these cars. We are going straight into it, aren't we? Wow, quick here. Don't forget, live chat is open here on the BARC YouTube channel. Please hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. We want to hear from you. I've got a little question for you all as well watching. Who can name the Formula One World Championship winners from the decade of the 1980s? Start putting them in that live chat. The cars are about to head out. 30-second board goes up. Round 7 of the 2026 MG Owners Club Championship is about to get underway. The sun has come out to play as well. John, let's pop the camera on the car, shall we? Let's stay with us a little bit longer. We can watch them as they head out onto the track. It is Matt Harvey, fastest of all. He did a 1:32.029 in qualifying. And Rob Addison, he's been a winner this season. Jake McDermott, he's been a winner this season. Scott Bugner, then it's Connor Lawson, Simon Byrne, Lee Sullivan, Lee Pearce, he's been a multiple winner this season. Andy Firth and Martin Wills. Here they go now for round 7 of the MG Owners. Let's try and get a little waves as they head out onto the circuit as well. Thank you for joining us here at Thruxton Retro. It's a real party atmosphere and I'm already having a superb fun day. I hope you are as well. Plenty coming up for you after this race. We go into the lunch break, but don't worry, we are staying live. Plenty coming up for you. We've got some great stories from the Jochen Rindt Trophy coming up in the lunch break. Do not go anywhere. The car's now making their way out. There goes Miles Bate in that glorious Maestro. What a wonderful sight. 32 cars in total here for round 7 of the MG Owners Club Championship. The crowd are here. They have come out in full force. The fun fair is going wild. We've got the ice cream van off to our left. It's a real 80s party atmosphere. We've got live music happening later as well. Don't forget, you can be here tomorrow. Tickets still on sale. If you want to come down to Thruxton, I implore you to do so. It is going to be a superb day as the final few cars make their way onto the circuit. So here we go for round 7, the 2026 MG Owners Club Championship. There's only one thing left to do, and that's hand over to your commentator, Dave Goddard, who will take you through the action.
Yes, thanks so much, Ian. The first race making its way round then on its green flag lap, round 7 of the Adrian Flux Insurance MG Owners Club Championship. As ever, the ZRs have qualified towards the front of the field, and it's Matt Harvey, number 20, who has taken pole position a couple of tenths quicker than Rob Addison, the current championship leader in Class Z for the ZRs. Former class champion Jake McDermott starts on row 2 alongside Scott Bugner. On row 3, Connor Lawson alongside number 4, Simon Byrne. Lee Sullivan, a former class champion, on row 4 alongside 234 Lee Pearce, currently second in the championship. Had a couple of wins at Cadwell Park and one at Alton Park earlier this season. Rob Addison with just the 1 win to his name so far from the season opener at Donington. Completing the top 10 on the grid, we have number 149, which is Andy Firth. Starts alongside 44 Martin Wills, very experienced in MG racing. Chris and Reese Lawson on row 6, then row 7, James Wade and Josh Byrne. Then the Maestro, doesn't get much more 80s than that, does it, of Miles Bate. First the Class B cars alongside a former Maestro racer, in fact, Adrian Olsen, 16th on the grid. On row 9 of the grid, 49 Aaron Chappell starts alongside the first of the Class A cars. That's for the older MGs, the MGBs and midgets. That's John Copeland in the number 28s. On row 10 we've got James Kendrick in the first of the MGFs. In fact, I think the only MGF we've got out there this weekend, sharing with his father Simon. He'll go in race 2. Will Sharp, the current overall championship leader in his midget, starts 20th on the grid. Then Eliza Seville and Greg Thomas in their ZRs. Philip O'Halloran running in the invitation class with his MGB Roadster starts alongside Harry Scott in the number 17. Row 13 is 94 Alex Forster, and number 10 we've just seen Hannah Leonard. She's in Class B with her ZR. Mark Best, the ex-Ford Capri racer, alongside Ashley Barnes, B and midgets. Carl Bates in his MGB alongside Jim Bainham. We've just heard from the man who runs this championship and has won it multiple times over the years. On the final row of the grid, Tim Rides, number 34, and Canadian Mark Rychorski in his number 86 MGB GT. Just got through the full grid in time there as the cars are heading up Woodham Hill now towards the club chicane, and we'll start from the pit straight here at Thruxton, the fastest motor racing circuit in the UK. Brilliant sunshine, good crowd in attendance for this Thruxton Retro weekend, and the MG's always brilliant wherever they race around the UK. So Matt Harvey, the black and red car, in pole position, currently 6th in the championship for the ZRs this year. The ZR entry over the last couple of years really has absolutely exploded in this championship. So many of them out there. Rob Addison, the current points leader in that class, the black and yellow car with the pink wheels alongside him. Jake McDermott, his father Steve, a former 4-time champion. It's the orange and grey car with the white bonnet stripes. Alongside him, ex-Ford racer Scott Bugner had a big blow-up in that car at Donington at the season opener. That's the grey and green car on the second row. Row 3, number 100, Connor Lawson. 3 members of the Lawson family out there in this race. The former grass trackers. He's in the blue and white car, starting alongside Simon Byrne in white and red. I think his colours are the number 4. You can just see his car there. Just one Class F car for MGFs. That's the Kendrick family, father and son sharing that car. It's son James going first. Simon will drive in race 2. As you mentioned, the Maestro being shared by father and son duo Anthony and Miles Bate as well. Miles driving in this race, as we heard. Just one race before our lunch break, and we resume at around 2:05 with our second race of the weekend, the Formula Ford 1600 cars. Greg Thomas just moving into line there in the number 70. It's the white and Dayglow yellow ZR. This will be a 20-minute race, and that will fly by around this very fast Thruxton Circuit. And this first corner up towards Allard and the complex is not going to be for the faint of heart, certainly. The last couple of cars just being moved into line at the back, including Jim Bainham in the MGB that I think has done more races than any other MGB on the planet. Been racing for 50 years now, that car. It's even done 24-hour races in the past, the old Will Hire 24 at Snetterton. But it's the ZRs that will be fighting for the overall win. Green flag is waved at the back of the grid. Time to go racing here at Thruxton Retro. The 5-second board is held aloft. The revs begin to rise. Waiting for the pack to be unleashed. The red lights are on the gantry. They go out now, and away they go. Good start by Rob Addison from the outside of the front row. A decent getaway by Scott Bugner as well. It's Addison who will lead them up towards Allard Corner for the first time. Not the best of starts by Matt Harvey, our pole sitter. Now with 32 cars out there, let's hope they all make it through the complex okay for the first time. Will Sharp with a good start in the silver MG Midget, the overall championship leader in Class A, but it's Addison who leads away. Great start by Simon Byrne in the number 4. He's up into second place from the third row of the grid. They're all over each other as they head into the complex for the first time. Campbell, Cobb and Seagrave, the 3 corners. They're all named after former holders of the land speed record. And Matt Harvey really didn't make a good start there at all. He's dropped back quite considerably. He's got the green machine there of, I think that's Lee Sullivan up alongside him there, the number 68. The ZR's really mixing it off the grid. Scott Bugner up the inside has got second place and trying to go for the lead as they head out into the country for the first time through Village Corner, the village of Thruxton, just over behind the trees, then up towards the fearsome right-hander at Church, the fastest corner in the country. The quickest cars here, the British touring cars, take this at almost 140 miles an hour. Fantastic shot there as the ZRs head through line astern. Somebody running out a bit wide. You don't want to run wide onto the grass there. That could have been disastrous. The 149 of Andy Firth doing a bit of auto grassing. Then it's up Woodham Hill and into the club chicane. Simon Byrne very late on the brakes there around the outside. Has he got the lead away there? Yes, he has. That's a great bit of driving by Simon Byrne. And this is unusually fierce for the first lap. Andy Firth going side by side there with one of the Lawson team cars. It's Byrne who leads from Rob Addison, and Matt Harvey still there in third place. Bugner is fourth. It's Connor Lawson, number 100, in 5th position. He gets onto the grass, showing his roots there. He is an ex-auto grass driver. Lee Sullivan in the green 68 car is next. Time to draw breath then at the end of our opening lap. Said it'd be frantic from the Adrian Flux MG Owners Club Championship. It's the ZRs that set the pace out in front. Simon Byrne, what a first lap. He started 6th on the grid, round the outside on the first run into the complex, and then into the chicane. Later on the brakes round the outside. There's Jake McDermott, the reigning ZR class champion. He's lost 6 places off the grid. He's down to 9th. So watch for him fighting back. He's on the tail of the orange car there. I think that's Reese Lawson, the number 215. 234 Lee Pierce, former short oval racer, among other things ahead of him. Here's some of the classic cars at the back. Mark Rihorski in the 86. 34 is Tim Rides at the back of the field, those two. So they start to sort themselves out then around this second lap of this 20-minute race. The Triad Motorsport car of Jake McDermott trying to fight back, and trying to fight back for the lead is Matt Harvey. He's got ahead of Rob Addison, side by side for 4th place. Scott Bugner and Connor Lawson. Up on the curb goes Bugner, he goes through to 4th. Pierce in the blue car is 6th, then Lee Sullivan, Reese Lawson, Jake McDermott, and Martin Wills rounds out the top 10. Used to compete in an MGF in this championship. Wills has got Andy Firth in the 149, I think that is behind him. Chris Lawson's green car is in there as well. There is Chris Lawson just going ahead of Andy Firth. And next in the order behind them, we'll check in a moment. I think that's James Wade. But it's still Simon Byrne looking for his first win in the championship. He's only just inside the top 10 of the points at the moment. A place behind a certain guest driver we had at the last round at Alton Park. Former British Touring Car champion Tim Harvey had a guest drive at Alton. It was the Retro Touring Car day at Alton. Here comes Matt Harvey to the inside, another man looking for his first win in the championship, and he goes through as they come out of Noble and out towards Village up the inside. Fighting back on the inside is Simon Byrne, though he's not going to make a move at Church. Is he? That's a brave place to go for an overtake. He is going for the inside, and he's through. Great driving by Simon Byrne. He's really got his dander up in this race. Matt Harvey in the black and red car in 2nd position as they head towards Woodham Hill once again. So Harvey's going to try a lunge up the inside into the club chicane. No, not this time. Simon Byrne very late on the brakes through there. Rob Addison's yellow car still 3rd. Then it's Bugner. First the Lawsons, Connor in P5, Lee Pierce in 6th, then Reese Lawson, Lee Sullivan and Jake McDermott still stuck in 9th. These ZRs this season all so evenly matched. Timing tower has confused itself a bit there. It's showing the car of Copeland in 1st place, but that's further down the order, so we'll get that sorted. John Copeland not leading overall, but I think he is leading his class. Yes, he leads Class A. That timing tower now sorts itself out. If you want to follow the timing online, you can do so at tsl-timing.com online as Lee Sullivan gets past Reese Lawson. Jake McDermott in this battle as well, as they were all over the curbs at the complex. There's Chris Lawson, the green 431 car ahead of Wade. There's Josh Byrne in the 117, the turquoise car, just ahead of Adrian Olsen in the number 3, veteran MG racer. Who's leading Class A? It was John Copeland, now it's Will Sharp. He's got ahead in the MG Midget. John Copeland is dropping back here. He's lost out to a couple of the ZRs. Whether John's got a problem, I'm not sure. Will Sharp won't mind the number 70 of Greg Thomas getting past him there. They're both in different classes. Well, maybe I'm wrong, because he's back up the inside there, coming through and out of Goodwood. Out of Noble, I should say, the left-hander. Still a long way to go in this race. Towards Church Corner, Will Sharp leads this battle. It's the number 49 car of Aaron Chappell on the outside of the 28, John Copeland, a contrast in modern and classic MGs. Used to have full grids of Maestros and even Montegos in this series back in the 80s and 90s. Last Montego we saw was Alan Forster, whose son Alex is in this race. Had a Montego estate of all things. Meanwhile, we've had a change for the lead. Matt Harvey has taken over from Simon Byrne, who's now under fire from Scott Bugner. He's got ahead of Rob Addison in turn. You can't take your eyes off the ZRs for 1 second. And now Matt Harvey is starting to build a slight advantage in the number 20, looking for his first win of the season. Bugner to the inside. Goes through past Simon Byrne as they go through towards Village. It's Rob Addison in 4th place, currently leading his class in the championship, and he's joint 2nd overall on 50 points with John Copeland. There's Copeland just behind Will Sharp. Will Sharp has unbeaten in Class A so far this year, and he leads the overall championship with his midget. We've seen him racing a ZR as well while the midget's been out of action, but does prefer his classic MGs, Will Sharp. He and his brother Henry have raced Porsches in the past as well. Just ahead of Chappell there, our newcomer. You can see he's got the novice cross on the back of his car as John Copeland drops a wheel onto the grass. He'll be in Thruxton Village if you spin off there. Inside goes Martin Wills there. He's got past Rhys Lawson. Chris Lawson behind them in the green car. There go your leaders. Scott Buckner's not hanging around here in the 25, trying to close down Matt Harvey in the 20. Gap is really coming down. Matt Harvey's got the fastest lap of the race, 1:32.584. That's about half a second off his pole position time. Lawson family rather at war behind. Rhys under fire from Chris. They've got Andy Firth closing on them. One car that didn't make it out today, could have been a contender for a podium, is Jack Woodcock, number 24. His car unfortunately gave up on him in free practice this morning. Hopefully we'll see him back out for race 2 tomorrow. Here's a replay of somebody going grass tracking at Church. You don't want to make a mistake there. James Wade in number 22. A scary moment at the fastest corner in the country. Meantime, the two classics battling it out for the class lead. Class F is being led by James Kendrick, the only entry in that class, and Class B by Miles Bates in the Maestro. It's his advantage over Hannah Leonard's yellow ZR, about 3.5 seconds. Matt Harvey still leads overall. I think we'll pick up the leaders shortly in the ZR category, Class Z, because Will Sharp has now pulled away from John Copeland in Class A. There's the Class F leader. James Kendrick joins his son Simon, who's been racing this tiger striped MGF for many years. Late 90s we had the MGF Cup One Make series, which used to support British GT Championship at one time. He's got one of the MGBs behind him in the almost Gulf livery, the powder blue with the orange stripes. That's Philip O'Halloran running in the invitation class. But here are the leaders, and Scott Bugner has taken up the lead. Now, there's been a change for 3rd there as well, as I know, for 4th. Lee Pearce in the 2-3-4 is up to 4th. We're only just over halfway through this race, so it could all change again. Rob Addison is down to 5th. Then it's Connor Lawson, Jake McDermott, Lee Sullivan, Martin Wills, and Rhys Lawson rounding out the top 10. That will all change, I'm sure, on the next lap, because Matt Harvey is fighting back on the tail of Scott Bugner. Scored a win at Alton Park. Used to race with his brother Sean in Ford Fiestas and a Ford Focus as well, they used to share. Here comes Matt Harvey in the left flick at Woodham Hill, but is he going to be late enough on the brakes, or is Scott Bugner going to outbrake him here into the chicane? Just about. Scott Bugner has the lead. These two have pulled clear. Lee Pearce is now up into 3rd position. He's got his way past Simon Byrne. Then it's Connor Lawson back ahead of Rob Addison now. Yes, he's down to 6th. Through Allard they go. The left flick you see there leading to the complex has now been named Green. As a tribute to Andy Green, squadron leader Andy Green of the Royal Air Force, the current holder of the land speed record in Thrust SSC. Allard, named after Sidney Allard, former Monte Carlo rally winner, sports car builder, and many consider him the father of British drag racing. Quite appropriate this weekend that we've got the dragsters here doing demonstrations on the runway here at Thruxton Airfield. Scott Bugner continues to lead, then looking for win number 2 this season. He's 5th in the ZR points chart at the moment, Class Z. He'll certainly move above Jack Woodcock, who's failed to start this race. Here's a battle among a couple of the classics. Mount Best getting a wiggle on in the white MGB GT, drops back from Mark Ryhorski, who starts at the back of the grid. They're closing up on another of the MGB GTs as well. That's the number 44 car, I think. No, the number... I'll pick that up in a moment, because the leaders are about to lap these three. I'll interrupt myself there. Number 34, Tim Rides, is the orange car. Blue flags being waved and the blue lights on to warn the leaders, and a bit of a contretemps there through the chicane. Looked like Simon Byrne went flying off the curbs, and Connor Lawson is now through into third ahead of Lee Pearce. The leaders have got to lap the MGB. Oh, there's been contact there. Scott Bugner has hit the back of Tim Rides. Look, there's damage to the MGB. Is there damage to Scott Bugner's car? Let's have a look as he comes in the complex. Look at the left front. Yes, he's hit the back of Tim Rides there. There's Tim trying to get out the way. There's not a lot of room here. It's not the widest circuit, Thruxton. Now that's going to affect, particularly on the faster parts of the circuit, Scott Bugner, and off goes Rob Addison. He's tripped over a back marker, I think, as well. Great cloud of dust as he spins coming out of Seagrave Corner. Gets it going again. He's quite a way down the order. Back marker traffic causing issues. This is helping Jake McDermott move up a few places. Bounces off the curb on the inside of the left-hander at Noble there. There's Tim Rides' car. Look at the back of the 34. There you can see the rear corner. That's where it was hit by Scott Bugner. And there is Bugner in his battered ZR. It's like a boxer with a cut eye, doesn't it? And this is going to allow Matt Harvey to close up on him. May have affected the steering and suspension on that car as well. 6 minutes of the race to go. Can Scott Bugner hang on in front? Connor Lawson's closing up. There's Lee Pearce. There's Simon Byrne. They're all closing. It could be 5 for the lead very shortly. Has the lap speed been affected for Scott Bugner? Let's have a look at his lap time as he came over the line. Only a couple of tenths slower than the man behind him, Matt Harvey. Quickest on that lap, though, was Connor Lawson in third place. He's looking for his maiden win. I hear a tyre squeal in my ears. This car's sliding about all over the place. Through the complex once again. The right of Campbell, the left of Cobb, the right of Seagrave. Despite that bit of damage, Scott Bugner still leading, and that's Greg Thomas, number 70. He's been off, coming out of Village, just rejoining out of the field. It's where a couple of British touring cars went off a few years ago and disappeared into the trees. I hope nobody does that. As Charlie Cox said in commentary on that occasion, they went so far out of the circuit they need a ticket to get back in again. Scott Bugner continues to lead despite that bit of damage. Tim Rides still going despite the damage to the back of his car. Josh Byrne in the 117 laps him. That's Harvey's got the headlights on, look to try and intimidate Scott Bugner. Here he comes. He's now making his attack as they come towards the chicane. You've got to be so late on the brakes to get the move done. He doesn't need to be late on the brakes. He's got it done before the chicane. He's through. So Matt Harvey leads Bugner up the inside again. That's a big bit of a risk. Goes over the curb, thinks better of it. Where's Simon Byrne going? Overshoots the chicane. Connor Lawson in third place, Lee Pearce in fourth. Well, Scott Bugner and Matt Harvey were trying to be as late on the brakes as possible. Simon Byrne missed his braking point entirely. Still going, though. 4 minutes left. Should have a couple more laps to go after this one, because a lap takes around just over 1.5 minutes in these cars. Fastest lap is with Jake McDermott. He's at a 1:32.382. There's the battle in Class A. Let's catch up with Will Sharp and John Copeland there. Still Sharp looking for win number 7 this year. Back markers again into play. Ashley Barnes in the orange MG Midget being lapped. We saw him in the background. Matt Harvey leads the way out towards Village, but Bugner lining him up here on the inside. No, you don't, says Matt Harvey. Moves across to hold his lead, the man from Wellington. Scott Bugner chasing hard in second place despite the damage to the front of his car. Through Church, up to Woodham Hill. Just under 3 minutes to go as they come out across the line. There'll be 2 laps to go, as meanwhile John Copeland has taken the lead in Class A from Will Sharp. and then probably get sideways. They both go flying. Copeland over the grass, he was first to recover. I don't know where Will Sharp went there. He disappeared stage left. Meanwhile, across the line to start their penultimate lap, and here comes Scott Bugner. He got the better exit from the chicane there. Maybe Matt Harvey was distracted. Oh, there's Will Sharp. He has got round as far as the complex. He's off again. What's going on? He tangled with a ZR. I didn't see which one. Turning into mayhem, this race. So Will Sharp is still going. We'll try and pick up who's leading Class A. I think John Copeland is still there. He recovered from the chicane. I didn't see who the ZR was that went spinning off into the dust this time at the complex. There's Hannah Leonard in the number 10. Is she leading Class B? The leaders are coming up on this lot. No, Class B is still being led by Miles Bate in the Maestro. Scott Bugner's got the lead back again, but for how much longer between these two? They'll be coming round to start their final lap this time in this Adrian Flux Insurance MG Owners Club Championship race. Jim Basher-Bainham moves out of the way. There's Alex Forster in the 94. And here comes Harvey. He's going to try his run up towards Woodham Hill again on the outside line. Gets the inside for this left-handed flick and he goes through. What's Bugner going to do now? Connor Lawson's just keeping a watching brief as well. Bash! Bugner hits the back twice there of Matt Harvey. Get off, says Matt, as they go through the chicane. All the time, Connor Lawson, they haven't noticed he's closing in on them. Goodness me. Hannah Leonard gets out of the way to the outside as through go the leaders. One car in pit lane there, that was Greg Thomas pulling in, but we'll keep our eye on the leaders, and still Scott Bugner is literally all over the back of Matt Harvey. This could end in tears at the complex. In they go. Lawson's right with him. He can sense a chance to take his first ever win. These two fall over each other, which I'm worried they might if they come to the chicane together for the last time. Harvey versus Bugner. Bugner to the inside. Even more damage now on the front of his car. Here they come then, up towards the back of the circuit for the final time, I should say. These three are now a couple of seconds clear of Lee Pearce in fourth place. They're coming up to lap Will Sharp. Class A is being led by John Copeland, but we'll concentrate on Class Z and the overall lead. Sharp's got damage. He goes out onto the grass to get out of the way there. What a chaotic race this has been. I think Adrian Flux Insurance might have been getting a few calls after this one. So what's Connor Lawson going to do? Bugner's having to defend, look, as they come out of church. Lawson could get second. This could make it safe for Matt Harvey. They're not going to try and go three wide, surely, into the chicane. I think they might. Oh, goodness me. Lawson on the outside. Bugner up the inside. Avoid each other, gents. Over the curb goes Bugner. I think Matt Harvey's done enough as they come up towards the checkered flag. Bugner might pull out of the slipstream here. Is he going to get chance? No, Harvey wins. A photo finish for second. And Lee Pearce is fourth ahead of Jake McDermott. Simon Byrne comes home in sixth. What a crazy race to open Thruxton Retro 2026. Will Sharp makes it home, but I think his unbeaten run in Class A is done. The top 15 all ZRs. Wait to see who wins the other classes. Harvey's won it ahead of Bugner by 0.7 of a second. And Bugner beat Connor Lawson by 0.04 of a second. These two still at it, so Mark Rihorski and Mount Best. Just looking down the timing screen, I think Miles Bate is going to win Class B in the Maestro. The invitation class by Phil O'Halloran, the ex-Toyota MR2 racer in his MGB. And what about Class A? I think it's going to be John Copeland. Yeah, he's the only Class A car that has not been lapped. Here he is. That's the invitation class runner behind him, Philip O'Halloran. So John Copeland is going to take his first win of the season in Class A. He was just beaten in the two races at Alton Park by Will Sharp. John Copeland comes in for his first class win. So Will Sharp, after a couple of offs, ends his unbeaten run. And there's the Maestro over the line to win Class B. It's Matt Harvey who takes his first win of the season overall. Big thanks for all your comments coming in on YouTube and elsewhere, by the way. Like to Dan Hughes, Betsy, Fishpit, Chris Hosey, Dave Meller, Stephen Bryant. He's watching from the start-finish straight at Thruxton today. A few more of your comments in a moment, but we'll look at the provisional result then. Matt Harvey takes the provisional victory over Scott Bugner by just under 7/10 of a second. And Connor Lawson completes the podium. He was right on them at the end of the race. A photo finish with Scott Bugner for second. Lee Pearce fourth ahead of Jake McDermott. He got fastest lap. Then Simon Byrne, a wayward drive to sixth ahead of Martin Wills, Lee Sullivan and Reese and Chris Lawson. Elsewhere down the order, classes won by Class F went to James Kendrick. John Copeland takes his first win of the season in Class A, and Miles Bates a first win in Class B in the Maestro. Couple of retirements now when we lost Greg Thomas into the pits, 71. Carl Bates pulled off as well. And we also lost the number 49 of Aaron Chappell somewhere out on circuit. He might be the car that spun off at the complex. Everybody else did cross the line though with a fair bit of panel damage after a slightly bruising race, it has to be said, for the MG Owners Club. Sponsored by Adrian Flux Insurance. And we can head down to Parc Fermé with Ian.
Well, welcome down to Parc Fermé. Matt Harvey wins round 7 of the 2026 MG Owners Club Championship. He's just taken all the plaudits in a minute. We'll let him get his helmet off and then we'll have a chat with him. Well, Matt, an old man there. That was hard work, eh, Matt?
Very hard work. My God, that was incredible. That was just, yeah.
Is that what 3 very quick drivers, Thruxton and quick cars does, right?
It was amazing. Yeah, Thruxton's always a great race. Like the slipstream you get up the back here, you're coming into the last chicane, like, right, one that side, breathe. But, what a race, incredible. I got a rubbish start as well, and I was like, Then I realised I had pace, tried to come back, and yeah, tried to hold Scott off, which was hard at the best of times, round here even harder, but what a mint race.
Well, how does it feel then? What does it mean to you to win this race?
First Owners Club win.
Yeah.
Brilliant. Converting a pole for the first time as well is always nice, but yeah, a lot. It's been a tough year personally for me, so to get something like this just feels epic.
I'm so happy for you, mate. Come on, bring it in. Well done.
Thank you very much.
You win round 7. Let's go have a chat with Scott over here, shall we? Scotty, it'll buff out. It'll buff out.
Nothing a bit of teacup won't fix.
Quite a wild race out there, wasn't it? Huh?
Yeah, it was.
Is everything all right? It is smoking. Yeah. We've got a fire going on with the car. Let's see if we can grab some of the marshals. They're down at the far end, aren't they? So the car is smoking for Scotty Bugner here. He's going to run off and grab a marshal. So we'll let him go do that. That takes priority, doesn't it? I'm going to see if I can find Connor Lawson's over here. He's just chatting to Mark Werrell. We'll have a quick chat with him at P3. He was in the mix. Connor, can we grab you, Connor, for a quick chat as well? I'll tell you what, you were right there. Were you thinking, hang on, I'm just going to stick here because anything can happen between these two?
No, I wanted it. Scott, as I come down the back straight, Scotty was. I saw him pulling over, and I thought I can't sort of push him any further right because he's going to be off the track. And but what a race, unbelievable.
It's a thriller, and we've got another one to go a little bit later.
First ever podium.
First ever podium. Mate, come on, bring it in. Cheers. Well done. Maybe just 1 or 2 spots up later, yeah?
Yeah, no problem. See what I can do.
See what we can do indeed. Stay with us a little bit. Should we just go and make sure Scotty Bugner's car's okay? Sorry about that, guys. It looks like they are just pushing the extinguisher underneath the bonnet there. And it's a bit of tea case. Might need a little bit more than that now, Scotty. But they're just making sure everything's safe and the fire has gone out. As you can see from that front left, quite a bit of damage to the car. So hopefully we can get out a little bit later. Round 8 coming up later. We've got a little bit of time. We're in the lunch break now, actually, so we can stay with us a little bit. So should we move down? I just want to say congratulations to John Copland as well, taking the win in the Class A. It stops Will Sharp's winning run this season. There's Jim again. Let's have a quick chat. Jim, how was that race? 50 years old in the car and not too bad, eh?
It was not too bad. I got quite a good start and caught a few cars and seemed to have broken the back of some of the guys, and I was quite enjoying it. Then I got caught really in some traffic and a couple of spinning cars in front of me. I lost a lot of time. Then I was battered at the chicane by a blue ZR, which was a little bit unnecessary, but hey, you know, all in all, yeah, not bad. I enjoyed it.
Well, Jim, here's to another 50 years, right?
Oh, wow.
Let's keep moving down, sure. Let's go find out how Hannah's race. We're into the lunch break now, so we're not missing anything. Hannah, how was that?
Yeah, it was good. Really good. Loads of fun.
You're getting quicker and quicker and quicker, aren't you? You just find every single meeting you're learning new things?
Yeah, absolutely. It's just like, it's confidence as well, just building up confidence. Like, even from quali, like that race was so much better than quali. So I'm happy. Really
Excellent.
happy.
Look, I'll let you crack on anyway. It's lovely to see you as well. There's Rob Addison. We'll maybe catch up with him a little bit later as well. There's Will Sharp. Let's have a good... Will, can I just grab you for a very quick second? Unfortunately, the class winning run comes to an end.
Yeah, it does. But, you know, if you lose a race because you just have to get bars out of the way by knobheads, then that's just life. So if that's what, you know, when you're as fast as I am, idiots have to knock you out of the way. That's the only way they can get past. So that's just what you have to live with. So we'll be back for maybe not the second race because my engine's something's happened to it. So I don't think I'll be out for the next one. But we'll be back for the next time with some bigger bumpers on it.
It's lovely to see you, Will. Anyway, you take care there. Yes, yeah, apologies if you heard any language there. It is live, it is in the moment. And talking of being in the moment, we're into the lunch break right now. We're just going to hand back to Dave Goddard. He's got a couple of words to say, but we've been a busy bee, John and I, this morning, catching up with a lot of people, a lot of drivers, a lot of stories out there. But before we get to that, let's hear back from Dave Goddard. Over to you.
Yes, thanks very much, Ian. Oh, hello. Take a look at this. We've got a parade of Ford GT40s on the circuit. Well, and not to the 80s this weekend, but we're going back to the late 60s here. The iconic Ford Le Mans 24 Hours racer. Took so many wins in the second half of the 60s with the likes of Jackie Ickx, Dan Gurney and AJ Foyt at the wheel. One of the most iconic sports cars of all time. Wonderful to see a gathering of 8 of them here. Probably several £1 million worth of car down there on the grid here at Thruxton at the moment. We've got all sorts of car clubs and demonstrations here this weekend. We've got Group B rally cars. You may have spotted some of them in the pit area near the assembly area in the background. Rob Gibson's Metro 6R4, I noticed the rallycross car. We've got drag racing we've mentioned as well. We've seen Ian in action there. And we've got another good schedule of 8 races coming up for you this afternoon, beginning with the Formula Ford 1600s in just over half an hour's time, followed by the Classic Touring Car Racing Club with the Pre-66 cars competing for the Fred Francis Trophy. You probably won't know the name Fred Francis, but you have probably enjoyed his legacy in the world of motorsport because Fred Francis invented Scale Extric. And of course the club has a sponsorship deal with Scale Extric, and they are celebrating Fred's memory here this weekend. Then we have the iconic single-seaters of the Jochen Rindt Trophy. More classic touring car racing action, pre-83, 93 and 2003 championships. Then we've got our Scottish visitors, Historic Motorsports and the Classic Sports and Saloon cars from the Scottish Motor Racing Club, making the long trip to Hampshire this weekend. More from the MG owners later on. So a few repairs to be done there before race 2. More Formula Fords and the Classic Touring Car Racing Club, Classic and Historic Thunder and Blue Oval Saloon Series as well. Keep your comments coming in on YouTube and elsewhere. Hi to Lando for Life. Larry Richmond watching in Ireland. Stephen Bryant, we mentioned, is watching from the start-finish straight here at Thruxton today. Hi to Delgod as well. Pope Motorsports. Donna watching from the Scottish Highlands, cheering on the SMRC drivers, no doubt. DC Motorsports 8899. That's James and Doug Cole, who we often see racing in the MG Owners Club Championship, but they've got a clashing event at Silverstone apparently this weekend. Not sure what's going on there. Hi to Paul, who says, can't make this weekend, but I do have a picture of the DAF V8 in Demon Tweak's Manchester Liners colours when it was raced at Alton Park by Alan Minshaw. Yes, the DAF V8 is appearing in the Scottish Motor Racing Club Historic Motorsports this weekend. We'll explain more about that car later. Betsy says, are the Civics on today? They're not today. The Civic Cup is out at Snetterton next weekend, Betsy. We'll have all the action from that one. Who else have we got? Ethan Dance. Hi to Fred SAS12. Road Safety for You, who says, many thanks from James, 3-time Scottish Club Champion. 1-time Scottish Motor Racing Club and twice Super Lap Scotland, viewing from the Philippines this weekend. Hi to Carl the Hoff, Melvin Hooker as well. Races his Group 44 replica Jaguar XJS with the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. I don't think he's racing this weekend though, unfortunately. We haven't got the beautiful Jaguar out. Hi to Margaret Carter as well. She's a happy birthday to her daughter watching this weekend. I think they're related to Rob Addison, the driver we've just seen in the MG Owners Club. So I'm going to take a short lunch break now, and we'll see what Ian's found is happening this weekend around and about here at Thruxton Retro. We'll be back with you just after 2 PM with our next race.
Well, we are so thrilled to have the Jochen Rindt Trophy here this weekend at Thruxton Retro. Now, when Thruxton opened back in 1968, it hosted the European Formula 2 Championship. Jochen Rindt for 3 straight years reigned supreme. This weekend we have 2 races coming up for you. And look who I found over here. It's our good friend Robin Lackford. Robin, you're going to give us a little bit more information. Tell us a little bit more about the Jochen Rindt Trophy.
This was started by Rob Manger 4 years ago. Right. Rob organised a bunch of old idiots like us to all come out with our Atlantic cars, basically in memory of Jochen Rindt. He was a Formula 1 driver, the only guy to posthumously win the World Championship. I mean, I saw him racing Crystal Palace when we were racing saloon cars in the 70s.
Wow.
And he was in Formula 2, Formula 3. He was a real fierce driver, and it's just in memory so that people like this don't ever get forgotten.
Did you get to know him? Did you get?
No,
to know him
I sort of saw him in the paddock, but never got to know him. But he was there in the days when all of the top Grand Prix drivers were racing at a small circuit like Crystal Palace. They used to come places like this as well. And they were accessible drivers in those days.
Yeah.
You talked to them and, you know, pushed their cars around, gave them a hand and gave them spanners when they needed it. And
well, you're here as well, Robin, and we appreciate that. Look, this machine in front of us, tell us a little bit more about it.
This is a GRD 272, 1972. Basically, group racing developments were a lot of ex-Lotus engineers that kind of fell out a little bit with Lotus and went off and did their own thing. Built this, they built some sports cars as well, they built some F3 cars.
Yeah.
This is a Formula Atlantic spec. This car went to Indonesia when it was built and came back to the UK in around about the 90s. I looked after it for the guy that brought it back into the country, and then when he wanted to pack up racing and sell it, I couldn't part with it. So, I mean, I've owned it about, I don't know, 15, 20 years now.
What's it like to drive, Robin, especially around Thruxton as well, the speed here?
It's just awesome, but it's really, really, really planted. You just have to be really smooth. You don't make any false moves, but it is really planted and it's so fast. And you can feel the mechanical grip round here because the circuit is so quick, and you're trying to keep your head up because it's trying to push your head over. But it's also a user-friendly car because it will give you a warning before it does. You know, it'll kind of go, I don't like doing that, don't do it again or else you're in trouble. But it's a brilliant car. I've driven it for years, you know.
What sort of speeds are you getting up to here at Thruxton?
I'm not sure. I mean, average lap speed's about 108, something like that. Wow. Which is, if you take that as an average, that's even through the chicane. Yeah. You know, that's enormously fast. Yeah. Really, really quick.
Look, Robin, thank you so much. It's lovely to see
Nice
you
to
again,
see
by
you
the way. It
again.
really is. We're going to geek out a little bit and have a look up and down the garages. Let's go for a little walk. Thank you, Robin. Lovely to see you. Enjoy the weekend as well. Let's just have a look at some of the other cars taking place in the Jochen Rindt Trophy. We've got another one over here. I think we've got a driver here as well. I wonder if we can have a very quick word. This is something special, isn't it? First of all, tell us about the car.
The car, it's a 1983 RT3 Ralt. It's one of the ex-Eddie Jordan racing cars. It was one of the cars that Martin Brundle raced his season against Senna. He raced several cars, this was one of them.
So this car, under the hands of Brundle race against Senna.
Correct.
Wow.
Correct. It was then involved in an accident when it was coming back from the Austrian Grand Prix support race, quite badly damaged. It was rebuilt, went out to Macau that year, and Tiffany Dale drove it at Macau in the livery that it's now in here today.
So it's quite an iconic moment then. How's it for you getting behind the wheel on it?
It's exciting, but it's also a privilege to be able to race cars of this nature. It's a lovely bit of kit, and I'm very lucky to own it and race it.
Wow, you certainly are. Indeed. Thank you so much, by the way. At least it's got a proper driver behind the wheel now, hasn't it? Right, let's go, because we've got one firing up over here, if that's okay, John. Let's. They've just turned it off. Oh, no. Oh, just turned it off. I was listening to it. I was getting excited. Guys, can somebody tell us a little bit about the car? Who's the best person? Can you tell us a little bit more about the car?
Yeah, this car, it's 1974.
Yeah.
Formula 3. It's had quite a long history in Formula 3. It's raced at Monaco twice. Yeah, in 74 and 75. It made the final in 75. And it's what it is, really. It's how it was in 77, so it's quite an old thing, really.
What's it like for you guys being part of the Jochen Rindt Trophy?
It's really enjoyable. It's a really relaxed race. There's a mixed grid, and most people come here for a bit of fun and want to have a good race. That's kind of what it's about.
Are you here for the fun, or are you here to win?
Oh, I'm here to be here. I mean, that's really it. I'm never going to win, but I love being here and I love racing these cars, so that's why I do it.
Well, I've got to say thank you so much for bringing it out to play. We really do appreciate it. Thank you, guys, and good luck this weekend. Enjoy yourselves, won't you? Let's keep moving along over here if we can as well. Do you mind if I jump over? I'm just coming over because I'm just geeking out a little bit. I'm really sorry about it. Lovely to meet you. I'm Ian, by the way.
Hello, Ian. Steve Barlow.
Steve, lovely to have you here. Steve, tell us a story about this car.
It was originally driven by Ernesto Djokamovic, which is South
said that
American
well.
chap. And it raced in the Italian F3 series. And I've been over and seen some of the tracks, but I've never managed to take the car over there yet. I would love to, but
have you raced it here at Thruxton?
It's a couple of times, a few times. So it's a good track, lovely track, but it's more difficult actually than people think. They think, oh, it's just big fast straights. No,
you've got to be pretty brave at it.
Yeah.
Especially in these. Right?
Yeah. But it's good. It's good fun.
What sort of speeds do you get up to?
135-ish, something like that. Yeah, it creeps up and down depending on how the car's set up and how well you've taken the corners. And that's what makes a difference. Corners.
Yeah. Chicane at the
end
as well.
But don't put too much lock on.
Right.
Which then slows the car down. So you want as far out to the edge of the track without going off. The grass is not a good thing.
No, I imagine not. Steve, thank you so much.
No problem.
Thanks for bringing it out to play and for coming along this weekend. We really do appreciate it, guys. Yes, where have you come from, sorry?
Oban, West Coast.
God, that is a long way, isn't it? Blimey.
It's a few hours run.
Wow, how long did it take you to get down here?
Well, a straight run takes about 10 hours, 10 and a half hours. But I came down, I have relatives who live in Newbury, so we managed to come down and stay with them.
Imagine if you could do it in this, down the M6 and the M1, M25, you'd be down here in no time.
Yeah, but you get caught these days. Those days, in my youth, when there weren't speed traps, we did run up there up and down quite quick.
You don't have a very Scottish accent.
No, I came from Kent originally, and I was at sea. And my parents moved to the Isle of Mull, Tobermory actually. Nice. Balamory as in Tobermory.
Oh wow!
And they've just done another series. But my parents moved up there in the early 70s, and I built a house in the 80s. But I worked offshore. I worked on the tankers offshore and the lifeboat. Chased around a bit,
So were you England, Scotland for the World Cup? What were you? Both. Were you not interested?
Honestly, football doesn't do it for me. Okay. But they did well to get where they got to. They're out now, aren't they?
Yeah.
And they're so very, very lucky. I think. Let's face it, they're out. I think
they are out. They're definitely out.
But they did well. Anyway, thanks. Good.
Lovely to meet you. We might be catching up later anyway. We've got Assembly Park for me. You never know. Thank you so much. They really appreciate it. Let's keep moving down a little bit further. In fact, let's jump through, shall we, John? And we can start having a look at the cars from the front. Look, everybody, it's Ollie from BARC. Look, everybody, it's Ollie from BARC. There he is, everybody. I remember last time out he ran away, didn't he? Let's have a look at these cars more and more. I wonder if we can have a chat with somebody just walking away from us. Guys, I wonder if we, actually very quickly, whilst I've got you here, can either of you tell me a story about this car?
I can't remember who it was originally. It's a German guy.
It was driven by a German guy. I think it won the German Formula 3 Championship back in the 70s.
Yeah.
His name escapes me, and I probably couldn't pronounce it anyway.
I'll tell you what, right? We've got our viewers know everything about motorsport.
Oh, right.
So who can tell us the German driver you say?
Yes, it was a German driver.
Okay.
The driver now, Richard,
he ran away, didn't he?
Comes
Yeah,
back.
let's get him back. Yeah.
We'll go and fetch him. It sat in a garage in Farnham for I think about 25 years.
In Farnham, you say?
Farnham in Surrey.
Yeah. That's not too far. That's the old Mike Hawthorne.
Yeah. That's great. Richard bought it 2018, and he will carry on now and tell you who the German driver was.
We are trying to find out more about this car and the story behind it.
Yeah, so it was originally bought by a German team, Michael Corton Racing. 1979. It's the last 793 that March made, chassis 25.
Yeah.
Michael, he finished the season in this car, won the German Championship, and he started the season in Ben's car next door.
Yeah.
In 783. Yeah. So they were both Corton race cars, and I bought it in 2018. Hadn't been raced for 30 years. Wow. Been on a hill climb in Switzerland.
Yeah.
And
so you've patched it up.
I patched it up, and here we go.
What's it like to drive?
Oh, it's brilliant.
Is it?
It's fantastic, especially here.
Yeah.
Flat through church is very exciting.
Be careful.
We did win our class last year.
Did you?
And 2 years ago.
Ah, there you go.
He's got a tough reputation.
Sorry, what's your name?
I'm Richard Cook.
Watch out for this man. All right, watch out today.
Steady
Richard,
on.
thank you so much.
Steady on.
Really appreciate it. Thank you so much. There we go. Thank you. Really appreciate it, guys. And have a lovely weekend, won't you? Right, one more. We've got time for one more because over here this car says Nigel Mansell on it. So let's jump over. Chris, let's go. I'm coming over, Chris. I'm really sorry. All right, tell us a story about the car. It says Nigel Mansell on the side. I'm assuming that's the link.
That is the link. I'm a big Mansell fan, and he drove this car in 1979. It was his first fully paid drive.
Was it?
Yeah, it was, yeah. And he did enough. He won in the car and some podiums, and he did enough for Colin Chapman to notice him at the end of the season. He did a test for Lotus, and the rest is history.
So this car essentially put Nigel Mansell on the path to his 1992 Formula 1 World Championship win.
Correct, that's absolutely right. So it's a real thrill to be, well, just sitting in it, let alone driving it and racing it. It's my first time out with it as well, first race.
Okay.
So I'm here to enjoy the weekend and smile, and hopefully smile at the end of it as well.
Well, you say that, Chris, based on the history of this car, in 10 years' time, you're going to be the Formula 1 World Champion.
Oh yeah, I'll settle for that. I'm a bit past that, but yeah, I'll settle for that.
Chris, thank you so much. I'm going to leave you to your fruit. Lovely to meet you as well. Thank you so much. Wow. Let's just move back out here, shall we, John, so we can get out of everybody's way. All right, guys, you're right. Wow, what a grid of cars we've got for the Jochen Trophy. Something special. There is a story. I can literally spend all day. Every single car you see has its own unique story. Absolutely incredible. 2 races coming up for the Jochen Rindt Trophy here at Thruxton Retro. Oh, it's going to be an absolute cracker. Well, as you can see, everybody, I've come to the paddock to catch up with the one, the only John Bon Jovi here, or known as Stuart Kay as well, from the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. Stuart, you are looking so well. This hair is remarkable. Where's it come from?
I went to Turkey on holiday.
Yeah.
Went to get my teeth done, but I fancy getting an ear transplant, so I got this.
But you not got your teeth done then?
No, I didn't have time with the amount of hair I've got on.
No, we're here, of course. It is Thruxton Retro. It's all about the classic touring cars, isn't it?
Yeah, we've got to thank BARC for inviting us down. It's the first time we've been here, and it's just a great event, isn't it? It's a great event. We've all been looking forward to it. It's a great turnout for cars. Lots of people got behind it. Thruxton's always a tough one. I know he's a bit known as being a bit of a car wrecker because you're on the throttle for 3/4 of the lap. But no, really, look at the Group B rally cars over there. You've got the stage, the funfair. What more do you want? I want a mullet.
That is supposed to be a mullet, by the way. I know it doesn't quite look like it. But look, let's talk about the Classic Touring Car Racing Club as a whole. You've been at the helm for quite some time now, and it seems to be going from strength to strength, Stuart.
Yeah, it does. You know, I always say it's my last year, and then I get about halfway through the season, and you think, oh, actually, I love it really. But you know, it's great to. Even just when you think you can't come out of a different idea or something happens, like we're coming here, we've had the Touring Car Rewind Festivals, and next year there's some other stuff coming that I can't talk about yet.
Can you not give us a little clue? Can you not give us any breaking news?
It just involves a racetrack. And you talking to me as usual. But no, you know, in all honesty, I've got to tell you, I'm like, yeah.
Oh no, look at that! Wow, that's worse. Put it back on.
But in reality, you know, we're still getting new members, we're still getting inquiries. We've got new people joining us this weekend. There's about 5 or 6 new cars come out. Really enthusiastic. So, yeah, long may it last.
And you're still racing as well. How long have you been racing for? I always talk to you about the club. I never talk to you about you yourself as the racer. How long have you been racing?
I've been racing about 15 years now. Started off, this was my first race car. We used to do a lot of track days and stuff down to Lyddon.
This one here was your first?
I used to have a little XR2i that I used to take down to Lyddon Hill, yeah, it's great fun. We've become friends with Mark Fowler, who's a member of the club, and he wrote me in, and before you know it, you end up being a bloody chairman. But yeah, you know, I love it. I'm finding it more and more difficult to find the time to get to race meetings now. You know, my children are growing up a bit more. You know, work is crazy, and I must admit it is tough to sort of juggle everything at the moment.
Are you looking for a bit of help, a little bit of support?
If anyone else actually wants to please step forward and give us a bit of help. You know, we'll never turn away help. You know, as you know, we're all volunteers. We're doing it because we want to, not because we have to.
We've got something else quite special this weekend for the Pre-66s, haven't we? The Fred Francis Award, of course, the inventor of Scalextrics, his daughter's coming down to hand out the award. How did that relationship with Scalextrics come about?
It was Simon Owen and I, sort of friends. In my other life, I like to build models and sit quietly in my shed and paint models.
You ain't got time for that, come on.
I've got lots of model kits that haven't been built, I know that. And Byron, who's joined the committee, reached out to Simon and said, look, you know, would you be interested in sponsoring us or helping out? And that relationship's built from there. You know, and you know, we're here where we are today. They're going to come along. I think there's going to be some flag waving and all sorts of bits. I think there's even a Scalextrics race over in the tent somewhere.
There is actually. It'd be quite good to get a few you drivers down.
We're going to go over there and have a bit of race later. And
let's know. We'll come over and film it.
Yeah.
Look at this, guys! Look at that. Sorry, we just got a. You thought your week was bad.
I don't feel so bad now.
But that's what the atmosphere's like, and not just here at Thruxton Retro. I've been part of the Classic Touring Car Race Club for a few years as well. It's always been such a great place to come down, friendly atmosphere, party atmosphere as well.
Yeah, you know, we always insist on doing 2-day race events. Yeah, you're right. It's not just going racing. You come in to see your mates. And you know yourself, we sit and chat, and you know, everyone knows everybody, everyone knows the families, the children, the wives, and you know, we are one big family down here. Not always functional, but we are one big family.
Right, so much coming on Classic Touring Car Race Club here this weekend at Thruxton Retro. Stu, thanks for being such a good sport as well with that. Although I think it improves you. What do you reckon? That 10 out of 10 when you got that on.
See you later.
Oh, man. Well, here we are at Thruxton Retro. We are so happy to have the MG Owners Championship with us here this week, and I am so happy because we have got Simon and James Kendrick here, father-son combo, racing here in the glorious tiger-printed MGF. James, let's start with you. How's it working between you guys this weekend, by the way? Who's doing what?
So, I've been out for a few laps on a track day, but not a lot of track time. So, I was out for qualifying, and I'm doing race 1. Then Dad's hopping in for race 2. He did the pay practice, so he's got a little bit of time out on track, but still diving in from the back of the grid for race 2, which I'm sure will be interesting.
I was going to say, so you got the short straw here then, because you had to start from last.
Yeah, I think that's what dads do, but I've been racing this car for years, and I don't need so much acclimatisation time in it, and you know, getting through the traffic early in the first lap is going to be quite a lot of fun, so I'm happy, you know.
James, I was talking to your dad a little bit earlier when you were coming in after qualifying. You've done a bit of racing before, haven't you, at Castle Combe and a few other places? What have you done?
Yeah, a little bit, but this is my first season.
Yeah.
And I think this is my third meeting with the MGOC, fourth race meeting overall. So we start off at Donington. I did Castle Combe with the Castle Combe Racing Club for their 40-minute race, and then
did you solo drive that? Or?
No, so I shared the car with Darren Leonard, who's not here this weekend, but his daughter's here, Hannah.
Hannah's just literally there, isn't she?
Yeah. And then Alton Park.
Darren, I was shouting out for Darren actually. He's a top man, because at Alton Park we were going to do what we're doing today, and we had a stone through the oil cooler at the beginning of qualifying and had to give up. Basically the engine was trashed. But Darren, bless him, volunteered his car for one of the races for James. So James went out, did qualifying and a race in a car he'd never even sat in before at Alton Park. So he did really, really well.
Yeah, really.
Of all the circuits, Alton Park as well, not an easy one, eh?
Yeah, no, but I was really looking forward to Alton. So it was a real shame when the engine went, but Darren was very, very kind, and I did love it. It was a bit strange jumping in a car that I'd never driven before, going straight out for qualifying. But it was a really awesome track, and I really enjoyed the day. So big thanks to Darren.
Oh, nice one. Top bloke as well, by the way. Let's talk about the MGF a little bit. Now, we were talking about it, Simon. In my naivety, I thought, MGF, they're quite light cars. They're not, are they?
No, they're 50 kilos heavier than the ZRs.
Wow.
So it's like we're carrying a passenger around all the time. And I think we used to be a lot closer to the ZRs, but when the tyres changed a few years ago to Toyo tyres, they really suited the Zs more than the previous Yokohama tyres, but suited these less. So we've kind of gone a bit backwards and the Zs have gone a bit forward. So we end up fighting, depending on the level of experience, the mid to the back end of the Z range, and trying to see how many we can overtake, how many we can finish in front of. And that's our bit of fun.
I was going to say, but you never know here at Thruxton, do you? It's got a bit of a reputation, Thruxton. What are you expecting from the racing today, James?
I'm just going to try keep it clean, get a bit more experience. I'm starting towards the back of the Zs, a few A's around me. So, I mean, we always get a good launch being rear-wheel drive. So I expect I'll probably catch up to a few of the Zs and then try and just stick with them. I think is the plan.
So it should be quite entertaining then from you guys. And father son, is there a bit of rivalry between the pair of you? I mean, there's no way you can let the old man finish when he's from the back of the grid. You can't let him get a higher finishing position than you, can you?
No, this is true. At the moment, he's still a fair bit quicker, so I don't think there's too much rivalry. But fingers crossed, maybe a little bit more time. Maybe I'll catch up, and then maybe I think you might start getting a bit more competitive.
Is this one of those things, Simon? You are quicker at the minute, but you're going to notice that curve is catching up.
It's going to happen. He's getting closer. If you look at his lap times this morning between his qualifying and my early practice, there wasn't that much, second and a half. So he is getting quicker and he's improving all the time. And I'm giving him tips, but I think it won't be too long he'll be giving me tips.
I was going to say, you're not giving him all the tips though, are you? Keeping a few aces up the sleeve.
One or two, but I think his tip for me will give up, you're too old.
James, you say this is your first season. What's been the biggest thing you've learned then from your first ever race meeting to now? I know it's still a fairly short time, but I imagine it's quite a steep learning curve every weekend, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think the most important thing is it's very easy. I found to start trying to overdrive to start with. You're trying to keep up with the really quick guys, and actually, it's better to just start off more gently and get your lines good, get your braking points right, and then try work your way up, and then you'll naturally find yourself battling with people instead of trying to force your way there and being more of a hazard than you need to be.
Well, it's great to have you along. Keep the learning curve going. Simon, it's lovely to see you as always as well. Everybody keep your eye on the number 42 as well. It is a bit of a crowd pleaser, isn't it, as well, with the Tiger. Are you going to keep that forever?
Oh, no doubt. It's very visible, and what we find is particularly the kids love it in the paddock. They want to come around and sit in it, and that's great because maybe one of them will get interested in racing at some point.
I'm sure they will. And I'm sure as well, James, that it's not too long before you'll have bragging rights over Christmas dinner. Time to go racing, everyone. Thanks, guys.
Cheers.
There we go, everybody, just like that. The lunch break is over and it is time for some single-seater action. Don't they look fine just behind us? Yes, the heroes of Formula Ford are about to get underway here around the fast-flowing Thruxton Circuit. Let's go have a chat with some of the drivers, shall we? Really want to talk to this man, Tom Hawkins. Tom, I've been reading an awful lot about you. And you are, of course, the reigning Super Classic champion, aren't you, for the BARC? So it seems to be a bit of expectation on your shoulders. You thrive under pressure?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be an interesting race. Richard who's in the same class as me, he did a very good time in qualifying, so I don't think it's going to be an easy race. And I don't think my sort of previous championship wins are going to help me against Richard. So,
well,
yeah.
there is a little bit of work to do from here, isn't there? Look, tell us about yourself, the car, and what it's like to take it around Thruxton.
Oh, it's a fantastic circuit. I mean, it's pretty much flat out all the way around the back. It's like no other track in the country, and yeah, that's why I wanted to do this race again this year, because I loved it so much last year, and yeah, I just can't compare it to any other track really, and I wish they'd do more Formula Ford races here, to be honest. Yeah, it's brilliant.
It would be nice, wouldn't it? I can tell there is a big smile underneath that helmet, isn't there? I can see.
Yeah, I need a bigger helmet, to be honest.
Tom, look, thanks for talking to us. Best of luck out there, enjoy it, and thanks for coming back as well. Let's go further down through. Rory Smith is the man who goes from pole position. Let's have a chat. I'll go around this side, John, you can go that side. Rory, how are we doing, first of all? You must be roasting in there. The sun's come out now, it's really quite warm, isn't it?
Yeah, it's definitely warmed up a little bit, but I'm all good, ready to go, yeah.
Well, you're in the place that everybody wants to be, so you've got a big target on your back. How well do you know Thruxton?
I know Thruxton quite well, so both myself and Charlie used to work here, so I've got a little bit of insider knowledge.
I didn't know that. There you go. Oh, just a little bit then.
Yeah.
So what did you do when you worked here?
Just a driving instructor around here.
So, okay, so you didn't like work behind a bar then, you actually drove around the circuit then all the time. So a little bit of insider, well, that's huge insider knowledge. How many laps do you reckon you've done around Thruxton in your lifetime?
I have no idea. Probably over a few thousand, I'd say.
Wow. Okay, right. So right, you're the man to follow. Look, Rory, thank you so much. Best of luck out there. As you can hear, the cars are firing up. They've literally got the minute board has gone up, the 30-second board has gone up. John, we'll turn the camera around, shall we? Let's watch the cars as they fire up and make their way out. We've got 13 cars in total. Rory Smith, we just heard from their former instructor here at Thruxton. Wow, he is going to be difficult to beat, isn't he? He is on pole position. Charlie Mann is second. Felix Fisher is in third. They're all in the modern class. We've got 4 drivers in the A class. Richard Tarling goes from 4th place, but he's the fastest of the A class drivers. And then it's George Townsend, the fastest of all in this C class. He goes from 11th place. The cars are rumbling. They're firing up. They're getting ready to get going. The heroes of Formula Ford about to get underway. Don't forget, we've got the Jochen Rindt Trophy coming up a little bit later as well. If you love your single-seaters, plenty of action. And it is Rory Smith who leads us out of assembly. We are about to get underway. Look at them as they steam out of the glorious sunshine here at Thruxton Retro. The crowds suddenly give up a big cheer as they make their way onto the circuit. Time to go racing here. The back to the 80s at Thruxton Retro with the heroes of Formula Ford. Let's hand over to commentator Dave Goddard to take you through the action.
Yes, thanks very much indeed, Ian. The car's heading out on the track for our first race. Perfectly timed there. Just finished my own lunch break and ready for our second race of the weekend. The heroes of Formula Ford at 1600 cars from rather across the ages out there on track for this one. It is number 45, Rory Smith, on pole position in the BM Racing Medina Sports JL18 chassis, alongside number 20, Charlie Mann, aka Wild Thing. More on that later in the Ray GR20. Second row, star of Castle Coombs Formula Ford Championship, Felix Fisher in the 57, the Ray GR14, alongside the Formula Ford veteran and noted historic racer Richard Tarling in the older Reynard 89 FF from 1989, the first of the older cars on the grid. Third row, Tom Hawkins with his 1992 Van Diemen. We just heard from him, alongside Welshman Tom Nippers in his 2001 spec Van Diemen. Then on row 4, Gavin Wills with a 2000 Van Diemen. And number 15, David MacArthur with his Medina BH19. Cars with the turquoise graphic there. They're the more modern cars, the post-2000 machines. The fifth row of the grid, we will have number 12, Ben Colburn, alongside number 4, Ben Tilley. George Townsend on row 6, number 67, alongside number treble 1, Peter Molyneux with the Crossley 20F. They're the two oldest cars on the grid in Class C, and Daniel Sajadian in the Van Diemen RF90 starts at the back of the field. One of a couple of cars for TM Motorsport on this grid. Not sure what car Ben Colburn is in number 12 showing on the grid sheet here. We'll confirm that in just a moment. I think he might have qualified out of session for another race, Ben Colburn, so perhaps a bit of confusion there with the timekeepers. But it is Rory Smith on pole, and he's the man to beat. As we've already heard, he is a racing instructor here at Thruxton. He's a two-time winner of the Formula Ford Festival at Brands Hatch, has also won the Walter Hayes Trophy, the big season-ending Formula Ford event at Silverstone. And I suspect we're going to see him pretty much clear off with this race, but he was only 0.3 of a second quicker than Charlie Mann, who won both races at the Thruxton Retro last season in that number 20 car. Second row in the Brawn GP lookalike is Felix Fisher. He and his brother Josh have been very successful in Formula Ford over the years, especially at Castle Combe in Wiltshire. And Richard Tarling, well, he's been racing historic Formula Fords for decades now, one of the real stars of the Formula. Great to have him on row 2 here, the red number 173 car. Now, he really is a hero of Formula Ford 1600. Tom Hawkins, we've heard from, he's the black car with the white nose on row 3 alongside Tom Nippers. Green flag is waving at the back of the field then. 5-second board is held aloft. This will be a 15-minute race. The heroes of Formula Ford 1600 about to get underway. The red lights are on and off they go. The outside line moves straight across the inside. One car, Daniel Sajadian, that is, has not gone away from the back of the grid. Hopefully you'll get that fired up as we head towards the complex for the first time. Looks like it is Felix Fisher making a move to the inside there as they go up towards the right-hander at Campbell. It is Rory Smith and Charlie Mann side by side for the lead. Don't want to clip wheels through there or she'll go flying if they tangle up together. Fisher in third position, Richard Tarling in fourth. Then it's the 189 of Nippers as Charlie Mann leads around the outside coming out of Seagrave. Good bit of driving there by Wild Thing, and we have a tangle. Off goes Felix Fisher. He's going to hit the tyre wall. Wallop straight in he goes. Let's hope Felix is okay. That was quite an impact. That's the end of his race. I imagine we'll see a safety car as a result of that. That's made a bit of a gap in the field. Richard Tarling up into third place as they start to sort themselves out on the back of the circuit. It's Formula Ford 1600, a class of racing that's been with us since the late 1960s when it replaced Formula Junior. In its early years used Ford Cortina engines. There's one of our older cars towards the back of the field. Treble 1 Peter Molyneux in the Crossley 20F. Charlie Mann has lost the lead there to Rory Smith, the number 45. The Thruxton expert has taken Wild Thing for the lead. If you're wondering why Charlie Mann, the ex-Mini Challenge racer, is known as Wild Thing, his grandfather, Pete Staples, was the bass player for the Trogs, who of course had a big hit with Wild Thing in the 1960s. If we could have that playing if he takes a win here. Up into fifth position there, the turquoise car. That's Gavin Wills, who raced Formula Ford successfully back in the 1990s with his 2000 spec Van Diemen. Of course, the Van Diemen company founded by Ralph Furman Sr. in the early days of Formula Ford, and his son Ralph Jr. went on to be British Formula 3 champion and was briefly a Formula 1 driver with the Jordan Grand Prix team. Gavin Wills coming under fire in his Van Diemen from Tom Hawkins in number 28, but there's a yellow flag there, so he couldn't go past until he was past the green. He does now go through because Felix Fisher's car is in the tyre wall there. Looks like Felix is okay though. The car that's listed as number 12, it is not James Colburn as we originally said, it's Drew Cameron in the number 12 car. Bit of confusion with the timekeepers there. Apologies, so it's not the Colburn team car, so Drew Cameron has changed his number. That's why there was that bit of confusion there. Drew Cameron is in a Medina RF99. It's the number 189 car. That is Tom Nippers, the Welshman. His father, Michael Nippers, raced single-seaters back in the 1990s, made it as high as Formula Renault on the single-seater ladder. He's just got ahead of the older car of Richard Tarling up into P3, but it's Smith and Mann out in front. They're separated by just under a quarter of a second. Fastest lap of the race with Charlie Mann, 1:22.2, his quickest time so far. towards the back of the circuit once again. Plenty of time to go, plenty of changes could be made. The yellow flag is still out though, coming out of Seagrave, because we've got the stranded car of Felix Fisher sticking out of the tyre wall. Some of our more midfield runners there, including Ben Tilley, very noted historic racer in car number 4 there. He's in a 1985 Van Diemen. Races a whole variety of historic single-seaters, does Ben, not just Formula Ford, but historic Formula Junior from the 1960s as well. It's Tarling coming through in 4th place, Gavin Wills 5th, he's got Hawkins behind him. There's the number 12, that's Drew Cameron from Oxfordshire. Ben Tilley behind him, and behind him number 15, David MacArthur, regular in the Northern Formula Ford Championship, based mostly at Alton Park over the years. He's at the back of this group as Cameron goes up the inside of the 28 of Tom Hawkins, gets through at the chicane. This Formula Ford has been the class where many karting graduates has started out in their career over many decades now. Just about every name that's appeared in Formula 1 has raced a Formula Ford at some point in their career. As Ben Tilley on the grass there trying to take Tom Hawkins. There are the leaders. Charlie Mann has got the lead away from Rory Smith out at the front of the field. We saw Charlie's prowess in a Formula Ford at Thruxton Retro 12 months ago when he had 2 wins in that number 20 car, and Wild Thing has got ahead of Rory Smith, the Thruxton expert in the 45. Rory has had success all over the country in Formula Ford. You mentioned he's twice won the Brands Hatch Formula Ford Festival and also won the Walter Hayes Trophy a few years ago as well. He's back to the inside here on the run up to Church. He's going to retake the lead. Rory, who's also racing in the Jochen Rindt Trophy this weekend, he's got a Rolt RT4 running in the Formula Atlantic category. More on that a little bit later on. Rory's got the lead back again as they came through towards Church there. Tom Nippers is closing them down in the number 189 car. Newport in South Wales. 3 cars now lined up. So look at the lengths that Nippers is taking out of this top 2 here. They're right on the edge of adhesion. They throw the cars through the club chicane. Formula Ford racing at its best. Mentioned that Rory Smith won the Walter Hayes Trophy. That's the big knockout event hosted at Silverstone's National Circuit at the end of every season, when around 100 Formula Fords come together to compete. Rory Smith's gone wide at Campbell there, just ran out a little bit wide. He's defended his lead from Charlie Mann though. He's got 2 cars to defend from because Nippers is in attacking mode. They're clear of Richard Tarling in 4th place. He leads historic Class A. Class C for the oldest car is being led by George Townsend, number 67, who's down in 10th position. 12 cars still running. Daniel Sajadian did get the 1990 Van Diemen going from the back of the grid, but he's quite a long way behind. So the 3 leaders head out onto the back of the circuit once again towards Church Corner. Tarling 4th, he leads the class, then Wills, Cameron, Ben Tilley is next. Charlie Mann sizing up a move here into the chicane as they disappear briefly behind the bank, now up towards the club chicane. Mann's going to go to the outside. Rory Smith hugs the inside line on the way in. He's braking absolutely right, just flicks the tail out very slightly through that very tight chicane. Very easy to go straight on and through those Recticel barriers. Nothing between these 3 over the line, and Nippers has just done the fastest lap. He's slipstreaming off Charlie Mann here. These 3 covered by less than 0.4 of a second as they cross the line, but Tom Nippers is the man to watch from that 3rd place through the complex. Clear of Tarling in 4th place to the tune of over 5 seconds now. This is great stuff. There's George Townsend leading Class C for the oldest cars in his Merlin Mark 20 in 10th place overall. He's a long way clear of Peter Molyneux in the Crossley. Crossley Formula Ford cars were raced by many names in the early days of the sport. I believe Nigel Mansell had some of the earliest races in his career in one of those. Crossley company later bought by Irish club racer Arnie Black. Continues to compete in their cars up until this day. Here comes Nippers down the inside of the left-hander on the run towards Woodham Hill. Charlie Mann goes to the inside. They're going to be 3 wide into the chicane. Look at this. Rory Smith has been swamped as they go into the clutch chicane. Nippers round the outside. He's gone from third to first. Brilliant move by Tom Nippers. Third to first on the outside line, under braking into the club chicane. The only drivers I've ever seen pull that move off successfully have been racers in the Mini Miglias and 7s here at Thruxton, and they barely use the brakes anyway. That's a superb piece of driving by Tom Nippers. He's taken the lead ahead of Charlie Mann now in second, Rory Smith in third. They're separated by 0.3 of a second. Now nothing between these three as they go through the complex. Probably battles going on down the rest of the field, but we can't take our eyes off this top three at the moment. Rory Smith, the Thruxton expert, ready to fight back. There's Felix Fisher's car in the tyre wall. Big shame he wasn't able to join in as well, because he'd be up there with these three as well, I'm sure. Towards Church Corner now. Charlie Mann has dropped Rory Smith, slightly here. Having a go at Tom Nippers. He's on his gearbox as they come up towards Woodham Hill. Here he goes. He's going to go to the outside now. Smith has got the toe off them. Look, he's got the toe off Nippers. He's going to try and go through the middle on the run into the chicane. Don't clip wheels. That was close. Nippers holds the lead. No change in position between the top three. Still just under 5.5 minutes of this race to go. These drivers will be absolutely loving this as much as we are. Nippers moves to defend. Towards Allard, the right-hander past the pit lane exits. And the left flick at Green. And towards Campbell. Charlie Mann on the attack. Nippers holds the inside line. Mann a little bit sideways. The left at Cobb. Named after John Cobb, who held the land and water world speed records. As did the man the next corner is named after, Sir Henry Seagrave. Into Noble. And out into the country once again. Rory Smith trying to attack back again from third place. These three well ahead of the rest. Somebody in pit lane. Oh, that's George Townsend, the 67 with the problem. He was leading Class C, but he's pulled in. So Peter Molyneux will take the lead of Class C in the Crossley. Nippers a little bit sideways there as they came off Church Corner. This could be Charlie Mann's opportunity to try and take the lead, but Rory Smith's going to the inside. They could go three wide again into the club chicane. Tom Nippers doesn't know which side to go to try and defend. Charlie Mann's going to go down the outside. Not quite late enough on the brakes, so he had to be mindful that Smith was there, and Smith's got the inside line. He's up to second. So through comes Rory Smith into second place. They're coming up on a back marker. That will be Daniel Sajadian. Nippers moves across to block Rory Smith as they go into Allard. There's the back marker being shown the blue flag. It's the number 29 car, the TM Motorsport 1990 Van Diemen. There he is. Slow off the line, dropped a long way back. He lets the leaders through at Cobb. Rory Smith is now ready to attack to try to take the lead from Tom Nippers after that sensational move a few laps ago around the outside from the black car ahead of him. Is it going to be a win for Wales, or can the 45 and the 20 fight back? Up towards the back of the circuit once again, and Smith a little bit of a slide there. He went wide, coming out of Village. Here comes the 20 car on the inside. Charlie Mann going for second place back, and he goes through at Church. That's a brave move. And the Wild Thing wants to lead again. Nippers continues to hold the lead, but Charlie Mann's going to throw a move down the inside. I think he's going to be very late on the brakes, but Nippers is later. Holds his lead. 2.5 minutes to go. They're lapping in the 1:22s, 23s. So we should see possibly 2 more laps out of this. They go towards Green and the complex once again. Charlie Mann in second place. Here comes Smith. He goes for the outside at Campbell. He'll try and get the inside line for Cobb and get down the inside. That's a touring car style move. Charlie Mann holds him off though. That was the move Ricard Rydell always used to pull off at the complex in his BTCC days. And that little bit of battling has allowed Tom Nippers to get away by a couple of car lengths. Will there be any more lap traffic ahead? I don't think there will. Here's a battle between David MacArthur in the 15 and the number 4, that's Ben Tilley. They're fighting it out over 5th position overall at the moment. Behind them, Tom Hawkins trying to hold off the car of Drew Cameron. They've swapped places a few times. They've got ahead of Gavin Wills in the turquoise car, who's dropped back a little. Tilley, the number 4, the 1985 Van Diemen. Chasing down MacArthur, and there's Daniel Sajadian ahead of them. They're about to lap him. Drew Cameron up the inside in the number 12, but here are the leaders. Still Nippers hanging on. They're into the last lap now, I think. Yes, last lap for Tom Nippers to try and hang on ahead of Charlie Mann and Rory Smith. Great drive by the young Welshman. This is going to be very interesting, though, into the chicane for the far time, and Nippers runs wide at Campbell. This is their opportunity. Charlie Mann's going to get up alongside him. He's surely going to take the lead as they come out of Seagrave. Tom Nippers, he'll be cursing at himself in that car. Just ran out that little bit too wide. The pressure got to him, and Charlie Mann leads. Now, what can Nippers do? He's going to have to slipstream on the run up Woodham Hill, I think. Mann a little bit out of shape there through Noble. Out into the country once again. Up towards Village. Rory Smith just keeping a watching brief. What's he going to try? These three could go 3 wide. Nippers round the outside on Charlie Mann. He's through back into the lead once again. Just as they disappeared from our sight briefly there, he got the lead back again. Has Charlie Mann dropped back so he can get the run into the chicane? Is that a tactical move by the 20? It might not work because Rory Smith's all over them as well. Mann to the outside, he's going to try and risk it on the brakes. I don't think it's going to work. Tom Nippers holds the lead. They're going to finish line astern. Here they come. Is Charlie Mann going to pop out of the slipstream on the run up towards the checkered flag? He goes for it. It's a photo finish, but Nippers gets there. What a race between those three. Fantastic stuff. Nippers wins it by 0.182 of a second. Richard Tarling will come over in 4th. Then the battle for 5th position is headed by Ben Tilley. They're 1st and 2nd in Class A. Then it's MacArthur, Cameron and Hawkins. Gavin Wills should be next home, and then Peter Molyneux, our winner in Class C. There's Daniel Sajadian, he finishes a lap down. There's Gavin Wills. Good to see him back in a Formula Ford. One of the kings of Castle Combe in the past. Just awaiting Peter Molyneux, who's further back and will finish as the Class C winner for the historic cars. A couple of non-finishers. George Townsend went into the pits, and Felix Fisher sadly crashed out on the opening lap. We hope he's all right. Here comes our Class C winner. Treble 1 Peter Molyneux from Hampshire on his local circuit in the Crossley 20F. Through the chicane for the final time. Beautiful to look at, isn't it? The historic Formula Ford. Well, that race was called Heroes of FF 1600, and what a heroic performance that was from our top 3. Tom Nippers defeats the Thruxton experts Charlie Mann and Rory Smith. The 3 of them covered by less than 0.6 of a second over the line. The winning margin 0.182 of a second, and Nippers got the fastest lap. Richard Tarling a class win in 4th place ahead of Ben Tilley. He held off David MacArthur ahead of Drew Cameron, Tom Hawkins, and Wills and Molyneux completing the top 10. Daniel Sajadian was 11th, and we lost Townsend and Fisher. I'm out of breath just watching that race. That was superb. We'll wait to hear from the drivers down in Parc Fermé. One of our commenters asking for the timetable. You can find all the details on the BARC website, barc.net. Quick hello to This Is Cool Games, who's watching in the United States. And of course it is the 4th of July, so a very happy Independence Day to all our American watchers today. Cars heading into Parc Fermé, so let's head down to here.
There he is, Tom Nippers. He takes the win here for the heroes of Formula Ford. He gets out of the car. He's the Welshman. He will be absolutely delighted with that. He goes straight over to Charlie Mann in the number 20 machine. Good battling right at the sharp end. We'll let him get the helmets off. We'll have a quick chat with him. Rory Smith, of course, the instructor, former instructor here at Thruxton, coming home in 3rd place. So Tom takes his helmet off. Let's have a quick chat with him. Tom, can I grab you for a quick word if I can? Yeah, absolutely. That's what I'd like to. Well done, my friend. How does that
On this
feel?
occasion, I mean, why not?
What does it mean for you to get a win?
That was hard work. That was hard work. I've done a race here before last year, and obviously that was a year ago, pretty much today.
Yeah.
It wasn't like that. That was. Yeah, I'm knackered. But it was wicked. It was wicked. No, nice.
You don't sound it. You sound full of energy. Still,
I'm ready to go for the next one. Obviously, if these boys are concerned, don't worry about that. But yeah, it was. No, that was tough. It was. Car's on fire. We've set it up so it's fast down the straights. We've got, our corner performance isn't fantastic, but we knew, I'm holding on for dear life. I took a trip down the grass and all that, but then obviously luckily these two started having a battle, and that was it. We were straight back in it, but that was wicked. I loved every second of that.
Does it make it a little bit more fun because of the fast-flowing nature of Thruxton?
Oh yeah, I mean, there's nowhere like it. It's an absolute death trap. Do you know what I mean? You get one thing wrong, you're off in some style. So when you're battling wheel to wheel, 3 of you like that, I'm trying not to swear, it's terrifying. Do you know what I mean? It's absolutely terrifying, but that was brilliant. I loved every second of that.
Tom, well done, congratulations. Just very quickly, so what is it like? Such a great event, this Thruxton Retro, isn't it? Good crowds everywhere.
It's amazing having the crowd and everything. You see everyone cheering on the way in and stuff. It's amazing, It's an amazing thing to come and do. And obviously, after a disastrous qualifier like that, it was nice to put on a little bit of a show for everyone. So yeah, no, it was nice. 6th for first, I'll take that. Do you know what I mean? That's a nice one. That's on the CV.
You put a show on for us, indeed. Thank you so much. That's Tom Nippers there. We've got over here Charlie Mann. Let's have a quick chat with Charlie if we can. Charlie, well done, my friend. Congratulations. That was some exciting racing out there.
Yeah, it was nice and close. Racing around here is always really good. I like racing here, so yeah, it's really good fun.
Is there much you could take from that race that you can bring in to the second one?
Well, the car cut out on the last lap, so maybe put half a litre more fuel in.
Okay, lesson learned. Yeah, lesson learned. Thank you so much, Charlie. Let's go have a quick chat with Rory as well. He's just moving away from the car. We'll have a quick chat with him. Rory, can we grab you for a very quick chat? We spoke, of course, before the race. P3 after it. Are we happy, or what are we thinking?
No, I would like to have won, obviously, but yeah, it was a good race. There was quite a few moments. I think once Tom got the mix where I was sort of blockaded away from being able to pass. He's sort of twitching across just as I'm coming up to him. So unfortunately, I couldn't get into the mix too much there, but still a great race, proper Formula Ford racing. That's what it's all about. It's the best racing you'll find anywhere with all the slipstreaming. So it's great to be a part of it.
You put a great show on for us. Thank you very much, Rory. Really do appreciate it indeed. Right, have a look over here, everybody. By the way, big shout out to Peter Molyneux in the number 111 machine. What a fine machine. It's the red one right at the back there. I don't know if you can see it, John. In fact, we'll walk down and have a quick look at it, shall we? Winning the classic category there as well. Just off to the right, though, of all of these cars, can you have a listen to this? Because we've got the classic Touring Car Race Club. The pre-66 is about to head out very, very shortly. Now, before they do, I caught up with somebody very, very special indeed. I caught up with Julia Francis. She's the daughter of Fred Francis, and he was the inventor of Scalextrics, and we can hear from her now. Well, here we go. As you can see, the pre-66 cars are about to head out on track. I'm here with somebody very special indeed. Jules Francis is with me. We've got this wonderful trophy because you're the daughter of Fred Francis, the inventor of Scalextrics. How cool is that, by the way?
The best. Super, super proud daughter. Growing up, I can't explain.
Did you have Scalextrics everywhere around
everywhere,
the house?
Always known as Miss Scalextric. It was, super iconic.
How nice is it then to be invited down by the Classic Touring Car Race Club? These trophies as well. It's such an honour, isn't it?
Yeah, complete honour, complete privilege. Just, Dad's memory, it just lives on.
Yeah.
The best toy in the world.
What was he like as a dad?
Fun, super fun, mega adventurous. He was obviously a lot older, which I think surprises people because obviously I'm still quite young and he had me later on in life, but the best dad. We were always out doing things and always in his workshop helping him build new inventions, new designs.
Well, I think we'd all like to thank you and your family and of course your dad for creating this, because Scale Electrics has made so many people happy over the years. And of course after this race for the Pre-66s, you are going to be handing this wonderful trophy over to the winner as well. What a moment that will be.
Absolutely fantastic, can't wait. Obviously I'm going to wish everyone the best of luck today, and yeah, so...
Right, Jules, I promise it'll be short. Thank you so much. Let me give that to you because you're going to need it after the race, and time to go racing for the Pre-66s.
Thank you.
Thank you. See you.
So it shortly will be time then for the Fred Francis Trophy, in celebration of a person who gave great entertainment to children of all ages through his invention, shall we say. Everyone loves racing with Scale Electric. The club, the Classic Touring Car Racing Club, has a tie-in with Scale Electric. You can even buy some of these cars that we'll see racing this weekend to race in your living room. How cool is that? You can run your own Classic Touring Car Racing Championship on your living room floor. Let's have a look at the grid then for the Fred Francis Trophy for Pre-66 touring cars. On pole position is none other than the owner of Thruxton Circuit, Alex Thistlethwaite, in his Ford Mustang, alongside Piers Grange in the Alan Mann Racing lookalike Ford Falcon. Second row, former champion Ian Thompson in his Lotus Cortina, the similar machine of Simon Gustafson alongside him. And on row 3, fabulous qualifying effort by Gary Preble. He's won here in the Pre-03 touring cars in a Honda Civic in the past. Today in his little Hillman Imp up there on the third row alongside the Mini of the Davies family. We don't know at the moment, unfortunately, which of the Davies family, whether it's Mike or Tony, in the car for this race. I suspect it's Mike driving in this race and Tony will race in the second race. But we'll confirm that if we can. Row 4, Jake Swan with the Ford Anglia alongside Brendan Rooney, the Irishman, in his Hillman Imp. And then completing the top 10 on the grid, Ed Gibbs, number 102, he's in a Ford Anglia, alongside Ant Astley, all the way from Cornwall, in his Ford Mustang. Michael Loveland's Imp alongside Bob Bullen in his Ford Anglia on row 6. Row 7 is Adrian Oliver, son of Eric Oliver, the former sidecar racing world champion, in another Imp. And the Singer Chamois, effectively a different badge engineered version of the Hillman Imp, Steve Platts alongside him. Row 8, number 75, Richard Bateman with his Lotus Cortina, and Robin Slater, number 73, former Ford Anglia racer, now Lotus Cortina powered as well. The 9th row, we have Stephen Dunn, number 30, in a little Austin A35, and 539, Kevin Swan, who had a few dramas in qualifying, father of Jake Swan in a Ford Anglia. At the back of the field is Keith Wright in his Morris Minor. Just a brief pause in proceedings while Felix Fisher's Formula Ford was recovered there. Well done to the recovery team and the Orange family, our marshalling team, for cleaning the incident up there. Hi to Tom Davies, who just said, annoying I'm not there today marshalling because I had to work this morning. We'll be there tomorrow. Shout out to everyone surviving the heat in Orange. Yes, fair play to our marshals out there braving the heat this weekend. Ian, down in assembly area, what have you got for us?
Yeah, welcome down everybody. As you can see, I am about to do the boards to get us going. Libby has very kindly given me that responsibility. Here we go, ready? 1 minute board. Down. Oh, thank you very much. Now it's swapped to the 30-second board. Okay, you'll tell me, Libby will tell me when. Are we nearly there?
Go.
Yeah! Woo. 30 seconds, everyone! Down. Thank you. Libby, how did I do out of 10?
Amazing.
Thank you. You don't mean it, do you? Thank you so much. Car's about to head out for the Pre-66s. Let's go racing!
Don't give up the day job, Ian. Don't think we'll be seeing him swapping microphone for flags anytime soon. So there goes Alex Thistlethwaite, the landowner here at Thruxton, in his Mustang. How about that? Racing on your own circuit. Great to see a couple of Yank tanks on the front row as well, because it is, as we mentioned, American Independence Day. Quite a few American beasts racing here this weekend. Brendan Rooney's in there has taken a knock on the passenger side, I note. Tassley, Michael Loveland in his Imp, Bob Bullen back in his Anglia. We've seen him out of his Mark 1 Escort for most of this season. Adrian Oliver, Steve Platts in the Singer. 75, that's Richard Bateman's Cortina needing a push start. Robin Slater, number 73, with the red Cortina. There's the little Austin A35. That's Steve Dunn. Kevin Swan's Anglia, hoping to catch up with his son Jake, who's up on the 4th row. And Keith Wright's the plumber and heating engineer from Bedfordshire in his Morris Minor at the back of the grid. Getting ready then for this Fred Francis Trophy. Will it be Alex Thistlethwaite? Will it be Piers Grange in his beautiful Ford Falcon? Piers also racing in the Blue Oval Saloon Series for everything Ford this weekend in his Mark II Escort. There is the Falcon, second in line, in the red and gold colours of Alan Mann Racing, who ran those cars in the 60s and 70s. They ran Frank Gardner, the Australian, to the British Saloon Car title as it was then, not renamed British Touring Cars until the 80s. We've got Minis, we've got Imps, we've got Anglias. Can anyone stop Alex Thistlethwaite then? He's got a couple of his American beasts out this weekend. Quite a collection of American cars as the local hero. The Lotus Cortinas will have the handling advantage, but on a power track like this, I suspect to see those two front row cars pull away. How much quicker were they in qualifying? Well, Thistlethwaite was about 1.4 seconds quicker than Piers Grange, and Grange in turn 1.3 seconds quicker than Ian Thompson in the first of the Cortinas. This will be a 15-minute race. It's the very dark blue Mustang on pole, the red and gold of Grange, the Falcon alongside him. Great to see Gary Preble up there, the former King of Castle Combe, the former Pre-03 touring car champion in a Honda Civic, out the wheel of his Imp this season. Talking of Imps, a shame we haven't got James Ibbotson this weekend, the former champion in his Hillman Super Imp. He had a couple of wins in the wet at Alton Park last time out, but it's not with us today, unfortunately. Starts to pull into position on the grid then. We said we're not sure which of the Davies family is driving the Mini in this race, the red Mini there. I think it will be Mike Davies for race 1 and Tony for race 2, but we'll confirm that if we can. 3 members of the family share that car over the course of the season. We see John Davies driving as well. Thanks again for all your comments coming in. Quick hello to Joy Goddard. She was cheering on the Maestro in the MG races earlier on. Keep an eye on Ian Thompson, the grey Cortina, former overall champion. The classes based on engine size. A for the biggest cars, the American Beasts, down to E for the smallest cars, the Hillman Imps. And Class F, a separate class for the Lotus Cortinas. They score their own points, but it's all added together at the end of the season to give the overall champion. There's a gap on row 5. Ed Gibbs' Anglia is not there, alongside Ant Astley's Mustang. So we're missing one car. So 18 cars on the grid for this 15-minute race. Looks like the marshals are clearing, so it's almost ready to get underway. Then watch for the green flag at the back. Mustang against Falcon. Down towards the first corner. The green flag is waved by the marshal at the back of the grid signal. Everybody is lined up in the right place. The 5-second board is displayed. Watch for the red light on the gantry. It comes on now. Revs are up. Pre-66 touring cars for the Fred Francis Trophy get underway. And Piers Grange doesn't go anywhere. The Ford Falcon is completely swallowed up by the rest of the field. Look at Ian Thompson. Great start in the Cortina. He's going to try and get around Alex Thistlethwaite in the big Mustang. And Grange is almost at the back. A terrible start by the Alan Mann Racing lookalike Ford Falcon. It's Thompson who's got the lead. So Alex Thistlethwaite not able to put the power of the big Mustang down fully off the start line. Yank tanks like that better at rolling starts, but now the power will start to tell. Look, Grange is already swallowing up cars from further back in the field. Look at the size of that thing next to the Hillman Imps and Anglias ahead of it. Phenomenally sized thing, the Ford Falcon. And also, just goes past Steve Platts if he's standing still there, and Bob Bullen. A Of course, the touring cars back in the 60s, you had the even bigger Ford Galaxy as well, that Jack Sears, among others, raced so successfully. So named because I think they were as big as a small Galaxy. There is the big Falcon fighting his way back. It's got Ant Astley's Mustang ahead of him now. That'll be a tougher nut to crack. But Ian Thompson it was who took the lead. Has he still got the lead? Indeed he has, ahead of Alex Thistlethwaite in the Mustang. Third place, Simon Gustafson. And side by side, drifting through Church there, Jake Swan and the Davies family Mini. Timing screen not showing which of the Davies family is in it, unfortunately. Alex Thistlethwaite, yes, using the power of the V8 Mustang now to take the lead at the end of lap number 1, but then on to the brakes. The Cortina might be stronger. No, Thistlethwaite holds on. Gustafson in third. Ex-Volkswagen Golf GTI racer of a few years ago, Simon Gustafson. And Gary Preble in that giant killing Hillman input there in fourth place. So he'll be leading his class. Jake Swan behind him leads Class C. Class C for the Minis and Anglias. Class E for the Hillman Imps. Class D, I think there's just one entry in Class D possibly this weekend. Just looking at the entry list. Possibly Keith Wright's Morris Minor. No, yeah, he is in Class D. So Keith Wright is the only Class D machine out there. Unfortunately, we've lost Kevin Swan into the pits. There's his Ford Anglia. He had issues in qualifying as well. And Kevin, the former Bangor racer, looks to be out of the race. Thistlethwaite leads from the Cortinas of Thompson and Gustafson. Preble is fourth. And Jake Swan in fifth position. The black Ford Anglia ahead of the Davies Mini. Brendan Rooney is up into seventh place. Piers Grange has made it back up to eighth at last count in the Ford Falcon. I wouldn't be surprised if he's gained more places since then, though. Through Church Corner. Let's see who's going to be the most sideways. Gary Preble at the moment. Ian Thompson up there in second place in his Cortina. Won the overall title a couple of years ago in another Cortina. But that was in the red and gold Allen Man Racing colours, same as Piers Grange's Falcon. Swinging their way into the chicane once again. Alex Thistlethwaite starting to clear away in front now, using the power of the Mustang down the straights and the long sweepers. Grange is up to sixth, he's just got ahead of the Davies Mini. Here comes Brendan Rooney, the second of the Imps. Piers Grange, we'll see him out seeing the Blue Oval Saloons, we said later on, with a very modified Mark II Ford Escort. Looking at the points charts for the pre-66s, the overall leader at the moment is Charles Norris in Class D with his A35. He's not here this weekend. So it could be a chance for perhaps Brendan Rooney or Ian Thompson to take the overall points lead. They're only 8 points behind him. Thompson leads Class F and Rooney Class E. Class C is led by Jake Swan in the championship. He leads his class here. And Class A by Piers Grange. There's Grange on the back of Jake Swan. Gobbles up the Anglia. In the fifth overall. Class A being led here by Thistlethwaite. And Piers Grange is going to be given a 10-second penalty. So what must have happened at the start is he must have jumped the start but then stopped himself, and that's why he dropped back. So a false start penalty being given presumably to Piers Grange. Not confirmation of the reason yet, but I imagine that's why it is. He's going to monster his way past Gary Preble into the chicane. Look at the size difference between those two. It's like a pleasure yacht and an aircraft carrier together in a harbour, isn't it? Grange will now go after the Cortinas. Knew it wouldn't take him long to recover. I remember him doing the same thing in his Mustang at Donington last year. Huge collection of classic Fords as Piers Grange. He's the boss of PRG Trailers. His products will have brought many of these cars to the circuit this weekend. Jake Swan under fire from the Davies Mini a bit further back. There is the Mini. The only Mini we've got here this weekend. We don't have Dan Wheeler, we don't have Barry Syme, the Scotsman. A couple of the Cortinas there further back. That's number 73, Robin Slater, the ex-Ford Anglia racer, ahead of Richard Bateman in the 75. Bob Bullen, been racing this Ford Anglia for many years, under fire from Adrian Oliver. Just ahead of them, Michael Loveland. They're battling for 10th place. They're on the tail of Ant Astley in the much bigger Mustang. There he is, the black and gold car. Moving to the inside, Adrian Oliver takes Bob Bullen. Bullen fights back around the outside. Seen Bob in his orange Mark 1 Escort in the Pre-83 Championship this year. Behind them, Steve Platt's twitching about in the Singer Chamois, sportier version of the Imp. A few versions of the Hillman Imp, another was the Sunbeam Stiletto, which was a fastback version. Very popular as a base for space frame special saloons, that car was. Michael Loveland loses out to the slightly more powerful Anglia of Bob Bullen. Now chasing the Mustang. Talking of Mustangs, here's our leader, lapping Keith Wright in the Morris Minor. In the background there, a move being made by Simon Gustafson up alongside Ian Thompson. They've already lost out to Grange, who's now second. But it's the battle of the Cortinas now for third place, and this is for class points as well, for third overall and first in Class F. And Gary Preble thinks I'll have a go at these two as well. Thompson just about stays ahead of Simon Gustafson. Had a win at Donington at the season opener. Preble has a look. Preble, who's taken many titles over the years at the Castle Combe Circuit in Wiltshire in various saloon cars in their domestic saloon series. Before switching to classic touring cars with his Honda Civic in Pre-03. He's decided to go classic racing this year with the Imp. And he's looking to pull off a giant killing here and maybe get on the overall podium. So the brakes down into the chicane once again. It's Piers Grange disappearing from view in second place. He's away and gone. What's the gap to Thistlethwaite? 2.5 seconds. Although Grange has got that penalty to overcome, of course. Michael Loveland round the outside of Adrian Oliver. They've got to contend with the back marker as well. Look out, Keith Wright. Imps everywhere. But the back marker proved only a minor inconvenience. Yes, I know. Jake Swan holding off the Mini. Six minutes of this race to go for the Fred Francis Trophy. Is it going to be Thistlethwaite or Grange who takes the win? Well, unless Piers Grange gets through and can get 10 seconds clear of Alex Thistlethwaite, it will be the Mustang that wins, because Grange has got that penalty for a false start to overcome. Mini chasing down Jake Swan, whose father, Kevin Swan, is sadly out of the race. Problems with his Anglia this weekend. Jake upholding family honour in this beautifully turned out black number 538. There is the Mini of, we think it's Mike Davies. Tail of the Anglia slightly as they come down into the chicane, and meanwhile Piers Grange is going to take the lead on the road surely very shortly. He's right up with Alex Thistlethwaite, who gets the Mustang sideways. Grange gets sideways as well. How spectacular, power sliding these big American beasts around. There's quite a few American cars I've noticed watching from trackside as well this weekend, not just the GT40s. Cortina's still squabbling away behind them. If either of those yak tanks hit problems, this is going to be for the overall lead. The big American cars do have a habit of boiling their brake fluid sometimes, especially in conditions like this. But then again, at Thruxton, you don't brake very often, you just use the tyres to scrub speed off. There go the Imps. The leading Imp, of course, is Gary Preble, leading Class E. Thompson leads Class F. Preble Class E, Jake Swan Class C, and Thistlethwaite Class A. Richard Bateman is leading Class G. That's the guest class for drivers not registered for the full championship, ahead of Steve Dunn in the Austin A30. Keith Wright is in Class D. We normally see Brian Bedford and Steve Evans in the Austin A40 out in that class, as Grange, meanwhile, monsters up onto the back of the fellow V8 monster of Thistlethwaite. It's the chicane. Just over 3.5 minutes to go. There's a yellow flag out. Oh, that's Robin Slater's Cortina being pushed away. Now, has he pulled up or has he had an off? Out of the yellow flag zone, Grange goes for it. They pass the green flag there, they're side by side. Grange leans on Alex Thistlethwaite. Excuse me, says the Falcon. And away goes Grange. It was a mechanical failure for Robin Slater, I've been told. He just pulled off at the side of the road. The marshal's recovering him, but as they came out of the yellow flag zone there, Piers Grange got down the inside and was able to take Alex Thistlethwaite. They did lean on each other, and Thistlethwaite is dropping back here. Has he got some damage as a result of that? I wonder. I hope not. Now we're going to see how far in the next 3 minutes, just under 3 minutes, Piers Grange can get ahead of the Mustang. He's got to be more than 10 seconds clear to overcome that penalty for a false start. Through Church they come. The other Mustang, Ant Astley, holding off Bob Bullen's Anglia. Adrian Oliver's in. It's Bill McGovern, the Irish-born racer who took 3 British saloon car titles in Sunbeam Imps, tuned by the great George Bevan. Sadly, McGovern passed away a few months ago. Imp racers racing in tribute to him. Ford Mustang was in the mid-60s, took the British saloon car title Roy Pierpoint. And I think it was 1965 the Mustang took the title. Followed a year later by the Ford Anglia of John Fitzpatrick, who went on to become a great name in sports car racing. Lotus Cortinas, of course, need no introduction really. The first homologation special, that was Jim Clark, Graham Hill among others. There's Richard Bateman, he's towards the back of the field, he's leading Class G for the guest drivers this weekend. Just over a minute left on the clock. There is Richard Batman Bateman, note the symbol on his windscreen. Waiting now for our race leaders to appear. We'll see if they're going to get one more lap in here. Colin Ware asking on YouTube, how long has the Classic Touring Car Racing Club Pre-66 been going? I saw older footage of this championship back in the 90s. Yes, the Classic Touring Car Racing Club has been going for many years now. I'll get the exact date when I have a chance after this race. There's the A35, that's been lapped by these battling Cortinas, but looks like Ian Thompson's just about got the measure of Simon Gustafson for the class lead and for third overall. We're on the last lap now. Now Grange is just under 3 seconds clear of Thistlethwaite's. There they are, and in fact the 2 Cortinas have caught Alex Thistlethwaite. I suspect either the tyres or brakes are going off on the Mustang. But Grange has got to get 10 seconds clear. Look at Simon Gustafson nearly coring the Cortina on its door handles there. He certainly learned historic racing very quickly. Only been racing this Cortina for a couple of years. Ian Thompson wants to have a go for second overall. Thistlethwaite just needs to keep that Falcon within sight, really, because then the penalty will be applied and Grange will drop back down the order. How far? At the moment I suspect he'll be down to 4th place, because this top quartet at 9 seconds clear of Gary Preble's Imp now. Clock has counted down to 0. So Gustafsson runs a bit wide there. The Fred Francis Trophy is going to be won provisionally by Alex Thistlethwaite once that penalty is applied to Piers Grange. Great recovery by Grange after his problems at the start. He's going to take the flag on the road as the leaders come into the chicane for the final time. Piers Grange is going to take the checkered flag. Here he comes. He wins on the road. Alex Thistlethwaite provisionally will take the Fred Francis Trophy. Did Ian Thompson get him on the outside there, though? There was a photo finish there. Did Thompson get him up the outside? I didn't expect that. Thistlethwaite seemed to slow on the run to the line, and according to the timing screen, Thompson has got it. That proves it's never over till the checkered flag is waved. Grange drops to 4th on corrected time with his penalty. And provisionally, Ian Thompson has won it. He beats Thistlethwaite to the line by 0.16 of a second. We'll have to await official confirmation of that. Simon Gustafsson is 3rd. Let's have a look again as they cross the line. Did Thompson get down the outside? There's the Mustang. He's slow off the chicane. Thompson up the outside. It's hard to say.
Penalty, yeah, 165.
Grange gets the penalty, we know that, but it looks to me as though, yes, Thompson has stolen it on the line. And he provisionally wins the Fred Francis Trophy. So Thompson, Thistlethwaite and Gustafsson, your top 3. We'll look at the class winners in a moment. Here comes Keith Wright in to finish in his Moggy Minor. He'll win Class D as the only starter. Just a couple of retirements there. Let's take a look at the provisional results of the Pre-66 Touring Car Fred Francis Trophy. Ian Thompson snatching the win on the line from Alex Thistlethwaite in the Mustang. They both win their classes. Thompson wins the Fred Francis Trophy. Simon Gustafsson in 3rd place. Piers Grange with a penalty drops to 4th, but he did get the fastest lap of the race. Gary Preble's Imp wins Class E in 5th position, and Jake Swan's Anglia Class C in 6th. Then the Davies Mini, Brendan Rooney, Ant Astley and Bob Bullen completing the top 10. Beyond them, Adrian Oliver, Steve Platts, Michael Loveland. Richard Bateman's Cortina wins the guest class ahead of Steve Dunn. Keith Wright, the final finisher, wins Class D. We lost Robin Slater, who pulled up at the chicane, and Kevin Swan into the pits at the end of lap 1. So the Francis Trophy about to be presented by Julia Francis very shortly to our race winner Ian Thompson. We'll find out what happened to Alex Thistlethwaite as well, I'm sure. He does get the class win though. Piers Grange, who leads the cars into Parc Ferme, but he's not the race winner. He took the flag, but a 10-second penalty for a false start drops him to 4th place. Next up, as you can see, lining up something very special indeed, the first leg of the Jochen Rindt Trophy for 2026. But for now, let's hand down to Parc Ferme.
Wow, what a wild finish that was. Alex Thistlethwaite comes up into 2nd spot, pipped to the post by Ian Thompson, who now makes his way up into the number 1 spot. He doesn't realise he's done it. He doesn't realise. Ian Thompson doesn't realise he's got number 1. He's not sure, look. He's still not sure. I think he needs to push it back. We'll grab a word of him very, very shortly. He was headed off to the number 3 spot, I think. But yes, according to our timings, Ian Thompson won it by 0.16 of a second over the line. He can't quite believe it, can he? Unfortunately, a penalty for Piers Grange, who did come over to start, finish straight in 1st place overall, but a time penalty dropped him down. Simon Gustafsson's just come in to 3rd place as well. So yes, here he is, Ian Thompson. wins the 7th race of the season. You didn't know, did you?
No, I didn't know. I had no idea.
Pete's got a penalty, and you pipped Alex right on the line.
I'm on the line. I thought I was second.
Yeah.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah, you got the win.
Oh, that, yes, get in there.
You couldn't believe it because you were coming in. I'm like trying to point to you. You're like, no, I mean, I'm not supposed to be there.
Oh, I love it. What a result that is. Fantastic. Had a good start.
Yeah.
Got around the outside of him, of Alex, and then he just had too much power for me. He's gone. But at the end, he was slowing down. There must something wrong with his car, but I got him at the end, so very happy.
Do you know, I love it. This is what racing's all about. Well done. I'm so happy for you. Really, really am. Let's go have a quick chat with Alex over here as well, if we can. Alex, can I borrow you, please, if that's all right? Look, everybody, it's Sonia. Look, everybody, it's Sonia. There you go. She loves being on camera. Alex, wow, what a finish that was. It didn't quite fall your way.
More interesting than I hoped it was going to be. I had 4th gear, I didn't only have 1 gear for half the race. So I was really frustrating coming in there. Go on. And it wouldn't go, and he got me. Well done him.
I'm all right in thinking, you're a busy man this weekend. You've entered about 4 cars, haven't you?
What have we got? I've actually entered 5 cars. I've got 2 cars in 1 race, and I'm racing one of my cars against another one of my cars with a guy called Jamie Hall-Smith and Charles White, and they're going to be racing against me.
I absolutely love that. That's brilliant. And look, what a wonderful event this Thruxton Retro is. You must be quite proud seeing it.
Yeah, it's getting better and better every year. We're just going to keep building on it, and it's going to be fantastic. Not that it isn't already, but it's just going to keep getting better.
Alex, thank you so much. Maybe later the #1 spot. Yeah, who knows? Let's move on. We'll grab Simon for a quick chat. He's just catching up with Mark Werrell at the minute, so we will speak to him very shortly. In fact, the Jochen Trophy cars, they're about to head out on track, so we might have to catch up with Simon a little bit later. We will certainly hear from him at some point this weekend, but it is time for the Jochen Trophy, and a little bit earlier I caught up with some of the drivers. Let's hear from them now.
Hello everybody! Yes, it is time for the Jochen Trophy first race of the weekend. Now hopefully you saw the content we filmed at lunchtime. The stories around these cars is simply quite remarkable indeed. Let's just jump into it and have a quick chat. Very quick word if we can. Where's your car? Which is yours? This one? Oh my word. Have you got a story? Tell me a story about your car.
It's the 1977 March that was wrecked in the Western Supermare Speed Trials a long time ago. And we bought it just after lockdown, and we've been rebuilding it ever since, and this is our second outing with it.
Oh wow, it is special. Look, what does it feel like to be part of this group? I mean, we're just looking down here in the pit lane down here at Thruxton, and it's such a sight, isn't it?
I mean, it's a cracking looking grid, isn't it? I mean, it's slightly petrifying, to be honest with you. But I mean, these are the quick things, and it's a quick track, and it's.
Well, you're a quick driver, right?
Not as quick as these guys up here.
We're about to find out, aren't we?
Yeah. No, it's I'm looking forward to it. I'm getting to grips with the car slowly, and it's gonna should be a good afternoon.
All I can say is thank you so much for bringing it out to play. Really appreciate it.
Yeah,
Have a good time. Thank you so much.
Okay, getting ready then for the first of 2 legs for the Jochen Trophy for historic single-seaters, celebrating the life of the man who dominated the European Formula 2 Championship on its visit to Thruxton in the late 1960s. Went on to become Formula 1's only posthumous world champion after losing his life in the 1970 Italian Grand Prix qualifying session. Let's have a look at the grid then. We'll give you info on the cars while the race is going on. Tom Smith in his March, number 41 on pole alongside Rory Smith. Already seen him in action now in a Rolls RT4. Second row, last year's winner Chris Porritt in his Chevron B40, and 93 Mark Harrison in his March 772. Neil Harrison, another March, just heard from him on row 3 alongside Ian Rowley in his March 79B. Row 4, Anthony Hancock, good qualifying effort for the Delta, alongside Gaia Skin in number 20. Steve Barlow, number 14, 25 Matthew Smith, completing the top 10 on the grid. Row 6 is Richard Cook, number 10, Clive Wood, number 60. Jim McGaughey in number 4, the Scotsman, alongside 63 Matthew Sturmer in the ex-Martin Brundle Formula 3 car. We heard from him earlier. So many great cars out there. There's 28 of them in total. It will be a rolling start. The pace car about to unleash them, and it will be a 20-minute race. Leg 1 of the Jochen Trophy. Second leg comes up tomorrow. We're underway then. The pack is unleashed. What a wonderful sight, this mixed field. Formula 2, Formula 3, Formula Atlantic, Formula Ford 2000 cars made living history here at Thruxton today. And it is the number 41 of Tom Smith who leads the way into the complex, chased by Rory Smith, no relation that we know of, in second place as they make their way out into the country for the first time. I must say at this point a very big thank you to long-time autosport journalist and PA commentator in this meeting, Marcus Pye, one of the authorities on historic racing, and no mean racing driver himself a few years ago, who's given me a lot of background information on some of the cars taking part in this race. As we see the number 25 car there, that's Matthew Smith in the Shift Point Racing March 712 down in the pack. Will pick up the leaders as they come round out of the complex. Just enjoying the sights and sounds around this opening lap at the moment. In tribute to Jochen Rindt, it is the number 41 of Tom Smith who leads the way. That's an ex-Formula Atlantic car that he's in, raced by Bruce Jensen in Canada in period, chased by Rory Smith in the ground effect Rolls with a Cosworth BDA engine. Ground effect useful on the fast sweeps of Thruxton. He's closing up on Tom Smith there for the lead. Chris Porritz, last year's winner, in third place, the blue car there, number 13. That's a Cosworth BGG powered Formula 2 car in the ICI colours. That's an ex-Davina Galitza car. The leading lady racer came close to making it to Formula 1 and became a noted truck racer as well. Side by side there in the pack, that's Jim McGaughey in the number 4, the ex-Special Saloon racer. Used to have a March BMW chassis with a Renault 5 body plonked on top. Takes all sorts of Special Saloon racing. He's in a Swift DB4, his chassis there. McGaughey down in 13th place. Somewhere in there as well is Matthew Sturmer in the ex-Martin Brundle car. The number 60 is Clive Wood, long-time Clubman's racer, among other things. Dropping back down the order here, though, there goes the ex-Brundle car, the Autobax liveried 1983 machine, driven by Matthew Sturmer. The Rolls RT3 goes through. Raced in period by Brundle against Ayrton Senna, and later by Tiffany Dell in the livery it's in now at the Macau Grand Prix in the Far East on the famous street circuit. Clive Wood behind him, and then number 57, we heard from Robin Lackford earlier on in the GRD, Group Racing Developments, designed by ex-Lotus man Joe Marquardt from Switzerland and raced in Indonesia from new by a driver called Dolly Indra. Now in the hands of Robin Lackford. The two Smiths still out in front, ahead of Chris Porritt, racing historic single-seaters for many years. Then the Harrisons, they've moved up from more modern Formula 3 machinery. They used to race in the F3 Cup series in Dalaras. Now regulars in the Derek Bell Trophy series, run by the Historic Sports Car Club. 56 there, that's Ben Hudson, his March 783. Various subclasses all the way down this field as Rory Smith to the inside takes the lead into the chicane in the Rolls. The two Formula Atlantic spec cars. Rory Smith, the ground effect Rolls, is a later Model 1 Formula Atlantic series run in the US and Canada, later became Toyota Atlantic, run in support of IndyCar racing. No surprise to see Rory Smith with the quickest lap, 1:13.908. Some would call him Mr. Thruxton, given his experience of this place. Porritt in third, then the Harrisons, and Ian Rowley in sixth place in his ex-Howdy Holmes car from the USA. Ian Rowley in a March 79B. Great to see Anthony Hancock up there as well in his Delta T81. That's a Formula Ford 2000 car running in Class G. Back down the order, the number 65, that's David Shepherd in his Chevron B25. That's a Canadian Formula Atlantic car. Running in the 2-litre F2 category here, Class B, David Shepherd. Classes A and B are for Formula 2 cars largely, classes C and D for Formula Atlantic, divided based on age. Class E and F for Formula 3 cars, and Class G is Formula Ford 2000. We should have one invitation class car out there as well. Jago Keane with his Palliser towards the back of the field. It's Jim McGoughy. Number 10 behind him is Richard Cook. We heard from him earlier on, the March 793. And 25 behind him, Matthew Smith in the March 712. 14 there on the inside is Steve Barlow, based up in the west of Scotland, as we heard in the pits earlier. That's the ex-NATO Djokovic car, the Peruvian driver, raced that in Italy. It's got an Alfa Romeo engine. Whilst the Formula 3 cars of that era had Toyota engines. The Classic Formula 3 celebrating its 40th birthday this year, and we'll have a 40th anniversary race in August at Castle Combe for the Marcus Pye Trophy. That's donated by the great journalist and commentator who we mentioned earlier, who is commentating on the PA system at this event this very weekend. Rory Smith lapping some slower markers there. Tom Smith gets through as well in second place. It's not really about the race as much at the moment, so more about seeing this living history in action. The cars go a lap down. Jago Keane, I think, was first to be lapped in the wingless Palliser. Jago also races Ferraris. He's got a Ferrari 308, races in various sports car events. 56 here, further back in the order is Ben Hudson, March 783. David Shepherd's got ahead of him in the 65 car. 155, that's Roger Newman in a Dassel Mark 10. That car was run in period by Lord Hesketh's team, famous for running James Hunt in F1, of course. Dassel built by a man called Jeff Rumble, who went on to build short oval racing cars as well, the Dassel Midgets, and then built Race Transporters, the Dassel company, known as the Dassel Racebox. McGoughy briefly appeared in British touring cars in the late 80s and early 90s. It's for his special saloon and special GT appearances that he's best known. Matthew Sturmer being reeled in by Robin Lackford, the navy blue GRD. As we heard earlier on, we've got an ex-Nigel Mansell car out there as well. That's Chris Butler in the number 15. Now, where is he in the order? We haven't seen him as of yet. Just looking down the timing screen, I'm not sure that car took the start of this race. Can't see him on the timing screen, unfortunately. We can see Chris Porritt, though, in third place. We caught a glimpse there of the number 13 in the Chevron B40. There's the number 1 of Anthony Hancock leading Class G. Anthony, the father of Sam and Ollie Hancock, very quick, historic racers. Anthony's been racing Formula 4 2000 cars in various events over the years, including 750 Motor Club Formula 4. This is the Delta T81 he's driving. Anthony Hancock, a restaurateur by trade, based in Surrey. Rory Smith, though, continues to lead. He's in among the back marker traffic. There's a big gulf in performance between some of these cars, the quicker Formula 2 and Formula Atlantic cars, and the less powerful Formula 4 2000s and so on towards the back of the field. Rory Smith in the Rolts leads the way. Founded by Ron Toranak, the former Brabham designer, in partnership with Sir Jack Brabham. Tom Smith still second, just over a second down. They're well clear of Chris Porritt, to the tune of about 13 seconds now clear of the Chevron B40, the ex-Davina Galitza car. Davina, of course, former British Olympic skier, as well as her motor racing exploits. The blue and yellow car there is Jeff Pashley, number 69. He's in a Reynard SF83. And the 144 there, Alan Lancaster, in a Pilbeam MP52, a make much more famous for their hill climb cars than circuit racing. He's just been passed by number 94. We heard from Neil Harrison just before the race got underway. The March 772, that's the Wendy Wolves liveried car. Neil Harrison's car, that was used by David Franklin. He became British hill climb champion in that car back in the late 70s. Had a BMW engine then. Once again, a huge thank you to Marcus Pye for all the background info on these cars. Marcus really is an encyclopedia of particularly historic single-seaters. He was very quick racing them himself. Six of Ben Hudson starting to come under pressure there. He's back in around 17th place. He's got the Dassel of Newman behind him, Roger Newman. Nine minutes to go in this first leg of the Jochen Rindt Trophy. The result of the two races will be added together. The race coming up tomorrow, and the aggregate winner takes the trophy, which takes the form of a silver steering wheel mounted on a pin. Jochen Rindt, of course, raced here at Thruxton several times in the 1960s, was dominant in European Formula 2, as we mentioned, made it to Formula 1, most notably with Lotus, was leading the Formula 1 World Championship when tragically, in qualifying for the Italian Grand Prix in 1970 at Monza, he crashed and lost his life. There were 3 races remaining in the Americas that season, and the rest of the pack could have overhauled his total. Jackie Ickx was in second place in the Ferrari, but his total points was not overhauled. He kept the world title. There's the Palliser we mentioned, number 50 Jago Keane, the wingless car. Not the quickest car out there, unfortunately, for Jago, and he's trying to get out of the way of the leaders. He's 2 laps down now. 47 being lapped in there as well. David Jones in the Van Diemen RF82. One of those cars was raced by a certain Ayrton Senna in 1982 before he moved up to F3 the following season. Alan Lancaster lets Jim McGoughy through there. Jeff Pashley involved as well, the 69 car. There are the leaders, and Tom Smith has been able to close back up again on his namesake Rory. While I've been giving you a history lecture on the cars, there is actually a good race going on here for the lead. These two well clear of their opposition. You look at, taking a quick look there at some of the classics, watching from the spectator bankings there. Notice we had an old NASCAR in the middle of things there. Very nice indeed. I really must stop getting distracted. Let's keep our eye on the race going on. There's Anthony Hancock still leading his class in what is now 8th overall. Jim McGoughy's got past him into 7th overall. There's the Pilbeam, number 144 of Alan Lancaster. It's the 80s and 90s. I think it was nearly 20 titles won by Pilbeam in hill climbing. There's McGoughy being lapped by the leaders, and Tom Smith's dropped back a little way again in the March 74B. But they're safely nearly 20 seconds clear of Chris Porritt in 3rd. Rory Smith already looking a good bet for the Jochen Rindt Trophy this year. 56 of Ben Hudson with his March 783. That's a Formula 3 car, 2-litre F3. It's like one of the Toyota-powered machines. Mentioned earlier on that Joe Marquardt designed the GRD. He later moved on to design cars for Modus and then Argo. We had hoped to have an Argo JM6 on the grid this weekend, Paul Dibden's car, but sadly that couldn't be here. But Rory Smith continues to set the pace. He's pulling away from Tom Smith now. Opened the gap up by over a second on the last lap. It is wonderful just to see these cars out there. 74 car goes a lap down. That's Steve Gardiner, the SG Racing Services Reynard SF80. It's a Formula Ford 2000 car. B5 being lapped as well is Neil Jenkins in his Chevron B38. That's an ex-Beppe Gabbiani car, the Italian, who briefly made it to Formula 1 in the early 80s with a Sella. '47 there, David Jones. The car has been racing for many years. There is one car out there this weekend. Mark Storer's number 11, the Delta T7980. He's had it from new. Hasn't raced it in over 40 years, we're told. Blue flags waving to the back markers there. Diego Keen's car at the back of this group. 27 car in there is Bruce Bulchin in his March 743. Matthew Sturmer in the ex-Martin Brundle chassis at the front of this group. Rory Smith has pulled away now to the tune of 3.5 seconds from Tom Smith. Will be even more than that this time. They're just crossing the line now. 3.9 seconds now. 3.5 minutes left. 1-2-2, that's Jeff Hoodless. Raced in Formula Ford for many years. He's got a Rolt RT1. We believe that's an ex-Larry Perkins car, the Australian. He's raced very successfully in touring cars in Australia alongside the likes of Peter Brock and Craig Lowndes. Diego Keen's wingless wonder, the Palliser. It's in Clapham in London, the number 50 car there, designed by Len Wimhurst, used to be with Brabham. They were built by Hugh Dibley. He was a racing driver and a pilot for the BOAC airline. So Diego Keen's Palliser moving down towards the back of the field. There have been a couple of retirements. David Shepherd has pulled into the pits, and Jeff Pashley as well. I saw him slowing earlier. The 69 car. Rory Smith continues to lead by almost 4 seconds. He just completed 14 laps. See what the gap is this time through as they cross the line any moment now. 3.5 seconds is his lead. So the penultimate lap now. There he is. Rory Smith, number 45, the Thruxton experts. Just defeated in last year's Jochen Rindt Trophy by Chris Porritz. Chris is well back down the road here. It's appropriate that he's an ex-Davina Galitza car. She was a truck racer for many years. Now lives in the United States. The British Truck Racing Championship is with us on BARC TV next week at Snetterton. Yellow flags have got a car off at Village Corner there. Didn't see who it was. And problems for the 63, Matthew Sturmer. His front wing is broken. That'll slow him. Lack of downforce, so he's had to slow up. I didn't see who that was off on the far side of the circuits. As the leader gets through there, back to lap the Levi's Jeans sponsored car of 93, Mark Harrison from Worcestershire. That's the ex-Ricardo Zunino March 772, and became a successful hill climb and sprint car. Ted Williams and the great hill climber Martin Bolsover drove that. Roy Woodhouse put a Rover V8 in it used in sprint events. Rory Smith goes into his last lap. Gap is 2.8 seconds to Tom Smith in second. Rory had a good battle with Tom early on, but in the second half of this race has never really been threatened. He's been able to pull away as they negotiate the back marker traffic. Trying to work out who that was who'd gone off on the far end of the circuit over there. Car has rejoined now. May have been Roger Newman in the Dassel. Rory Smith hasn't gone off, he's heading for the win. A few seconds left on the clock as he comes down towards the chicane. I think it will be checkered flag this time as he laps the pill beam of Alan Lancaster. Into the chicane. Right, left, right. into the pit straight. Will the checkered flag go out this time? No, it does not. So we do get one more lap. He was just as the clock counted down to 0 there, he came out of the chicane. We'll have one more lap for Rory Smith. Matthew Sturmer has pulled into the pits with that front end damage. Neil Harrison in 5th place in the number 94, the ex-David Franklin car. Gocky closes up to the back of the number 5 of Neil Jenkins. It's the ex-Nova motor car from Italy, and now the checkered flag is showing on our timing screen, in fact. So the checkered flag showed, no, now it's gone away again. TSL timing at the moment, can't decide if the race is finished or not. Well, it's gone back to green again now because no checkered flag was shown, we saw, to Rory Smith. It will be shown this time. Until the lap the race finishes on, he's going to take the win. And there is the checkered flag. Rory Smith wins the first leg of the Jochen Rindt Trophy here at Thruxton. Tom Smith comes over in second. Apologies for the slight confusion there. And they're well clear of Chris Porritt in the chevron in 3rd place. Mark Harrison has come through in 4th position, and Neil Harrison will be 5th, so only 3 cars on the lead lap at the end of that one. Ian Rowley will be 6th in the number 44. Round up the class winners when we take you through the results. There is Chris Porritt. The Olympus Cameras sponsored chevron. He zooms across the line to take 3rd place. Jim McGoughy has not come through. In fact, there he is. He stopped on the run up Woodham Hill. So the Swift is not going to finish, unfortunately, the Scotsman. That means Gaius Ginn inherits 8th place. Let's give you the provisional result of Jochen Rindt Trophy Leg 1. Rory Smith taking the win by just under 3 seconds ahead of Tom Smith, and they were over a minute clear of Chris Porritt back in 3rd. Lap down in 4th was Mark Harrison ahead of Neil. Then Ian Rowley, Anthony Hancock, Gaius Ginn, Richard Cook and Matthew Smith rounding out the top 10. Class winners, Class A went to Matthew Smith for the early Formula 2 cars. Class B went to Chris Porritt. Class C to Tom Smith. Class D to Rory Smith. Class E was Roger Newman. Class F to Gaius Ginn. And Class G for the Formula Ford 2000s to Anthony Hancock. Let's head down to Parc Fermé.
Well, welcome down to a very happy Parc Fermé, and it's Rory Smith who takes the win here in the Jochen Rindt Trophy. In fact, I get to give him this hat as well. How cool is that? Let's let him get his helmet off and we'll have a quick chat with him. Tom Smith coming home in 2nd place. We're still waiting for Chris Porritt, who came home in 3rd. The rest of the cars have gone straight back to the garages, so that's why we're just going to have the overall top 3 from that race. We caught up with Rory. He's been a busy boy, hasn't he? Rory, I get to give you this hat. How nice! That's a really nice hat, isn't it? Look at that. You're a busy man today, aren't you? I saw you a little bit earlier.
Yeah, I'm a little bit tired, I'm not going to lie. And I've got one more to go with the Fords, but it's good. Really enjoying it. I love this event. Come here every year if I can, and yeah, great to be going well in the role as well.
Well, for those who don't know, of course, there's 2 races overall. It's done on aggregate timings, isn't it? So you're in the best possible position right now. Tom, can we get you in as well? A little bit of work to do, but the pace is there, right?
Yeah, I was just a wuss on the brakes in the first couple of laps. I gave myself a bit of a kick in the back and started braking a bit later, but it just didn't feel like there was any grip today. I couldn't really brake in any lower in the 13s than we were in the 12s in qualifying. So yeah, we'll see what we can do and try and beat him tomorrow.
Well, I imagine then for race 2 tomorrow, more races going on, more rider going out on the track. We're going to see some pretty nifty racing tomorrow, aren't we?
Yeah, a bit earlier in the day, so maybe the track temperature won't be as high, and we can have a good race. I'll just have to be a bit braver on the brakes.
Guys, well done. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Mark Werrell, we need to have a chat with you as well. You go ahead, Mark. We've got no third place. Chris Porritt isn't here. I assume he's gone straight back to the garages, but as you can see over off to my right here, now my left, now my right. It is time for the classic touring cars of the pre-83s, the pre-93s and the 03s as well. And a little bit earlier, I caught up with this man down here, Dave Cave, for a quick chat. So let's hear from him now. Right, it is time for a packed grid of cars once again. The Classic Touring Car Race Club, the pre-83s, the pre-93s, the pre-03s as well. One of my favourite grids. And this is very special. This is for Carol, your mum, all right, who apparently always watches the live stream. She says, go speak to Dave. So Dave, I'll come to have a quick chat with you because it's good to see you, by the way. How are you?
All right, yeah.
How are we feeling ahead of this race?
Trying to stay cool.
Yeah.
Trying to stay cool. It's going to be hot out there, very hot. Try and manage the tyres.
It's quite windy though, do you feel that?
Yeah, it's always windy up here, always.
That's very true.
We'll see.
Look, your mum's watching, you got a message for her?
Hello Mum, I'll keep it on the black stuff.
Dave, lovely to see you, mate, by the way. Good luck. Carol, that one's for you. Let's keep going down. Shall we have a quick chat with another driver or such? Hello, my friends. How are we doing? You all right? How are we feeling?
All right, thanks, yeah. First time out in the classic touring cars this year.
Well, it's great to have you back, by the way. And you picked a cracking venue to come to, haven't you?
I know. I do like that. I'm local to it, so it makes it nice and easy. Yeah, it makes it nice and easy. So, yeah, I thought I'd come out and have a play.
Yeah.
Hopefully do a couple more of them this year and a bit more next year. But I'll probably be in Thunders next year with another car.
Nice.
Yeah.
Look, enjoy when it's loud, isn't it? Anyway, lovely to see you as well. There we go. Look, the cars lining up, getting ready to go. How many have we got in total? Let's have a quick look for you. 24 for the Classic Touring Car pre-83s, the pre-93s, the pre-03s. It's windy, but the sun is shining here at Thruxton Circuit. Only one thing left to do, and that's time to go racing. So let's hand it over to your commentator, Dave Goddard, to take you through the action.
Yes, thanks very much, Ian. So it's 3 championships in one in our next race. We've got the pre-83 Group 1 touring cars, the TrackHub.UK pre-93 touring cars, and the Bertie Haulage pre-2003 touring cars. There's going to be a split grid for this event. The pre-93s and 03s will go off from the front. Then a 5-second delay, and the older pre-83 cars, which aren't quite as quick, will join in and have to catch up to them. We're just going to be a couple of cars repatriated from out on circuit by the recovery crews at the moment. Then once the grid is formed, we'll have that split grid. Hopefully the quicker pre-83s might catch up to the back of the pre-93s and 03s, and they'll all be mixed in together again. This race is followed by the Scottish Motor Racing Club's Classic Saloons and Sports Cars and the Historic Mod Sports as well. Then the second race for the MG Owners Club Championship. The heroes of Formula Ford 1600 will be back out, and then the Classic Touring Car Racing Club's Classic and Historic Thunder with the Blue Oval Saloon Series. Some of the most powerful cars we will see here this weekend. We're back in action again tomorrow as well. We start up at around 10:40 a.m. with our second race for the Scottish Motor Racing Club. They race early tomorrow so that their Scottish visitors can make the long trip home. And we also welcome tomorrow the Historic Racing Drivers Club as well, with 3 of their series for historic saloon and GT cars. We'll take a look at this split grid then for the pre-93, 03 and 83 touring cars. The pre-93s and 03s go first. It's Ian Bauer in his BMW, the reigning pre-93 champion, his BMW M3 on pole. Similar car of Kevin Willis, number 95, alongside him. 911 Oliver Owen, racing in pre-03 with the green and white BMW, is on the second row alongside, just heard from the reigning pre-03 champion David Cave with his BMW on row 2. On row 3 we have Cam Tunio with his Honda Civic, who's had a couple of wins in pre-03 so far this year, alongside Cavan Granger. We just heard from him as well in the BMW 330 Ci. They're on row 3 alongside, ahead of Tim Tomblin, number 89, with his BMW, and Chris Bassett in his Peugeot 306. He runs in Pre-03. The fifth row of the grid, John Hillier with the BMW E36 Touring. Yes, that's Touring as in estate car. One of the few estates racing in the UK at the moment. John lines up alongside Ian Knight's Honda Civic Type R, but I didn't see that car in the assembly area, so Ian Knight's possibly had problems. I'm not sure he's out there. Steve Walden's BMW M3 is next, alongside the orange BMW, the Jägermeister liveried one of Graham Myers. And then we've got Andrew Idoine, his first appearance with the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. He's appeared in a couple of one-make championships with his Honda Civic, and he completes the first half of this grid. Then there'll be a 5-second delay, and then the Pre-83 Group 1 cars will be unleashed. They're headed up by Jerry Bailey, who's not in a Lotus Cortina. That's a misprint on the entry form. He's actually in a Rover SD1, Jerry Bailey, starting alongside the reigning Pre-83 champion Jonathan Corker in the Datsun 510. Behind them, Nick Grindrod with his Escort Mark 1 and the similar machine of Tom Harvey. He was really kicking the tail out during qualifying, so watch out for him. Then we've got Tim Clark in his Rover SD1 alongside Chris Snowden's Alfa Romeo Alfetta GT. Chris has been racing Alfa Romeos for decades now. Behind them, Don Hughes, he's in a Mark 1 Golf GTI alongside Jared Knight's Escort Mark 2. James Dunkley, the former Blue Oval Saloon champion with his Mark 1 Fiesta XR2 alongside Stuart Kay. Hopefully he's ditched the mullet for this one in his Ford Capri, the Triplex Capri. And then we've got Mike Broadway's Series 1 Jaguar XJ6. And alongside him, hopefully, we will see Jamie Sturges with his BMW 635 CSI, which had problems and missed qualifying, but he has been permitted to start from the back of the grid. It wouldn't surprise me, given Jamie, if he had problems with one car and went home to fetch another, because he lives literally next door to the Thruxton Circuit in Thruxton Village. So hopefully we'll see Jamie there at the back. We've got a fly past. Look at this. Everything retro here this weekend. When I was at Thruxton a few years ago, we had the Red Arrows fly over. That looks like a Spitfire to me. It is a Spitfire. Oh, 60s F2 cars, Spitfires. It's all gone retro here this weekend. Is he going to come in for a landing on the infield? Hi to Colin Ware, we mentioned him. Hi to Grant Moole from South Africa. Says hello to Dave Pointy and the gang. Pointy's not here this weekend, he's back next weekend for the Truck Racing Championship at Snetterton. Hi to Erki, watching from Finland. Viewers from all over the world here this weekend. We watch our fly pass taking place. Great to see the Supermarine Spitfire in the air. As we just await the circuit to be cleared up, ready for our touring car race, which will be over 15-minute duration. BMWs to the fore in this one in the Pre-03 and Pre-93 championships. A couple of Honda Civics will be contenders as well. And the older Pre-83 cars further back. Great to see Jerry Bailey and Tim Clark in their SD1s out there. I do like a Rover SD1. We had hoped to have another SD1, that of Nick Williamson, but I don't think he's here, unfortunately. Cars now making their way round. It'll be a standing start. There's Jerry Bailey in the SD1 heading up the Pre-83s, the Toshiba livery car. There's Jonathan Corker's little Datsun. Watch for Tom Harvey. His father, Adrian H. Harvey, is the leading exponent in classic Fords as well. That's where Tom gets his sideways driving style from. But it's the Castrol liveried M3 of Ian Bauer, double champion last year. He won the Pre-93 and Classic Thunder titles in that BMW. Jamie Sturges is there. There's the BMW 635. Very nice indeed. Chris Snowden in there. I think that's one of the Napolina liveried Alfa Romeos. He's got quite a collection of Alfas, as the late great Neville Hay said in commentary. Would have said in commentary, he's been racing Alfa Romeo since God was a boy. Bauer on the front of the grid then. Kevin Willis in the yellow M3. I think that might be an ex-Ray West car alongside him. Oliver Owen, good to see him out in the green BMW. He used to race a red one, now switching to green. And in the blue car is David Cave, the reigning Pre 03 champion. That's not an M3, that's a 328 he's at the wheel of. We're missing Cam Tunio's Honda Civic, he's not there. He would have been a contender against the Beamers. Cavan Granger's there, the white and green number 137. The multicoloured car on row 4 is Tim Tomlin. Alongside him, Chris Bassett's Peugeot 306 GTI. John Hillier's there. Ian Knight's not there, so we're missing 2 of the 3 Honda Civics. Only Andrew Edoyne out there in the Honda. Jerry Bailey's light blue SD1 heads up the pre-83s. Andy Rouse, Jeff Allen and Tim Harvey were among the leading exponents in SD1s in period. This is going to be an interesting one. Will the quicker pre-83s catch up to the more modern opposition in front? The green flag waves at the back of the grid. Pre-83 Group 1 touring cars giving chase to the Trackhub.uk pre-93s, the Bertie Haulage pre-03 touring cars. The red lights are on. And 3 in 1 about to get underway. Off they go. 5 seconds later, the pre-83s are started on the flag. Ian Bauer leads the field away ahead of Willis. Oliver Owen in the green machine in 3rd position. Cavan Granger's got away well up into 4th. There is Ian Bauer who leads them off. The man from Southampton in the Castrol liveried M3. Slides a bit wide at the complex. Now, where's the cavalry charge from the pre-83s? There they are. It's Nick Grindrod who's got away well, the man from Birmingham in his Escort. He's at the front of the pre-83 field. Oh, Jerry Bailey hasn't got going. I didn't see what's happened there, whether the car just pulled up or whether he got hit coming off the line, but one of the SD1s is out. Where's the other one? Is Tim Clark still going? Try and pick that up in a moment. Yes, he is. There he is in, I think, 4th place in the pre-83s. There's Jonathan Corker's little Datsun being chased by Tom Harvey's Escorts, the man from Kent. Change for the lead, meanwhile. That is Kevin Willis that has taken up the lead in the number 95 out on the back of the circuit, but I think the safety car is about to be called. I saw the SC light flashing on the marshal's post there, the field slowing down, and because of Jerry Bailey's stranded car, we have our first safety car of the weekend. So Alan Evans will pick the field up, driving the safety car this weekend. Pack will have to slow up and assemble single file. There's the reason. Jerry Bailey's SD1 unfortunately expiring off the line. And that has closed things up nicely. It's helped the pre-83s to catch up to the more modern cars. That's a great shame for Jerry, a lovely looking Toshiba Computers liveried SD1. There's a couple of SD1s incidentally out in the next race. The Scottish Motor Racing Club, the Kinmon brothers, have brought their SD1s with them. So Kevin Willis, number 95, is your leader. Now from Salisbury. It's BMWs all the way at the front of the field. The first non-BMW is Chris Bassett's Peugeot. Ian Bauer second. Cavan Granger with a good start. He's up to 3rd in the 330 CI. And then Oliver Owen's green and white machine. There's Don Hughes in the Mark 1 Golf. He ran that car several years ago and has got it going again over the last couple of seasons. Also got a Peugeot 306 he's competed in the Pre-03 series with. Behind him, Chris Snowden's Alpha. Jared Knight's Mark II Escort, and then the lovely Mark I Fiesta XR2 of James Dunkley. James Sturgis still back at the rear of the field in the big BMW 635. And the Thruxton tow truck removes Jerry Bailey's car. One of the great touring cars of the early 80s, the Rover SD1 Vitesse. Nick Grindrod is keeping back from the first half of the grid. Nick Grindrod has raced just about everything over the years. He's done short oval racing, raced in the Grand Prix Midget Club. He's done Legends cars, pickup trucks, Caterhams, Mazda MX-5s, you name it, Nick's raced it. His sons have taken part in Ninja Kart racing on the ovals as well. Keeping it nice and steady. It looks like we are going to do one more lap behind the safety car. There's the other SD1, that of Tim Clark. Rare to see Ian Bauer headed in the pre-93 championship over the last couple of years, but Kevin Willis keeping him honest here. Pre-03s are headed by Granger, but he's in Class G, the guest class, so not registered for points. He's here as a one-off. So the leading scorer for Pre-03s is David Cave in 5th place. Oliver Owen is in the guest class as well. Pre-83 leader is Grindrod ahead of Corker and Harvey. They are keeping the gap between the two grids at the moment. Keep your comments coming in. Quick hello to Bethan Lloyd watching down in South Wales. She'll probably be pleased that Tom Nippers took a win for Wales in the Heroes of Formula Ford 1600 race. Lights are still on atop the safety car, so not confirmed we're going back to green flag racing this time just yet. Watch as it comes up Woodham Hill, that might change things. Pack heads back towards the chicane. Yes, lights have now gone out on top of the Porsche. And the pack is going to be unleashed this time. There'll be about 8 minutes left on the clock. After Jerry Bailey's SD1 was removed from the front straights. Alan Evans will pull the Porsche into pit lane, and Kevin Willis in the yellow BMW will lead them off in this combined race for the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. Away they go. Back towards Allard they go for what will be the 4th time in this race. Green flag waves all the way around the circuit on the first lap of the restart. Up towards the complex they go. It is Ian Bauer on the tail of Kevin Willis for the lead. Cavan Granger in 3rd place, then Oliver Owen in 4th position. Rounding out the top 5 is David Cave. Then the BMW Estate of John Hillier in 6th position. That's running well. Chris Snowden battling it out there in the Alfa Romeo with Don Hughes in the Mark I Golf GTI. Chris, in one of his collection of Alfa Romeos, raced and won the Alfa Romeo. Oh, big tangle there. Who's that going off? That's Chris Bassett's Peugeot into the infield. Off into the rough, as they say in golf. Who did he tangle with? Somebody else was spinning. I didn't see who it was. It's John Hillier, the BMW Estate. He's off. Hasn't gone as far into the rough as the Peugeot did. And remarkably, they're able to get going. Chris Bassett was lucky that Peugeot didn't dig in sideways and roll there. There's the Pre-83 leader, the V-Tune Rolling Road sponsored Escort of Nick Grindrod. Saw that car debut at Pembrey last season with a couple of wins, and he's on the tail of Andrew Edoyne in the Honda Civic here. Also a West Midlands based driver from Dudley. Man from Birmingham goes through. Jonathan Corker, the reigning champion, the Datsun 510 in 2nd place. Then it's Tom Harvey, then Tim Clark in the white SD1. to complete another lap. Grindrod now in 9th place overall, with Hillier and Bassett having come to grief. It's BMWs all the way, holding the top 8 places at the moment. Oliver Owen being chased down by David Cave, the defending pre-03 champion. It's been BMW versus Honda Civic in that championship for a few years now. Only Chris Bassett's Peugeot, the real interloper this weekend. Sadly, 2 of the Hondas didn't make the start of this race. Ian Knight and Cam Tunio. Hopefully they'll make it back out tomorrow as Cave goes through past Oliver Owen on the far side of the circuit up into P4. Next through Tim Tomlin. And a gap back to Graham Myers in the Jägermeister car. He's got Steve Walden on his tail. And a change for the lead in pre-83. Jonathan Corker has taken over from Nick Grindrod. There's Tim Clark's SD1. Such wonderful looking cars, the Rover SD1s. He's got ahead of Tom Harvey's Escort. Despite the popular rumour, the design was not based on the Ferrari Daytona. Ferrari Daytona, rarely seen racing either. More famous as a road car, a bit like Ferrari's Jaguar E-Type in a way. Is that Ian Bauer in trouble? Looks as though Bauer was possibly slowing there. We catch up with the battle between Graham Myers and Steve Walden. That's for 7th place, but I thought Ian Bauer was slowing there. Coming out, or did he have a moment?
Scottish Classic Sports and Saloon Championship.
He slid out wide, he got off the curb.
3.
Wheels.
Hello, everybody, welcome.
And had to gather it up again, so it was just a minor mistake, a rare mistake by Ian Bauer, the double champion from last season. Steve Walden, his most recent success was in the handicap race at Brands Hatch, the classic touring car all-comers handicap at the end of last season on the Brands Indy circuit. Chases Graham Myers. Just over 4 minutes of the race to go. It's looking good for Kevin Willis to take an outright victory. He will win the pre-93 split if so. Graham Myers hanging on in the GEM Developments BMW. It's for 7th place and 3rd in class. There's John Hillier, he's got going again, just in front of Mike Broadway in the Jaguar XJ6 Series 1. I think that's the ex-Simon Lewis car. Running towards the tail of the field at the moment, but leading his class, I think. Yes, pre-83 Class A. We may have lost Jamie Sturges as well. I think the BMW has dropped out, a reoccurrence of the problems from qualifying. David Cave continues to hold off Oliver Owens' BMW E36. Doesn't say whether that's an M3 or a 328. Cavan Granger running well up there in P3. He'll be pleased with that. As a result of that error by Bauer, the lead gap has gone out to 3 3/4 seconds now. It's looking good for victory for Kevin Willis. Battle for 4th, heads into the chicane. They're about 5 seconds clear of Tim Tomlin, who's running well in 6th, newcomer this year. Myers, Walden and Jonathan Corker now leads the pre-83s. He's 9th, ahead of Nick Grindrod overall. They're ahead of Andrew Adoyne's Civic. Kevin Willis continues to lead. There's the Civic. Adoyne ahead of Tom Harvey, who's back ahead of Tim Clark, and behind them, in fact making a move there on Tim Clark possibly, is Chris Bassett's 306. He's recovered well. Just under 2 minutes to go now in the heat of Thruxton. This combined race for the pre-83, pre-93 and pre-2003 touring cars. The pre-03s are set to be won by Cavan Granger, but David Cave will be the top scorer, as Tom Harvey is taken by Chris Bassett. There's Clark and Snowden behind. Pre-83s could be won by Jonathan Corker, looking to retain his title this year. There's Don Hughes, leading class with his Golf, ahead of James Dunkley's Fiesta. Don Hughes, another locally based racer here, lives in Andover, just down the road. Here's the battle in pre-83 / pre-03, because the Civic and the Peugeot behind Nick Grindrod, and Chris Bassett determined to make up for lost time in that 306 after he was taken off into the rough earlier on. But Nick Grindrod's having none of it. My car might be older, but it's just as quick, he says. He's trying to get after not Chris Bassett, but Jonathan Corker, and they're going into their last lap now. Meanwhile, out on the back of the circuit is Kevin Willis. There's Jamie Sturgis, the big BMW 635, not running well today, sadly. It's going to be Kevin Willis in the 95 BMW M3 who's going to take the win as the clock counts down to 0. He comes up Woodham Hill. Well, Ian Bauer isn't defeated very often in the pre-93 Touring Car Championship, but that's what we're going to see here at Thruxton. The man from Salisbury, Kevin Willis, comes through the chicane for the final time. The checkered flag is in sight, and Kevin Willis wins at Thruxton. A fine drive. Ian Bauer, after a mistake coming out of the complex, will come home in second, and Cavan Granger brings his green and white machine home in third place, sliding his way through the chicane for the third time. He'll be the top finisher in pre-03, but he's running in the guest class, so won't score points. David Cave, therefore, is the highest scorer in pre-03. He finishes ahead of Oliver Owen. It'll be Tim Tomlin next home in the BMW, the livery almost mimicking the Jack Civic. He's running Japanese touring cars. Mike Broadway comes home a lap down, and a great recovery by Chris Bassett in the 306. He's got ahead of the pre-83 cars, despite a bit of trim hanging off underneath there. Steve Walden comes home in 7th ahead of Graham Myers. Bassett back up to 9th, and Jonathan Corker wins the pre-83 split in the Datsun. Grindrod 2nd, and 3rd goes to H. Harvey. Chris Snowden's Alpha next. There's Jared Knight in his very smart Mark II Escort, the man from Devon. Tim Clark dropping back in the closing stages there, finishes behind Don Hughes. James Dunkley, the food businessman from the South Midlands, brings his Fiesta home. And then Jared Knight's Escort, the last man to cross the line should be Stuart Kay. But here's our provisional result then of our combined pre-83, pre-93 and pre-03 touring car race. Kevin Willis takes the win ahead of Ian Bauer, with Cavan Granger making it a clean sweep of BMWs on the podium. Granger also the first pre-03 car home. David Cave next ahead of Oliver Owen, and Tim Tomlin, Steve Walden and Graham Myers. Chris Bassett in the 306 coming home in 9th place, the first non-BMW, not bad, recovering from his off. And Jonathan Corker wins the pre-83s in the little Datsun in 10th overall. Andrew Edoyne was 11th in the Honda, then Nick Grindrod, Tom Harvey, not H. Harvey, sorry, in the Escort in 13th. Then it's Chris Snowden, Don Hughes, Tim Clark, James Dunkley, Jared Knight, Stuart Kay, John Hillier recovering after he went off in the Estates. Then Mike Broadway and Jamie Sturgis, the final finishers. The only non-finisher there, bad luck to Jerry Bailey. Hopefully he'll be back out for tomorrow's race as the cars head into pit lane. Next up on the schedule today, we've got our guests from north of the border, the Scottish Motor Racing Club's classic saloons and sports cars, plus the historic mod sports. But first of all, let's head down to Ian in Parc Fermé.
Parc Fermé. And it's Kevin Willis who comes in. He will come into the #1 spot. He is our race winner, of course, as he makes his way up. There he goes. Yeah, he gives a big nod of the head. Ian Bower coming home in second place, and in third it was Kevin Granger. That's your top 3 overall. Kevin Willis winning the pre-93 category there. Kevin Granger the 03s, and Jonathan Corker picking up the pre-83 win there as well. Kevin Granger's just stopped behind, actually, Kevin Willis. So we'll grab a quick chat with Kev as soon as he gets out of the car. We'll grab a chat with Ian as well, and Cav also. He now comes up into the #3 spot. Yeah, great result actually for Kevin Granger, isn't it? We spoke to him a little bit earlier. It's his first meeting of the season with the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. We'll let Kev get out of the car. Ian's hopped out quickly already. No, Ian, I don't talk to you till second this time, all right? Because I've got somebody a little bit... Go on. Brilliant racing. Kev, wow, great racing out there, hey?
Oh, fantastic. I can't believe it. I cannot believe it.
Did you not know you were parking up in the wrong place?
Well, to be honest, I'm out of energy, or just anywhere I could stop. I was happy with that.
What's it like out there? You're going round, it's the fast circuit, of course, but there's so many people here as well.
Obviously very hot today. Doesn't seem to be much grip. Seems to be a lot of people slipping and sliding, including myself. To be honest, I never thought I'd beat Ian. It's been a long time coming.
Yeah.
But I could see he was a bit loose in places. I thought I'd better go early and try and make the break.
And it worked, because you won by over 4 seconds.
It worked, which is fantastic, isn't it?
Kev, I'm so happy for you, mate. Well done, buddy. Congratulations. Let's go have a chat with Ian. Normally, he's the first person we speak to. This time, he's the second person we speak to. Ian.
Yeah, not
This is
today.
unusual. What's going on?
Better driver won today. It's Kevin's local track, so he raced well today. I think I kind of went off a little bit. He got a bit of luck being in front of the safety car.
Yeah.
And then so it was a good race. So hopefully race 2 tomorrow, I can take it to him and see if I can pip him.
Top man, good to see you. We'll have a run later. Oh no, I ain't got my stuff with me. Oh no. Right, we'll grab a very quick chat with Kevin Granger. Coming up next, we have something very special, something I'm very excited about because I've never done it before. Kevin, just before we let you go, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Third overall, but you pick up the win in class as well.
Yeah, but I mean, luckily I've not taken the points because I don't want to muck up their championship. So no, I was quite happy with that. I mean, Dave's quick, Tim's quick.
Yeah.
I was just saying to the gentleman there, I've got a good jump. I've got a good start. I've got a jump on Dave. I could see him catching me towards the end.
Yeah.
Admittedly. So I thought, all right, count the time down, and I managed to get across the line.
Are they all these three for you? Are they all 3 for you? Have you seen them?
So, really?
Someone's parked them on your car. Look, claim them.
Thing is, though, right, 2 baby shams on anybody used to tell you. If I drag them, Colin put them there. I've no idea. So.
I'll come join you later. Well done, Kevin. All right, here we go. Look, over here in the assembly area, this is the Scottish Classic Sports and Saloon Championship in Historic Motorsports. They're about to head on out, and John and I caught up with a number of the drivers a little bit earlier, so let's hear from them now. Hello everybody, welcome down to the assembly area. Now I'm very excited for this because I don't think I've ever covered the Scottish Classic Sports and Saloon Championship in Historic Motorsports ever before. Now John and I have been looking at the entry list of the cars. We've been doing a bit of geeking out here. One of our favourites, for a doubt, Peter Baker here in the Aston Martin DB4 Lightweight. I've got to come have a quick chat if that's okay, Peter, because John and I, John's with the camera there, we've been geeking out a little bit over your car. Tell us a story about it. How long have you had it? What's the story behind it?
So I had it two years, and we've been developing it and making sure it's right for a race. And this is really the first race that we've done. We tried to do one at Silverstone, but only did qualification because we had an engine problem. And since then we're been one track day, and that's it. So this is it.
We're feeling confident now. We're obviously saying, you're smiling, you're looking happy, you're looking ready.
So the car's got lots of power. It's a bit light at the back. We're finding lots of power. So happy really. We're learning.
Excellent. Well, you've done a pretty good job so far. I'll tell you, thanks for talking to us. Thanks for bringing it out to play as well. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that as well. Because next to us, look at this, we've got TVR Griffiths as well. And in this car, we have Jonathan Ellison. So let's have a quick chat with Jonathan. Just we're just enjoying the array of cars we've got here, to be honest, and yours is a fine machine as well. Tell us a story.
I bought it 20 years ago as a pile of bits, and spent 4 years rebuilding it, and been perfecting it ever since. And it's
so a labour of love, is it?
Yeah, it's far from. Yeah, and I'm now learning it after I've done loads and loads of mods to it over the last year, all over again.
Yeah, yeah.
And I'm not a fan of the track.
Oh,
It doesn't suit the car. It's got the smallest wheelbase of any car here.
Oh, is it? Okay.
And it's got by far the most power.
Yeah.
So it's horrible to drive. I'm literally cacking myself.
Well, at least you're optimistic.
Yeah.
Well, Jonathan, be careful out there, won't you? Thanks for coming out. Thanks for bringing it out to play as well. Try and enjoy it, won't you? You will. You enjoy it more than I think you realise.
Give it my shot.
Top man, there we go. That's Jonathan Ellison. I'll just push that in. Yeah, what a great array of cars. I mean, look at here as well, by the way. I know we probably should cut off because we need to go racing very, very shortly. Indeed, Neil Vaughan here in the Chevrolet Corvette. Look at it. It's just, let's just jump in very quickly. We were marvelling at the exhausts a little bit earlier of this car. This is some machine, isn't it?
The machine's pretty good. The driver's in the wanting.
No, I'm not having that. I don't believe that for a second.
It's a bit faster than me, but it's a great car. It's great fun. Yeah. I really enjoy it. Big thumping V8, 540 cubic inches, and an awful lot of cart horse technology in it. But there's a cart horse behind the wheel. But I enjoy it. It's great fun. It's wonderful.
You're smiling, it's automatic. Look, go out there, have a great time, Thanks for bringing it out to play, we really appreciate it. Yeah, here we go then. It's time for the Scottish Classic Sports and Saloon Championship with the historic and mod sports here at Thruxton Retro. Dave Goddard, over to you.
Thanks very much, Cars. Just coming up to the grid then for this. Well, it's a bit of an all-comers race, really, for the classics and mod sports. Matthew Ellis on pole after qualifying in the DAF 55 V8. More on that in a moment. Steve Barnard alongside him with his Space Frame Escort Mark 1. David Morrison's Mod Sports Midget and Dean Clayton's Golf GTI on row 2. Stephen Primet, yes, he's back in his Escort Mark 1, the multiple classic touring car champion on row 3 alongside Adam Kinmund in the Rover SD1 Vitesse. Martin Reynolds in his Mach 1 Mustang, he's on row 4 alongside John Kinmund in his SD1. Alistair Baptist's Fiat X19 and Peter Baker's Aston Martin complete the top 10. Then John Ellison in the TVR alongside Ian McBay's Davrian. Ewan Anderson's V8 engine MGB alongside Tom Owen's Peugeot 205 GTI on row 7. Row 8, Neil Vaughan's Corvette and the little Fiat 128 Coupe of Paul Bowers. The 9th row, we've got David Brewis, long-time special GT racer with his MG Midget and Miles Castaldini and the Davrian. William Underwood's Triumph TR7 V8. Ian Morton's Austin A40. And at the back, hopefully, we'll see the little Fiat Uno of Philip Morton. So a quick run through the grid there for you before they form up and get ready to go. And in pole position is the DAF 55 V8. I'm not making that up. That is a DAF 55, as in the little DAF Variomatics, the Dutch cars with the continuously variable transmission. But really in body shell only. It's a special saloon car from the 70s. The chassis is a March single-seater. The engine is a 5-litre V8. It's one of the maddest race cars I've ever seen. I'm really pleased to see it here in the hands of Matthew Ellis. It's the ex-Tony Hazelwood car from back in the 70s. It's got Steve Barnard's Space Frame Mark 1 Escort, the man from my hometown of Burntwood in Staffordshire, alongside him. As we say, only a few Scottish drivers on this grid, including the Kinman brothers in their SD1 V8s. It's a bit of an all-comers field, this one. We haven't got the Fiat Uno at the back, unfortunately. Problems in qualifying for that car. There's a gap on row 3 as well. Stephen Primet's Escort, sadly, is not there. But the cars that are there are ready to put on a show. The green flag waves at the back of the grid. A DAF 55 V8 on the front row alongside a Space Frame Mark 1 Escorts. The Fiat X19 of Alistair Baptist, I've just been told, is starting from the pit lane. Will there be any others in there as well? We'll wait and see as the race gets underway. The DAF struggles to get its power down, and into the lead from the second row goes David Morrison in the Mod Sports Midgets. But it weighs about as much as a sack of potatoes, that car, so he was inevitably going to charge clear off the line. What a mixture of cars we've got out there. This is a really special field indeed. Look at the SD1 coming through on the inside. That's one of the Kinmans, the V8 engine MGB charging its way through as well. Yeah, the X19 joining in from the pit lanes. This is going to be tricky to keep up with. The midgets away and gone. It's one of the Kinmans, that's Adam Kinman, the green and blue car, was second. Now the power comes on from the special saloons and mod sports cars, and it's the DAF V8 that charges into second in the hands of Matthew Ellis. Seen him racing Chevy Camaros and a Talbot Sunbeam Lotus in the past, along with his father Martin. There's the other SD1 of John Kinman, the second of the brothers. That was a bizarre first lap by Adam Kinman. He went from about 6th on the grid, back into 1st, and then back to 4th again in the space of 3 corners. The DAF V8, oh, is it slowing down there? On the back of the circuit. Yeah, I think Matthew Ellis is in trouble. That's a shame. So they sort themselves out around the first lap then. We'll establish an order when they get to the end of the first lap. There's one of the Davrians, the special GT cars. There's the Triplex Rover of John Kinman, Dean Clayton in the Golf Mark II GTI, making a move on the MGB, number 51, Ewan Anderson's car. So who's leading as they complete all that around the first lap? It's Morrison's Mod Sports Midget that's got the lead. Steve Barnard in second. Said based in my hometown, runs a road sweeper company in the Escort Mark 1. Used to run an Audi TT space frame in sprints and hill climbs. He's second. Adam Kinman's Rover is third. Then John Kinman is fourth. And then the battle for fifth between Ewan Anderson's MGB and Dean Clayton, the locally based driver in the Golf. Used to run that in the production GTI Championship. He's got through past the MGB there. And then we've got Martin Reynolds, the classic Ford collector from Norfolk, in his Mach 1 Mustang. It's not until you stand next to that car you realise just how big it is. I wonder if we'll see that out in Classic Thunder as well this weekend. Behind him, the TVR Griffith of John Ellison. Used to race Triumph Spitfires very successfully, and TR5s as well. Big twitch there from the MGB of Ewan Anderson. Big slide there from Adam Kinman as well. Two beautiful Rovers. Listen to that V8 rumble. There's the DAF sadly in the pits. That's a great shame. Matthew Ellis, who put in a great effort in the qualifying session. Dean Clayton ahead of Ewan Anderson, and further back behind them we've got the likes of Martin Reynolds, John Ellison and Tom Owen in his Peugeot 205 GTI running in the invitation class along with Dean Clayton. There's the 205. Even the timing screen can't keep up with this at the moment. But there's our leaders. Number 45, David Morrison from Chesterfield. I think that might be one of the ex-Southcott team MGs, in which case it's most likely got a Vauxhall red top engine in it as John Kinman power slides his Rover there. Look at this, throwing that big machine around. Just how Andy Rouse would drive one. A lot of these drivers making their first ever visit to Thruxton. The Scottish series don't very often visit here. The timing tower has now sorted itself out, so it's a lead for Morrison of 0.3 of a second over Stephen Barnard, who's done the fastest lap. There's Alistair Bapty, one of our Scottish visitors from Perth, in the Scott Fast Fiat X19. He's catching one of the Davrians, number 88 that is, Ian McBay from Exeter. Very much the opposite ends of the country battling it out there. Now, Davrian were a make based originally in London and later moved to Lambton in Wales. There's two men named David and Ian, hence the name Davrian, and they were special GT cars powered by the Mini or Hillman Imp engines originally. The company was later renamed Darien and became known for the T90 GT cars, which competed more successfully in rallying. Sadly, the other Davrian, Miles Castaldini, the Mark V, is in the pits. There it is. That's got a Hillman Imp engine. Odd-looking cars, the Davrians, but sadly Miles isn't putting any more miles on it in this race. He's out, and Stephen Primet, we see his Escorts out of the race as well. He sadly didn't make it to the start. Somebody else has pulled in. Oh, it's the Aston Martin. Number 96, Peter Baker, has retired. Yeah, that's the problem with mod sports and special saloon type of cars. They're quick, but they are fragile. 45, David Morrison's car isn't fragile though. He's out in front, just under a second clear of Stephen Barnard's Escorts now. Barnard, a regular competitor, as we mentioned, in sprints and hill climbs at his local sprint venue of Kerborough near Lichfield in Staffordshire with his Audi TT Space Train before buying the Mark 1 Escort on eBay. It's the DAF sadly out of the race, being helped away by the marshals there, Matthew Ellis and Peter Baker's Aston as well. TVR rumbles on, the Griffith growl we hear from John Ellison's car. This is the battle for third place between the Kinmons in their lovely Rovers, and Dean Clayton's Golf closing on them now as well. Wonderful to see the period liveries on the SD ones there as well. Very well cared for cars they are, but not the way John Kinman's driving it, as Dean Clayton dives past Adam Kinman, his brother. And now he dives past John Kinman, who's more interested in power sliding his SD1, I think, but the power of the Rover will carry him back ahead of the Golf. This is a classic battle, power against handling. Here are the leaders, meanwhile. Steve Barnard. The only circuit race he used to do every year was the Plum Pudding race meeting at Mallory Park on Boxing Day in his Audi TT Space Train, but he's expanded a bit since he bought this Escort. And he's closing right up on Morrison. He's going to have a go for the lead here at Woodham Hill. And Barnard's through. Coming up to half distance in this race, he takes the lead as they come up to lap the Austin A40 of Ian Morton. All the way from Leven in Scotland, the little Austin A40 Farina goes a lap down. And William Ralph Underwood's TR7 gets lapped as well. That car's raced for many years with the Classic Sports Car Club in their Future Classics series for 70s cars. So Barnard now leads. Ewan Anderson under fire from Martin Reynolds in the big Mach 1 Mustang. Looks more like a dragster, doesn't it? When I visited Martin's headquarters a few years ago, he showed us how well it can do a burnout as well. Very much a classic Ford collector, Martin Reynolds. He's got his Mark II Escort here this weekend as well. Runs a construction company based near Kings Lynn in Norfolk. There's Ellison behind him in the TVR, and Tom Owens 205 as well. Shame we haven't got Philip Morton's little Fiat Uno out there as well. I've not seen a Fiat Uno racing since the days of the Fiat Racing Challenge, about at least 20 years ago now, which was Unos and 127s. We have got a Fiat out there, well, two of them in fact, Alistair Baptie's X19 and the number 71, which is Paul Bauer's little Fiat 128 Coupe. We've not seen that yet. There go the Rovers. Adam and John Kinman having their own scrap here. Possibly a bit of damage to the front splitter there on Adam's car, the Austin Rover Fleet liveried car. Triplex colours there, we see that on the Ford Capri as well, Stuart Kay's Capri. And also on a rather special car we'll be seeing racing tomorrow. Tune in to see it. But Clayton's Golf has got the legs of these two. And Stephen Barnard has got the legs of our leader. He's over 2.5 seconds clear now of the number 45 of David Morrison. His Mod Sports MG Midget was off the line like a stabbed rat, as David Addison would say. But Barnard reeled him in. It's a real shame the DAF V8 hit problems. The DAF Variomatic, with its continuously variable transmission, was not known as being the fastest car on the road, so seeing one racing must be quite a surprise. Ewan Anderson's MG there under fire from Tom Owen. Martin Reynolds monsters his way past the Underwood Triumph. And the little A40 still going well. That's of Ian Morton from Leven in Scotland. See what the lead gap is this time across the stripe. 7 laps completed. Morrison's got a problem, I think. His last lap was a 1 minute 47 when his best lap of the race is a 1 minute 29. So the number 49, well, number 45 rather, of David Morrison is in trouble here. Those two were well clear of the field, but Morrison has dropped right back now. Barnard's out on his own. So we'll try and pick up on what's happened. There is David Morrison. Whether he had a spin somewhere, I'm not sure. But to lose about 18 seconds in one lap, there's damage, I think, to the right front there of the car. So it maybe he's had an off somewhere. Oh, that's the little Fiat 128. Number 71, Paul Bowers, from all the way from Dundee to Thruxton this weekend. But the little Trivellato Racing Fiat goes up in smoke. Such a shame. That's a very pretty little car. Tom Owen continues to chase Ewan Anderson's MG. That's the battle for 6th. Chased by John Ellison's TVR. And Morrison must have gone off somewhere out of our sight, because he's still second. His last lap was a 1 minute 32, so we didn't see how he lost 18 seconds in one lap, unfortunately. Where's John Ellison going? Makes a mess of the chicane. There's only a couple of minutes of this race to go now, with Stephen Barnard seemingly going to win it. And coming from the same town as Stephen lives in, Burntwood in Staffordshire. I'm certainly pleased to see that on a personal note. There are the Rovers, 4th and 5th, behind the Golf of Clayton. There are the Kinmans. I did say they were brothers earlier on, their father and son. I've just been corrected, apologies there. There's less than a minute on the clock now, and Stephen Barnard is on his final lap. Out into the back of the circuit for the final time. It's been a typical special saloon and classic mod sports race, really. Several cars quick but fragile. David Brewis' MG Midges has just pulled into the pits. Used to race the Suzuki SC100 Whiz Kid, a tiny little car, that one. Here comes the Mark 1 Escort of Stephen Barnard. Forward to lift off and just ease it home from here. It's nearly 17 seconds clear after a mishap for Morrison. Through the chicane for the final time. And here he comes up towards the checkered flag this time. Big up Burntwood. Steve Barnard takes the win. There is David Morrison. He must have had an off somewhere. His passenger door's flapping slightly. There's a bit of damage to the right front, but he does get the Mod Sports midget home for second place. Dean Clayton in the Golf will take third, and he wins the invitation class. And the top of the Scottish Classic Sports and Saloons Championship runners will be the Rovers of the Kinmans. Adam ahead of John. Should be Tom Owen's Peugeot next home. Yes, there he is. Saw the Neil Vaughan Corvette a lap down. 7th goes to Ewan Anderson. John Ellison is 8th. Martin Reynolds 9th. Now Alistair Baptiste should round out the top 10. I think there's Ian McBay's Davrian. Now has he got through for 10th place ahead of the little Fiat? No, there's the Fiat. Alistair Baptiste comes over in 9th place. McBay in 10th place, rather. McBay in 11th. It is a shame that we lost the DAF V8 early on there. That would have been in the fight for victory. Dirt Devil RC Motorsports, one of our viewers from Australia, says, I had an uncle with a car that had a continuously variable transmission. It varied from working to kind of working to not working, depending on the temperature. Maybe the heat's got to the DAF here today, I wonder. 14 cars go the distance in that first race of the weekend for the Scottish Motor Racing Club's Classic Sports and Saloons plus Historic Mod Sports. The Mod Sports cars don't race for points, but the Classic Sports and Saloon cars do. And the win goes to one of our Mod Sport runners. Stephen Barnard takes the win in the Escort ahead of David Morrison, just under 16 seconds down at the flag. Dean Clayton rounds out the top 3, the invitation runner in the Golf. Taking 4th place, and the top point scorer in that race, I think, is Adam Kinmond in the Rover SD1 ahead of John. Tom Owen, Ewan Anderson, John Ellison, Martin Reynolds and Alistair Baptiste round out the top 10. Beyond them was Ian McBay's Davrian, Neil Vaughan's Corvettes, the Underwood Triumph, and the final finisher was Ian Morton's Austin A40. We lost David Brewis into the pits along with Peter Baker, Miles Castaldini and sadly Matthew Ellis. Stephen Primmett didn't take the start. Paul Bowers stopped out on track. Let's head down to Park Firm.
Welcome down to Park Ferme, everybody. It's Steve Barnard who takes the win in the Scottish Classic Sports and Saloon Championship with the Historic Mod Sports. We'll have a chat with him very, very shortly indeed. There's David Morrison. He's giving us a bit of a thumbs up. We'll catch up with him as well. Oh, and a Mark II Golf as well. Dean Clayton coming home in 3rd place. We will have a word with them very shortly. What a fine looking machine this is. Steve Barnard's Ford Escort Mark I. Absolutely beautiful, isn't it? He's just getting out of the car, taking his time. It is very hot here this afternoon at Thruxton. There is quite a bit of a breeze, which does help cool things down a little bit. No doubt when you sit in the cockpit of one of those cars, it gets hot, hot, hot indeed. So we will just wait for Steve to get out. In fact, Dean is jumping out now. We'll let Mark Werrell have a chat with him. David Morrison is a very happy man indeed, just off to my right side. In fact, you're looking at him right now in the number 45 in the MG Midget there. Very happy man indeed. Steve is just climbing out of the car now. We'll let him get out. We'll let you get out, Steve. Don't you worry. You look at no, don't you worry about it. Looks a little bit warm in there.
Oh man, just a bit, yeah, just a bit.
Tell me about this car, what it's like to drive around Thruxton at pace.
It's a nice car to drive, to be perfectly honest. It's quite forgiving. Yeah. I haven't been here before, so it's that speaks.
Your first time here?
Yeah, that speaks dividends of the car, really. So.
Can you believe you've never ever lost a race here at Thruxton?
No, well there you go. It's not a bad record, is it? It can only get worse though, can't it?
No. Steve, well done. Congratulations. Really happy for you. Lee, get some water. You'll need to speak to Mark Werrell in a minute as well, if that's okay. Let's go have a chat with David. David came into Park Ferme, gave us a thumbs up. I think you're a happy man, aren't you?
Oh yeah. Talent and lack of weight. They say there's no substitute for horsepower.
Yeah, well, talent as well.
1460.
You've got plenty of talent, by the way, too.
Have I?
You know? Yeah.
Oh, that's it.
You don't finish in P2, do you, by being a slouch?
No. I give it plenty, you see. Flat out round here, that. Yeah.
What's it like? What's it like? Is it a bit
it's a go-kart. Yeah, it's very fast. Yeah. Had a couple of excursions, but we're here. We've survived.
You made it.
Yeah.
You made it back. David, lovely to see you, by the way. Congratulations. Really happy for you. Good stuff indeed. Let's grab Dean for a quick chat. Dean, you look a very happy man as well.
Yeah, it was great fun, that race. Yeah, it was a nice. I mean, I got done at the start because we were down on power off the line, but then it was just keeping my speed up through the high-speed corners, catching up, and then having a bit of fun getting by everyone with the V8s, really.
Do you find these Mark IIs always a bit of a crowd pleaser as well? Do you get a lot of attention?
Yeah, they always get a lot of smiles and cheers from the crowd in a Mark II Golf. Yeah, people love them.
Excellent. Dude, thank you so much for bringing it out to play. Congratulations on the podium, 3rd place there. There you go, brilliant stuff there from the Scottish Classic Sport and Saloon Championship and Historic Mod Sport. As you can see, just over the other side of the fencing into the assembly area, it is the MG Owners Club Championship, round 8. There you are, John. Round 8 is about to get underway, and not so long ago I caught up with a couple of drivers, so let's hear from them now. Right, everybody, here we go. It's time for round 8 of the MG Owners Championship. We had a cracking race a little bit earlier today. It was Matt Harvey who took the win from Scott Bugner and Connor Lawson. John Copland taking the A-class win. We've come down to have a quick little chat here with Eliza Seville's here. Eliza, how are we? It's good to see you, by the way. Are you well?
Thanks, good to see you too. Yeah, I'm good.
Good. Thruxton, what do you make of it?
Oh, it's very fast. It's in 10 years of working in motorsport, it's my first time at this track.
Is it really?
Yeah, so...
Wow, so a bit of a baptism of fire then this week. How was race 1?
Yeah, it was okay. We had a bit of a contact, someone spun me out, unfortunately, but until then we were making up a good few places and bringing the time down, so yeah, it was good.
So we're excited for race 2. You just mentioned there a decade of working in motorsport. Tell me more.
Yeah, well, I've been a motorsport mechanic for 10 years now, worked trackside for many different teams, and I work for Red Bull now. So
do you work for Red Bull? Wow,
yeah.
Okay.
building F1 engines, so... Yeah,
what are you doing here then? The British Grand Prix going on.
I know. This comes first for me.
Eliza, best of luck. Thanks for talking to us. I didn't know she works for Red Bull. Unbelievable. Cheers, guys. Thank you. Stay with us a little bit as well. I just want to move down here. I just want to say very quickly hello to Ashley Barnstad. Cuts in a bit of a lonely figure at the minute in the number 59. More cars still waiting to come in. Not long to go before round 8 gets underway of what is proving to be once again a brilliant MG Owners Championship. Ashley, I've just come to say hello. Really, how are you? Are you well? Are you good?
Very good, thank you. Yes.
How are we feeling ahead of this race?
Hot.
Hot. Yeah, you look hot actually.
It's hot in here.
It's very nice and toasty, isn't it? Bit of winds, that makes it.
No, that's good. Yeah, the wind helps a lot, but yeah, it's windy out the back, so it pushes your car sideways when you go through the.
So you can't really race with the window open, can you?
No, no. A little bit, but yeah, you're not allowed to. So.
Actually, thanks for coming out to play. Best of luck out there. Really appreciate it. We'll see you soon. And yeah, here we go. Time for round 8 of the 2026 MG Owners Championship. Dave Goddard, over to you.
Yes, thanks Ian. The car's still in the assembly area for the moment because there's a couple of cars being recovered from out on circuit from our previous race, so it gives us time to check out the grid for our second race for the Adrian Flux Insurance MG Owners Club Championship. This grid based on the second fastest time set by each driver in the qualifying session this morning. Matt Harvey, our earlier winner, finds himself on pole once again ahead of Rob Addison, who went off in race 1. Race 2 is Jake McDermott and Connor Lawson in their ZRs. Lee Sullivan on row 3 ahead of Scott Bugner, and good to see Scott's in the assembly area, has repaired his car from that contact in race 1. Simon Byrne starts on row 4. Watch for him, a flying start for him in the first race, remember. Starts alongside Lee Pearce, who was second in the ZR points behind Rob Addison coming into this meeting. Row 5 is 149 Andy Firth alongside 431 Chris Lawson. And then we've got Martin Wills, number 44, alongside 215 Reese Lawson. Row 7, James Wade, number 22, and 117 Josh Byrne. And on row 8, number 3, Adrian Olsen, and 49 Aaron Chappell. He failed to finish race 1. Then we've got the first of the classics, 39 Will Sharp, who was pretty angry at the end of the first race. You'll remember he'll channel that aggression into looking to get back to winning ways here. Starts alongside Eliza Seville, who we've just heard from in her ZR. Philip O'Halloran, the invitation runner, starts alongside Greg Thomas's ZR. He pulled up in race 1 into the pits. John Copeland picked up his first class win of the year earlier on. Starts alongside Alex Forster, number 94. Number 17, Harry Scott, alongside Hannah Leonard in number 10, who's on Class B pole this time, the points leader in Class B. Row 13 is Mark Best and Ashley Barnes in his midgets. Tim Rides, number 34, alongside Carl Bates, number 71. Jim Bainham in the number 1 car alongside Mark Ryhorski. And the 2 cars on the back row have changed drivers, so I have to start from the back. The Maestro is 1. Anthony Bates takes over the wheel from his son Miles. Simon Kendrick in the MGF takes over from his son James. They're on their way around to the grid then on their green flag lap. Last couple of cars just leaving the assembly area. There's Harry Scott in his MGB. Hannah Leonard, who looks to get back to winning ways in Class B. Tim Rides with that rather stoved in back of his car, number 34. The legend that is Jim Bainham. There's the Maestro and the MGF. If you're wondering why we have no MG Metros in this series, they have their own championship run by another club, the MG Metro Cup. Do keep your comments coming in. We've got 2 more races to come after this. The heroes of Formula Ford 1600 are back out. And then the classic and historic Thunder Saloons, along with the Blue Oval Saloon Series for everything Ford. We go racing again tomorrow. First race due off at 10:40 AM, which is our Scottish Motor Racing Club Championships. Pre-66 touring cars will race after that. We also have the Historic Racing Drivers Club, the Jerry Marshall Trophy Series for 1970s touring cars. The Dunlop All-Stars for pre-66 saloon and GT cars, plus the classic Alfa Romeo Challenge. And also the Top Hat Series, as they call it, for saloon cars from the late 50s and early 60s, the early years of the British Saloon Car Championship. That's coming up tomorrow. MG's on their way to the grid then. Thanks again to Adrian Flux Insurance for their sponsorship of this burgeoning championship. Numbers have really gone up in the last 3 seasons. I don't think that's an MG making that noise in the background. I think that's one of our dragsters on a demonstration run. Yeah, you can just see it there at the top left of your picture. Look, we've just had a demonstration drag race. I wonder if that's that Outlaw Anglia that Ian was in at the start of the programme. I don't know a lot about drag racing myself. I've got a couple of history books. A lot of the info I have on the sport comes from my fellow commentator Jerry Cookson, who was the voice of Long Marston for many years. All I do know is that is a stunning looking coupe. Maybe Ian can get some more drag racing content for us tomorrow. So for now we go MG Racing once again, the black and red car of Matt Harvey on pole. Alongside the black and yellow with the pink wheels, that's Rob Addison. Jake McDermott on row 2 alongside Connor Lawson. First ever podium for Connor earlier on, desperate for a first win here. Row 3, Lee Sullivan in the metallic green car, starts alongside the silver and green of Scott Bugner, his battered and bruised car from earlier on. Simon Byrne on row 4, the whites with the red and black flashes down it, alongside the all-blue car of Lee Pearce. I'm not sure if Will Sharp is on the grid, actually. Let's have a look. Where should he be starting? Should be behind Adrian Olsen. No, he's not there. Should be next to Eliza Seville, I think, the 124. In fact, there's a couple of cars out of line because Aaron Chappell's not there either, number 49, so the grid is slightly out of position. Aaron Chappell is not there, nor is Will Sharp after damage in the first race. So that's why 69 Philip O'Halloran there is not quite sure where to line up, because Will Sharp's car is missing. So this is John Copeland's opportunity to close the gap in the championship. So about 30 MGs out there. The green flag will be waved once the marshals are satisfied at the back. Once everybody else is ready, the red lights will come on. Round 8 of the Adrian Flux MG Owners Club Championship. The red lights are on, and we're underway. Decent start by Jake McDermott in the 77 from the second row. The grid. Good start by Lee Pearce as well. Pulls across to the inside. Not such a good getaway for Connor Lawson. The rest of them string out behind. The size of that grid heading towards the complex for the first time. There's the maestro of Anthony Bates at the back. Simon Kendrick already making progress through the classics in the MGF. But it is Matt Harvey who's held his lead. Up on the curb there, Lee Sullivan on the inside. Jake McDermott's through into second. He was disappointed with his performance in the first race, so looking to make up for it here. Rob Addison is in third position, side by side for fourth. Could be three wide. Lee Pearce trying to get up the inside there. Three wide further back in the pack. Josh Byrne, Martin Wills and James Wade in the black 22 car. It's Harvey that leads. McDermott in second. Scott Bugner trying to go through for third. Josh Byrne, I wondered if three wide was going to work through there. It didn't, and Josh Byrne got spat out onto the grass. Adrian Olsen goes through. Greg Thomas, number 70, in there as well. Sort themselves out around the opening lap of this 8th round of the season for the Adrian Flux Insurance MG Owners Club Championship. It's already absolutely frantic towards the front of the field among the ZRs. There's Elijah Seville under fire from John Copeland, who leads Class A. Class F, led by Simon Kendrick, is already through all but one of the classics. Class B is between Hannah Leonard and Anthony Bates. Rob Addison under fire from Scott Bugner, trying to get round him into the chicane. Bugner was taking some risks in the first race. He's taken a risk there into the chicane. It worked. He's through into third place. That was a brave move by the number 25 of Bugner. He's up to third. Now here comes Lee Sullivan. Lee Pearce cuts him off down the home straight. That's going to allow Simon Byrne around the outside in the number 4 car. Who's that up there with them as well? That's Andy Firth in the number 149. He's running well. Connor Lawson in there. In fact, all three of the Lawsons together in behind that group. But it's Harvey who leads from McDermott. Everybody else trying to be third. Side by side, Lee Sullivan with Andy Firth. He's having a good run. A bit of rubbing there as they go towards Seagrave, and Firth's going to run wide onto the grass. Commentator's curse there for Andy Firth. Apologies, Andy. Loses about 3 places. Behind him is Martin Wills, long-time MG racer. Who's he being chased by? Well, he's onto the grass himself there. One or two of these drivers, I think, need reminding, this is not rallycross. I know we've got some rallycross cars for the Group B demonstrations. Matt Harvey leads, looking for win number 2 of his season, his MG Owners Club Championship career, and today. Came close a few times last year. There's the Lawson's Motorsport car number 431, that's Chris Lawson. Scott Bugner under fire now from Rob Addison in the 88s, another ex-Maestro man. Lee Pearce behind him, former stock car racer. He's had some success in Honda Civics as well in the past, and one of the Lawsons there, Reese Lawson, skips the chicane, gathers it up though. Adrian Olsen under fire from the recovering Josh Byrne. Across the stripe go the leaders. Timing tower's playing up again. We'll wait for the live timing to sort itself out, because my screen here in the commentary box has stopped working as well. And Matt Harvey is still your leader from McDermott in second, and off goes James Wade. He did that in race 1 up at Church. He got forced wide there by Martin Wills, I think. Rejoins ahead of Josh Byrne. Scott Bugner still there in third place, only just over half a second off Jake McDermott, who's 3/4 of a second off our race leader. Main movers on that last lap were Connor Lawson up to 7th. Simon Kendrick making up a couple of spots. He's up to 16th from the back of the grid. So he's got past half the field. There is Kendrick leading Class F, just ahead of John Copeland in the MGB Roadster leading Class A for the classic cars. He's ahead of one of the ZRs there, that's Eliza Seville, I think. Just behind him, indeed it is. Philip O'Halloran is next, the invitation class runner. Through the chicane they go. Fastest lap of the race has been recorded by Reese Lawson, back in 10th place, 1:33.02. Three of our class leaders in one group here at the moment. It's the fight for 16th place overall. And there is our Class B leader. It's Anthony Bates in the Maestro. He's got ahead of Hannah Leonard. "14 minutes of this 20-minute race for the Adrian Flux MG Owners Club to go. Still your leader is Matt Harvey. Pick up the Class ZR battle in a moment, looking for our other class leaders further back in the order right now. There is the Tiger, Simon Kendrick's MGF. Novice cross on the back, of course not for Simon, but for James. Simon's been racing this car for many years. Still having a few problems with our timing screen here in the box at the moment, just trying to fix that. Apologies there for the pause. Yes, 4 laps completed now for our leaders. Here they are. Lee Pearce has just done the fastest lap of the race. Rob Addison, I can tell you, was pulled into the pits, so problems for him, possibly a legacy of his off in race 1. It's 0.4 of a second separates Harvey from last year's Z-Class champion Jake McDermott, who's attacking for the lead. Bugner is in third, Pearce 4th, Simon Byrne in 5th position. Matt Harvey's confidence will be improved since that maiden win earlier on. Into the pits comes Jim Bainham. A rare retirement for the number 1. Saw Rob Addison's car in pit lane as well, he's out of it. The leaders head up towards Woodham Hills. A little bit of damage on the front of Jake McDermott's car, so he's hit something somewhere, but he's going for the inside on Matt Harvey as they go into the chicane. Harvey's going to have to give him room, and McDermott takes the lead. Well, he was desperate to make up for what he regarded as a disappointing showing in the first race earlier on when he was stuck in the pack and could only manage to finish 5th. But Jake McDermott into the lead this time in the Triad Motorsport car prepared by his father Steve, a former champion. Matt Harvey will fight back though. Had a cracking fight with Scott Bugner earlier on, and look who's reeling them in. That man Bugner is at it again. Lee Pearce isn't far away either in 4th place. There's a 1.8 second or so gap back to Simon Byrne in 5th, then Lee Sullivan. The Lawsons 7th, 8th and 9th. Andy Firth rounds out the top 10 here. Went onto the grass, of course, coming out of the complex earlier on. Matt Harvey ready to attack back again for the lead as they come up towards half distance in this Adrian Flux MG Owners Club Championship race. Greg Thomas pulling over. Not been a happy day for the Lawson run car. Now if he stops there we could see a safety car, I think, because that's the fastest part of the circuit coming out of Church. There are the leaders. Down the inside, here comes Scott Bugner. Matt Harvey again is going to have to give him room. That's twice in 2 laps he's lost places at the chicane. And Scott Bugner up into second position. Their rivalry renewed from the first race. Bugner will now go after McDermott for the lead. Saw Bugner and McDermott have some great battles last season as well. Matt Harvey will make it 3 here. Here's the leader in Class A, John Copeland. O'Halloran behind him, the invitation class runner. There's Anthony Bate, the leader in Class B. Here goes Bate coming through from back of the field. Through Church Corner, the yellow flags will be out there, of course, because of the stranded car of Greg Thomas. There it is. Marshall bravely tending to him there. And Bugner is lining up Jake McDermott for a possible attack here into the chicane. He's going to be forced to go around the outside. Harvey shadowing them. Line astern into the chicane. Lee Pearce is closing up on them as well. And not surprisingly, the safety car is being scrambled. There's the reason. Greg Thomas's car stranded on the exit of Church, a dangerous position. And as Greg, the man from Dartford in Kent, walks away, his race is done. The safety car brought out to recover his car. Greg Thomas certainly looking a bit peeved there. Safety car out for the second time today. Meantime, we'll take a quick insert from the drag strip on the runway. A BMW in action there. Apparently the car we saw earlier, thank you Dirt Devil RC Motorsports, was the 1941 Willis Coupe. Thank you for that. All I know is it looked absolutely stunning. Looks a bit like the car from the California Kid, certainly the same paint job. Like to Dave Spears, or Spires, apologies if I mispronounced that. Yes, you will remember me from Brisker F1 stock cars, I was the voice of them for a few years. All the fun of the fair at trackside as well. While the safety car is out. With Jake McDermott in the lead, ahead of Scott Bugner, Matt Harvey and Lee Pearce. Safety car out with Greg Thomas's car stranded on the exit of Church after he pulled over with mechanical problems. In our second race of the weekend for the Adrian Flux Insurance MG Owners Club Championship. Back heads up Woodham Hill. Pretty breezy here at Thruxton today. You can see from the windsock there in the background. Certainly a warm day. Plenty of ice creams and cold drinks required. We do it all again tomorrow, of course. First race due off at 10:40 a.m. Qualifying interspersed with races through the morning because we've got the Historic Racing Drivers Club here. Charging down the infield is the Ford recovery vehicle. It's quick enough to compete in the races, doesn't it? Truck racing's already been to Thruxton this year. We had the pickup truck racing championship here, that was in May. And they're out at Snetterton next weekend. We'll have coverage from that one on BARC TV. And I'll have Andy McEwen and Henry Burdett here to cover you through the TCR UK races. TCR and trucks on the same bill on the Snetterton 300 circuit. We've got the Audi TT Cup, the Civic Cup, the Mini Challenge as well. Great feast of motorsport coming next weekend in Norfolk. After that we go to Alton Park on Saturday the 18th of July. And the weekend after that, no BARC action, but I will be in Italy for Speedway. A rapid tow away for Greg Thomas's car. Hi to Pinocchio. Thanks for your comments. Paul Hadsley says, was that the Hell Rod from Carmageddon 2, or was that the car that it was based on? In the drag strip over there, I don't know. Could be. Drag racing started, of course, in the 1960s in Britain, when Californian hot rodding culture became popular in the UK, thanks partly to the music of the Beach Boys, among other things. It was Sidney Allard, after whom a corner at Thruxton is named, who built the first British dragster, the Allard Chrysler. That's now on display in Hampshire at the National Motor Museum. Whereas the number 70 of Greg Thomas has been towed to the infield, so we'll be going racing again next time around. One more lap behind the safety car. It'll be a short sprint for the line, probably of 2 laps, I reckon. Can Jake McDermott hang on? The man from Milton Keynes. No change among the class leaders. May even be a 1-lap sprint, because it depends how long this lap under the safety car takes. The safety car, if anything, has quickened up a little. They're getting a good view of the racing. Wonder if Ian's had a go on that this weekend. Find out if Ian's got any head for heights. Just over 2 minutes on the clock as they come down. What's the best lap of the race been? The fastest lap is with Lee Pearce, or 1:32.744. So they're lapping in the 1:32s, 1:33s. Now, is this going to be a 1-lap sprint or 2 laps? The safety car is almost certainly going to unleash them this time. So the track is clear on the run out of Church Corner. We may be in for, I think we're going to be in for a 1-lap sprint. About to restart round 8 of the Adrian Flux Insurance MG Owners Club Championship. Yes, the green flag waves, and across the line they go. It is going to be, I think, just 1 lap to the line. Away they go. McDermott gets away well, so does Bugner, so does Harvey. Simon Byrne battling it out with Lee Sullivan there. Sullivan gets a wheel on the grass. But Simon Kendrick well up among the ZRs now, started dead last on the grid. Running wide there, that's Reese Lawson, a big lock-up for him, and also running wide was our leader. He ran wide briefly into Campbell there, and this has allowed Scott Bugner to close right onto his tail. Matt Harvey's going to have a go as well. This is going to be interesting as they head out towards Noble, but Bugner had to back off there, and here comes Harvey. Matt Harvey could split the two leaders. Out of sight they go onto the back of the circuit. Here they come. It is Harvey up into second place. He's going to have a go for a second win of the day, but Bugner's ready to renew his rivalry with the number 20. This is exactly what McDermott will be hoping for, so he can make the break on the run towards Woodham Hill. I think it will be checkered flag this time. Lee Pearce trying to get on the podium as well in the 2-3-4, the blue car. Through Church Corner, Jake McDermott. Second place, the 20 of Matt Harvey. Now here comes Pearce. Pearce trying to break his way onto the podium in the 2-3-4, taking advantage of the safety car. Matt Harvey's on the grass. Oh, goodness me, I thought he was going to lose it there. They're side by side on the run into the chicane. 4 of them together. Any one of these 4 could win it. Oh my goodness, into the chicane. Across the chicane goes McDermott. Missed his braking point there. Clock has gone to 0. The checkered flag is surely going to wave this time. McDermott crosses the line in first place ahead of Harvey, Bugner, Pearce, Byrne. The first of the Lawsons is Rees. My goodness. I really thought Matt Harvey was going to lose it in spectacular fashion there as he got onto the grass. My heart was in my mouth. I don't know about his. But Jake McDermott takes the win. He did cut across the chicane on that final lap, but I don't think he gained any advantage from it. So I think that result will stand. We'll have to wait and confirm officially as always, though. Matt Harvey second and Scott Bugner in third place with Lee Pearce fourth. He gets the fastest lap of the race. Let's have a look at that again. Harvey, McDermott was defending. Harvey onto the grass. That was a scary moment indeed. Harvey got up the inside. He had the lead. Now, McDermott goes to the left. Now, did he gain an advantage by cutting across the chicane curbs there? I wonder if the officials may have a look at that one. But the order that they cross the line, the provisional results, Jake McDermott takes the win by just under a second ahead of Matt Harvey, with Scott Bugner in third place. Lee Pearce fourth ahead of Simon Byrne. Reese Lawson in sixth ahead of Lee Sullivan, Chris Lawson, Connor Lawson and Andy Firth rounds out the top 10. In terms of the classes, Simon Kendrick, well done to him, from the back of the grid to 15th, wins Class F. Class A goes to John Copeland ahead of Harry Scott with the number 71 of Carl Bate in third. Class B, that goes to Anthony Bates, 16th from the back of the grid for him, ahead of Hannah Leonard. Class I goes to Philip O'Halloran's MGB, the invitation class. There's a couple of retirements there. We lost Greg Thomas, which brought out the safety car. Jim Bainham and Rob Addison sadly retired into the pits, as did Malcolm Best with his white MGB GT. A reminder that results will remain provisional, as do all the results we bring you straight after the flag, subject to any judicials. And we will celebrate in Parc Fermé very shortly. Next up on the programme, the second race today for the Heroes of Formula Ford 1600, and then a grid of classic touring cars, classic and historic Thunder Saloons with Blue Oval Saloons. Let's head down to Parc Fermé in the meantime.
Well, this is very nice to see indeed. Jake McDermott takes top spot. He wins round 8 of the Adrian Flux Insurance MG Owners Club Championship. There might be a few results that might need to be sorted out a little bit later, but we're going to enjoy the moment right here. We'll let Jake get his helmet off. He goes over to see family. There's Dad Steve as well alongside him. Steve, you must be, are you not getting a little bit itchy feet out then? I thought you'd be back in the car by now.
Oh no, I'm in the other car, but the deal was I step out this year and give him a good crack at it. So yeah, he's doing all right, and yeah, it's something different.
He's doing all right. Let's grab Jake. Jake, congratulations. That's better, isn't it? I know you weren't overly overjoyed about the race earlier today, but that makes up for it, right?
Yeah, I mean, I've had a slip of form over the past 2 meetings anyway as well, so today really was, I need to win if I want to go for the championship again. And this morning it didn't really come my way. I was quick, but I knew if I got off the line this second one, I'm going for it, and that's it. So. Yeah, I ain't even got words to say to you, mate. I can't say anything.
Go on, go celebrate.
It's just brilliant.
Well, Jack, I'm happy for you, mate. Go celebrate. Congratulations. Matt Harvey over there. He's having a fine day indeed, haven't you? A first and a second today. Not bad, eh, Matt?
Not a bad day. Not a bad day at all. Really good, yeah. Tight with Jake at the end there. Yeah. Got a bit spicy, but we made it through, and yeah, P2 again. Awesome. Loved it.
Collecting pots, Matt. Have you got a big enough cabinet at home for them?
Might need a new one.
Well done, mate. Great day indeed. It's Scott. Well, I'm pleased to see the car's okay. It's
not on fire.
It's not on fire, so that's good. And you know, it's been a pretty good day, isn't it? A pair of podiums.
Yeah, it's been good. He's straight line and chicane, so we ain't gonna have that, and I'm gonna make sure of that. But it is what it is.
Yeah,
it's good racing. Yeah, I'm happy we finished both, and it's not any more damage than what it was in race.
It looks
one.
a bit better, doesn't it? Last time
like
we were
on Monday morning.
doesn't it?
Yeah, I'm happy with it. We've finished 2. We've gained points on him.
Yeah.
And we'll have to chase him at Brands.
I think that looks how I'm going to look after the England game. Scott, good to see you, my friend. Thank you so much. There we go. We say bye actually to the MG Owners Club, and yeah, like I said, I think this one actually there might be a bit of a twist in the tail. This one will no doubt go to the clerk of the course. But here we go. We've got more racing action coming up for you. The heroes of Formula 4 engines are firing up. They're about to head out on track. A little bit earlier, I spoke up with a couple of drivers, so let's hear from them now. Hello everybody, welcome down to the assembly area. It's time for the second race of the day for the heroes of Formula 4. They had a cracking race earlier, don't we? Tom Nippers taking a win from Charlie Mann and Rory Smith. This man down here, Peter Molyneux, we didn't catch up with him a little bit earlier, but he did win the classic category. Peter, just coming down for a very quick chat. Wanted to speak to you earlier actually, but we didn't get a chance. Congratulations on the class winner earlier, but this car is a fine looking machine, isn't it? Tell us a story about it.
It's a 1971 Crossley 20F. They made about 25 of them.
Wow.
It was sold new to America, spent most of its career over there, and then the previous owner imported it, restored it, and I got it from him about 6 years ago.
Really?
I haven't done a lot with it. It's just nice to get it out around Thruxton today.
It's quite a circuit to come around as well. What's it like driving? Because you're so close to the ground here. It must be terrifying, isn't it?
It's very intense, yeah. It keeps you busy.
What can we do in this race, Peter, as well? What's different from race 1 that you can bring into this one?
It's a slightly different starting place. George is behind me, but I'm just hoping to finish, enjoy the car and enjoy the circuit.
Excellent, Peter, thank you so much, and thank you for buying it and bringing it out to play as well. We really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Let's move down a little bit, shall we? We've got the number 29 alongside. Let's go have a quick chat. Oh, it's Daniel's here. Let's say hello, Daniel. How are we? Are you well?
Good, thanks. How are you?
I'm not too bad. How are we feeling ahead of this race?
I'm quite nervous because I'm a novice driver, so but I'll do my best.
Yeah. I mean, look, you must have learnt a lot from a little bit earlier today. What's the biggest thing you've learnt so far this weekend?
I need to brake later.
Okay.
I'm braking a bit too early.
Yeah, it's quite a circuit as well. There's only like 2 braking points there.
It's a tough circuit. It's really hands-on, but yeah, I'm enjoying it.
Well, I know it's easy to stand here and say, but do go out there and have a good time, won't you? You know, and do remember to brake. Okay, please do. Top man, Daniel. Thanks for coming out to play. Really appreciate it. We really do indeed. There we go. Second race of the day for the heroes of Formula 4. About to get underway. A lovely array of cars, isn't it? Only one thing left to do. That's hand over to your commentator, Dave Goddard, who will take you through the action.
Formula Ford's on their way to the grid then for their second race of the day. A cracking battle between the top 3 earlier on. Let's see if they can repeat it here. Starting in the order that they finished race 1. So Tom Nippers starts on pole, the Welshman alongside Charlie, Wild Thing Man in the number 20. Rory Smith on row 2 alongside Richard Tarling, the first of the classic cars, the Reynard 89. Ben Tilley on row 3 alongside David MacArthur. Drew Cameron in the Medina Mark 2 alongside Tom Hawkins on row 4. The 5th row, Gavin Wills, number 6 in the turquoise Van Diemen from 2000, the RF00. That's alongside Peter Molyneux, who we just heard from, first of the historic cars in the Crossley 20F. Daniel Sajadian, we just heard from him as well, row 6 alongside George Townsend in the Merlin Mark 20, number 67. And looking towards the back, Felix Fischer is not there after his accident earlier on. Felix okay, the car is not though, sadly, so he won't be out. Up to the grid they come then now. Tom Nippers with that heroic move around the outside to go from third to first into the chicane in the first race and take the win. Driving the 2001 spec Van Diemen. See that the cars on the outside, Charlie Mann and Richard Tarling, pointing towards the inside of the circuit to try and cut across and get the best line towards the complex. Charlie Mann, car number 20 in the Ray GR20. 7 cars entered in the modern category today. We're missing one of them, Felix Fischer, of course. It's the one day of action for the heroes of Formula Ford 1600 at Thruxton Retro this year. Let's see what they can do in race number 2 then. Red lights are on. Heroes of FF 1600 race 2 is go. Straight across come Charlie Mann and Richard Tarling from the outside, but it is Tom Nippers who's got the best start, and he leads towards the complex for the first time. Not the best of starts for Rory Smith from the second row in the 45 car, and it is Richard Tarling who will slot into third place. Charlie Mann trying to get around the outside of Nippers as they enter the complex on lap number 1. And Rory Smith being pushed down to fourth place, being pushed back almost to fifth. That's David MacArthur up behind him. He's got away well. Ben Tilley behind him, and I think it's Drew Cameron in 7th place. Then Tom Hawkins and Gavin Wills battling it out. So for no tangles this time. This is where Felix Fischer went off on lap 1 of the first race into the tyre wall. They're all okay this time. It is Tom Nippers who has the lead, but under pressure already from Charlie Mann in 2nd place, the number 20 in the Ray. Out towards Church Corner, and Charlie Mann dives for the inside. It was at this point on the final lap of race 1 that his car cut out briefly. It was running out of fuel, and he had to settle for 2nd place. Rory Smith there in 3rd. He's got ahead of Richard Tarling's older car, and here comes David MacArthur. He's good looking quick here in the number 15. Does most of his racing up at Alton Park in Cheshire. Won't get round Richard Tarling there. He's got Ben Tilley on his tail as well in the older 1985 Van Diemen. Goes to the inside. There's Cameron behind him, the black car with the red and white nose. Tom Hawkins, the black car with the white nose, number 28 behind him. Down the outside goes Rory Smith in the 45. He's going for 2nd place on the back of Charlie Mann. It'll be music to Tom Nippers' ears. If those two start fighting each other, he can break away at the front and go for a 2nd win. Onto the grass goes David MacArthur. Oh, that's spoiled his rapid start to this race. He loses 3 spots. Through go Tilley, Cameron, Hawkins. Tom Nippers holds off Charlie Mann for the lead. Here comes Rory Smith on the inside at Church Corner. If anyone can overtake there, it's Rory, the Thruxton expert. There's not quite room this time. Classic class. Class A is still led by Richard Tarling in 4th position. Class C for the historic cars led by Molyneux further back in 10th. And now they're starting to join in battle. Here comes Rory Smith down the outside. He's been watching Tom Nippers, I think. This is the sort of move he tried to pull in the first race. And Charlie Mann has to go over the grass there on the exit of the chicane. Nowhere he could go there. Side by side with Richard Tarling. So Rory Smith has got through into 2nd as a result of Mann's loss of momentum. And Tarling goes through into 3rd place. Winner of many classic Formula Ford races and titles over the years. Richard Tarling, he's raced all sorts of historic single-seaters over the years. And the man from Henley-on-Thames goes up into P3. Now trying to chase down Rory Smith for 2nd place. Tarling, the Formula Ford veteran, thinking, I'll show you younger pretenders how it's done. It'll be a good battle of youth and experience. George Townsend, unfortunately, in the pit lane again. Had problems with the Merlin in race 1, and he's in trouble again. There's David MacArthur, number 15. Trying to fight back after a grassy moment earlier on. Charlie Mann's sliding his way up the inside there, and he's got through on Richard Tarling. Great move at Church Corner. Excellent piece of driving from the number 20. Maybe it's not just because of his musical connections in his family that they call him the Wild Thing. That was a pretty wild piece of driving. Tom Hawkins up the inside, David MacArthur on the outside, Drew Cameron being swamped through the chicane there. He nearly lost it. Goodness me, they're all over each other. Now Cameron back up the inside on the exit past Tom Hawkins in the 28s. Tom Hawkins, another regular in the Castle Combe Formula Ford 1600 series over the years. Bob Higgins and Pete Dickox, the longest serving drivers in that series. Luke Cooper, the king of Combe, along with Felix Fisher over the years. The driver that dominated club level Formula Ford 1600 for so many years in the modern era was the Cornish Express, Joey Foster. Joey now taking a bit of a back seat in his racing over the last couple of years. And the man who most likely has taken part in more Formula Ford races than anyone else over the decades, not here this weekend, Rick Morris. Contemporary of Ayrton Senna in his Formula Ford days, but Rick decided he liked Formula Ford so much he stuck with it and has been there ever since. Here's the treble one, that's Peter Molyneux, now leading Class C. Tom Nippers has done the fastest lap of the race, 1:22.789. Still this battle rages. Drew Cameron now ahead of David MacArthur and Tom Hawkins. That's for 6th position behind Ben Tilley in 5th. New fastest lap of the race though by Rory Smith in 2nd, 1:22.253. All the top 3 did personal bests last time through, so they're really starting to up the ante here. MacArthur under fire from Hawkins. Average speed 103.4 miles an hour for Rory Smith. Mr. Thruxton trying to go after Tom Nippers out in front. 0.8 of a second was the gap last time through. Nippers and Mann both did 1:22.4 on the last lap. Tarling back in 4th now, then Tilley and the Cameron, MacArthur and Hawkins battle. Gavin Wills is 9th behind them, Molyneux in 10th, Daniel Sajadian rounds out the field. And we've lost George Townsend, unfortunately, into the pits. Just under 8 minutes of this race to go, and the lead battle not as frantic as we saw in race number 1. Heat number 1. This is not the Walter Hayes Trophy. That's the heats and finals knockout format. I'm sure all these drivers will compete at Silverstone at the end of the year, or indeed at the Formula Ford Festival. Both of them won by the same driver last year, Irishman Jason Smythe. Chicane goes Sajadian running at the back of the field, 11th place. Right to the club chicane once again. Watch for Rory Smith. Let's see if he can mount an attack this time. Goes for the outside line. Can he be late enough on the brakes? He squeezes Tom Nippers to the inside. Oh, he had to brake again there as Nippers came across to take the apex, otherwise there would have been a collision, and Tom Nippers able to keep his lead as a result. Here comes Charlie Mann. Now that's backed Smith up into the range of the number 20 car. Here comes Charlie Mann for 2nd place. Another absorbing battle between these 3. Just over 6 minutes of the race to go. Rory Smith, you can see, is driving right on the limit here to try and keep up with Tom Nippers out in front. What a fantastic weekend the young Welshman is having. Here they come towards Church Corner. Clear of Tarling and Tilley in the older cars, battling it out for fourth and the class lead in Class A. Hawkins third in Class A, facing down Drew Cameron. As most of the cars, ones with the turquoise blue icons on the timing tower graphic, compete in the modern class. Includes everything from 2000 onwards. The late 90s cars are in Class A. Very oldest in Class C. No Class B entries this weekend, the middle order in historic racing. Engines all designed to be exactly the same. The Ford 1600cc unit. Rory Smith and Charlie Mann still together. Have they swapped places in there? Yes, they have. So Charlie Mann has come through into second. You might tell which red car was ahead there from my vantage point, but it is Mann through into second. Now he's going to try and go after Tom Nippers, who had opened up a lead of about 3/4 of a second over the second place pairing. Sliding their way through Church Corner, nearly a wheel onto the grass for Charlie Mann. Rory Smith attacking back again for second place. Out of the chicane they come. 3 minutes 50 left on the clock. Leaders have already come through. Now here's the fourth place fight, and they've been caught by David MacArthur. He's going to have a go at Ben Tilley, or try to, for fifth position. Now there's the fight for... According to the timing screen, Rory Smith has pulled into the pits. I thought I saw one of the cars in the lead battle slow as they came off the chicane. Yes, Rory Smith in trouble. So the pre-meeting favourite is out of the race. Some sort of a problem with the 45. I hope he hasn't run out of fuel. We saw Charlie Mann say at the end of race one that he was running low on fuel on the last lap. Meanwhile, Ben Tilley is going for fourth place. They disappear briefly behind the infield and throwing it up the inside there. Ben Tilley, goodness me, that was a brave move. But Richard Tarling just keeps his foot in, stays alongside. David MacArthur says, OK, you're going to squabble, I'll try and have both of you into the chicane. Here he comes to the outside. Who's going to be latest on the brakes? David MacArthur runs too wide, and he's managed to split them, and Ben Tilley, having briefly gained one place, loses two. That's all happening there for fourth position. Sorry, third position now, of course, with the demise of Rory Smith. Though this is for a podium place. Tom Nippers still leads from Charlie Mann. There they are out towards the back of the circuits. They've just lapped Daniel Sarjadian, I think. Very much in the closing stages of this second race, the heroes of Formula Ford 1600 Race 2 here at Thruxton. David MacArthur holding off Ben Tilley for what is now fourth place. Just under 1.5 seconds in it, so Tom Nippers has been able to get away slightly from Charlie Mann for the lead. It's looking good for a double for the Welshman. But who's going to complete the podium? It's Richard Tarling in third place at the moment. Can David MacArthur catch him? He's got the more modern car. Richard Tarling has got decades of experience in Formula Fords. Over the line, the top 5 have gone. Still just under 1.5 seconds is the lead margin. They're now over 10.5 seconds back to the battle for third. Going to change further back as well. Tom Hawkins got ahead of Drew Cameron. We see them there in the background. Wills still 8th, Molyneux 9th, Sajadian the final runner in 10th. Don't know what went wrong for Rory Smith, but he's out of the race. Sajadian just moving out of the way to let the quicker runners through. And, Ben Tilley and MacArthur side by side. MacArthur around the outside holds 4th place, but only just. The clock has counted down to 0. It's going to be a win for Tom Nippers. And there is the checkered flag. Nippers wins it ahead of Charlie Mann. The lead battle calming down with the departure of Rory Smith into the pits. Now who is going to be third? It looks like it's going to be Richard Tarling. Any last effort from Ben Tilley for 4th? Tarling wins the battle for the third from MacArthur. Tilley 5th. 6th is Drew Cameron. 7th Tom Hawkins. Gavin Wills will be a lonely 8th ahead of Peter Molyneux. He wins Class C. Daniel Sajadian the final finisher. The provisional results in a moment, waiting for Peter Molyneux to cross the line. Here he comes, and for some reason, well, there we go, they've flicked a checkered flag now. For some reason it was showing that Tarling and MacArthur hadn't crossed the line. We saw them come through. It's like glitch in the timing today. TSL will sort it out. Thank you to them for their live timing. As Molyneux crosses the line to win Class C. Give you the provisional result then. Tom Nippers, Michael's his dad, sorry about that. Tom Nippers, 2 wins out of 2, completing 11 laps, 1.5 seconds clear of Charlie Mann, with Richard Tarling, the Class A winner, completing the podium. David MacArthur 4th ahead of Ben Tilley, with Drew Cameron in 6th, battling past Tom Hawkins. Gavin Wills 8th, Peter Molyneux wins Class C in 9th, Daniel Sajadian completing the top 10. We sadly lost Rory Smith when he was on for at least a podium into the pits, and George Townsend pulled in early on as well. Felix Fisher, a non-starter after a crash in the first race. Thank you to the heroes of Formula Ford 1600. Big thanks to all their organisers behind the scenes as well. Let's head down to Parc Fermé.
Well, here he comes. Tom Nippers makes it a pair of wins for the heroes of Formula Ford here this weekend at Thruxton. He's got a big smile on his face, although he did have Charlie Mann nippering at his heels. See what we did there. He's going to make me walk. He's going to make me walk, Tom. You're going to make me walk.
Yes. I've got number 9 as the winner.
Oh, I've got Tom as the winner as well.
9 I've got, not 189.
Let's ask Mark Werrell. He's the man in and out. I've got Tom as the winner. Mark, have you?
Yes, I have.
Yeah, Tom, we've got you as the winner. I mean, you'll know. You'll probably know better than anybody else.
I guess I got a penalty or something, but I didn't see it if I did. But yeah.
We'll let you get your helmet off, then we'll have another quick chat again, because I imagine the heat is very, very warm today, although there is that breeze. But Tom Nippers, a pair of wins for the Welshman. Well, Tom, you were very happy earlier. You're probably even more happier now.
I am absolutely. Someone gave me a beer right now, like as quick as possible. I am absolutely knackered. But that was, I was fighting for my life. I thought if I can break the toe, I might have a chance, and that was, I managed to had a bit of a went side by side with Rory. That was close, but at the same time, like, it's one of those places. It's one of those where it's gonna, it's always gonna. If I side by side going into a corner that tight, it's always going to be a bit of a touch and go one. And then I just managed to. I don't know what happened to Rory, but the second he dropped off, I sort of seemed to have a big gap, and that was that. So I'm over the moon. I'm like too knackered to like express how over the moon I am right now. But I am over the moon.
I like it. I can see it, and I think you've earned that pint as well. In fact, I might come join you in a bit. Well done.
I might have 10.
Might have 10. You might have 10. Right, I really wanted to. Oh, here's Charlie, man. Let's go have a quick chat with Charlie. Charlie, Tom Nippers takes the win, second time today. A decent day for you, though, isn't it? And you were Nippers ring at his heels a little bit there.
Yeah.
That's what I tried to do. It was terrible.
I saw it.
I'll stop.
Yeah. Yeah, it was an okay race. Rory went for a move around the outside of the chicane, which held us both up and ultimately lost us the toe, but we haven't got the power to stay with him in clear air, so the second we lost the toe I knew we were in trouble. Tried my best, but yeah, that's all I could do.
It's been a good day. It's been a good day. I know everybody wants a top spot, don't they? But you've got a couple of pots.
Yeah, no, I love racing around here. It's been good fun. Yeah, I enjoyed it, but yeah, I would have preferred if I won.
Thanks for coming out to play, Charlie. Really do appreciate it. We'll we've got Richard as well. Richard Tarling coming home in third place. You may remember at the start of the day, at the start of that race, we spoke to Peter Molyneux, didn't we, over in the assembly area. I've been told since actually that him in the car is a combined age of 100. Richard, let's have a quick chat with you. Congratulations, you enjoyed that.
Thank you. Yeah, it was good. I was glad that I wasn't on my own towards the end. So they end up towing. It's a towing circuit. So in these kind of cars, like if you get away in a bunch, you can stay in that bunch. But if you lose the bunch, so I end up losing the bunch because my car's older and it's not as aerodynamic as the new ones. So I end up missing a gap. And I couldn't stay with them, and then I had a few laps on my own, and then they towed up behind me, then had a bit of a fight with them, and then they caught each other up, I think, into the chicane, and it gave me a bit more breathing room again to get into third. But I don't know what happened ahead though with Rory Smith. I didn't see any of that. I don't know what's going on.
Well, I think Charlie ended up going a little bit wide, and Rory unfortunately came in and retired.
Oh right, I see. Okay, I didn't see that. They were a bit further ahead than me, but yeah, so happy with third class win as well. Can't do much more than that.
Can't do much better than that, can you, eh?
Exactly, yeah.
Nice one. Well done, Richard. Congratulations. Really happy for you. Great stuff. Thank you for the Heroes of Formula 4 coming out to play. Really enjoyed that. We're not quite done yet, so don't go anywhere. We're so close to 41,000 subscribers on the BARC YouTube channel as well. So if you haven't already, please do hit that like button and that subscribe button as well. We've got so much live motorsport still to bring you throughout the course of the 2026 season. And remember, it's all completely live and completely free for you to tune in. But if you hit that subscribe button, it does just help us, and maybe we might be able to bring you even more cameras and more coverage. How good would that be? But as you can see, just off to the other side of the fence here, it's time for our final race of the day, the Classic Touring Cars. It's the Classic and Historic Thunders about to take to the circuit. So only one thing left to do, and add his hand over to myself actually, because I did catch up with a couple of drivers just before they head out. Let's hear from them now. Right, everybody, here we go down at Assembly, and a little bit sad because it's our final race of the day about to get underway, but it is an absolute whopper. If you haven't already, turn that volume up. Yes, the Classic Touring Cars. It is time for the Classic Thunder Saloons at the Ricky Can Aston Martin Specialist Historic Thunder Saloons. Really wanted to have a quick chat with Simon Collier here. He's just getting strapped in. Oh, he's giving me the thumbs up. Thank you very much. Just going to jump. I'll go this side. Simon, it's really good to see. How are you, by the way? You all right?
Not too bad at all, not too bad. So the been out here, it's been good. We're still developing the car this year, but it's started to show a few legs now, sort of thing. So by the end of the year, we should be on the pace, hopefully.
Well, that's what I like to see. I mean, look, you're getting towards the sharp end here. You could do something from here, right?
Yeah, I just keep following my son. What I'm going to do is put grappling up on the end of him, and you're going to drag me around. That's the plan.
I like that. Good plan. Certainly round here, eh?
Yeah, it is. First time we've been here, and Joe, so we're still virgins, but nice, lovely track, pass.
Oh,
love it.
This is going to be a good show, isn't it? Simon, thanks for talking to us. I'll let you crack on. Really appreciate it. We've got Jim just next to me. Not allowed to talk to Jim in the skyline until after the race, because every time I talk to him before the race, he goes and retires. Let's go. Let's just say hello to. Look, there's Colin Voice. Let's say hello to Colin. Go on, get your hands off. What are you doing? Get your hands off it. Get your hands off his car.
That's my old mate. Yeah.
How you feeling? All right. You feeling good?
Not too bad.
Tyres all right? Tyres.
I blistered a brand new one in qualifying, but what it is.
I love it. You're always smiling, Colin. You're always smiling.
That's all you can do, racing, smile.
Absolutely. Good luck. Yeah, let's say hello to Piers. He's been a busy boy today. Piers, we haven't actually spoken yet. You've been a busy man, haven't you?
Yeah, just a little bit.
Thruxton, you like it?
Yeah, I like it here, it's good. It takes me a while to dial the track in though, because we don't come here very often, so. But I think I'm there now, so.
I was going to say it's good for your cars though, isn't it? Because they're like power cars. So
yeah, that's it. Yeah, well that's it. It should be good, shouldn't it, really?
Excellent. I'll let you crack on anyway. Good to see you, Piers. We might be chatting a little bit later as well. Time to go racing then for the classic touring cars, the Thunder Saloons and the historic Thunder Saloons. Final race of the day. More action tomorrow, don't forget. But let's hand over to commentator one final time today, Dave Goddard. Over to you.
Yes, thanks Ian. It will be a rolling start for our final race of the day, of course. The classic Thunder and historic Thunder Saloons, the most powerful cars run by the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. Classic Thunder sponsored by PRG Trailers. Ricky Can Motorsport sponsors Historic Thunder. And the Blue Oval Saloon sponsored by Burton Power mixed in as well for everything Ford. Let's have a look at the grid. It's a very warm welcome back to former Thunder Saloon champion Nick Vaughan in the UK's fastest Audi A3, and he's put it on pole by 3.5 seconds. The first time he's raced it for a couple of years, and it's for a special reason he's come back this weekend as well. More on that in a moment. Giuseppe Calari, Joe Calari to his friends, and his BMW is alongside him, the London-based Italian. Row 2, Dave Farrow in his crazy V8 engine BMW 1 Series, the EDF Motorsport car, alongside Ian Bauer, the reigning Classic Thunder champion. Already seen him out today in pre-93 touring cars, his BMW on Row 2. Piers Grange, the boss of PRG Trailers, has switched from his Ford Falcon to his Mark II Escorts with a very heavily tuned 2.6 litre engine under the bonnet. He's on row 3 alongside Joe Collier's BMW, the current points leader in the Thunder Saloons. Colin Voice with his turbocharged Mark I Escort starts alongside Simon Collier, father of Joe. Completing the top 10 on the grid, James Janicki with his Nissan Skyline R32 GTR. Great to see that out there. We want to see flames spitting from the exhaust of that car. Kevin Denwood's BMW Compact, and again a very highly tuned machine alongside him. Colin Voice tunes that car. Row 6, Martin Reynolds, not in the Mustang this time, in his Mark II Escort alongside Alex Thistlethwaite. He's jumped out of his Mustang and into his Chevy Camaro. Row 7, we've got Cliff Pellin's Ford Fiesta, similar machine of Will Hunt alongside their Blue Ovalers. On row 8, Michael Rudge with his Mark II XR2, the West Midlander, and Todd Hawkins' Fiesta ST150. Penultimate row of the grid is the Keneally family's Fiesta, Michael and Pat. Again, we don't know which of them is in the car for which of the races. Alongside him, Colin Claxton's Mark I Escort. And then from the back of the field, hopefully, we'll see a very special car indeed. I'm just looking out on circuit now to see if it is there. Nigel Mustill's Group 5 Ford Capri Turbo. Sadly, it's not. He did have problems in qualifying, as did Peter Moffat's Mark I Escort. That's not there either. So sadly, Nigel Mustill, the ex-Brit car racer among other things, I don't think is out there, which is a real shame, because his Group 5 Jägermeister liveried ultra-wide arched Turbo Capri is a stunner, but sadly it broke down in qualifying. 18 cars on the grid for this one then, and we mentioned that Nick Vaughan in the Audi, there he is, the UK's wildest Audi A3. He's racing this weekend on his comeback in memory of his father, Alan Vaughan, aka King Prawn, because Nick is known as Nick the Prawn Vaughan. But Alan Vaughan sadly passed away last month following a fight with cancer, and Nick Vaughan would dearly love to take a win in his father's memory today. He's gone the right way about it. He blitzed everybody in qualifying in this crazy Audi that he's owned from new. It was Nick's road car. It is still street legal, that car, believe it or not. Starting alongside Giuseppe Calari in the silver and yellow BMW. Dave Farrow's BMW 1 Series V8 on row 2. Almost a special saloon type of car, that is. Ian Bauer is not there. So we're missing the Castrol BMW after the earlier race. Piers Grange's Escort is there, the first of the Blue Ovalers. Joe Collier. Colin Voice, Simon Collier. James Janicki's Skyline, watch for that coming through. Alex Thistlethwaite in the classic Camaro, the ex-Martin Thomas car. As here we go then, the 15-minute race gets underway, and Vaughan the Prawn will go into the lead in that Audi. Good start by Joe Collier around the outside, the white and blue BMW. His father Simon will try to follow in, the black car with the martini stripes. Alex Thistlethwaite, the circuit owner, that's the ex-Martin Thomas British Saloon car Camaro. Dave Farrell up the inside attacking Joe Calari. He nearly loses it on cold tyres, and through goes Joe Collier into third place. First of the Blue Oval Saloons is Piers Grange, but already Nick Vaughan is clearing off into the lead. He's desperate to win this race in memory of his father Alan. There won't be a dry eye in Parc Fermé if he does so. James Janicki in the Skyline. Had a lot of problems with that car over the last couple of seasons. Good to see it running well here. Piers Grange, the 2.6 litre Escort, chasing Dave Farrow. Colin Voice, the leading historic Thunder car. I think the only historic Thunder car in this race, in fact, with Nigel Mustill having not started. Just double checking that now. No, Colin Voice is listed as Classic Thunder on the tiny screen. In fact, yeah, he's Classic Thunder B. The only historic Thunder car is Alex Thistlethwaite's Camaro. Car that featured in that famous 1971 televised race at Crystal Palace with Murray Walker on commentary. Was in Ovaltine colours then. Now in a different livery, but great to see it racing here at Thruxton. As Dave Farrell at the inside takes Giuseppe Calari, the Britannia recovery car. Good battle between the Beamers. Joe Collier's already gone through, the Classic Thunder points leader. Used to race a space frame Vauxhall Tigra with the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. He's up to second now. Father Simon a few places further back, the former Bangor racer. Used to race for the Barton Boys team based in the Midlands. Remember seeing him in action at Hensford Raceway in my formative years. It's Colin Voice. Turbo wastegate chattering on his familiar Mark 1 Escort. Been racing this car for many decades now. As they head out into the country once again. Joe Collier, the big mover on the first lap, gaining 3 places. 17 cars out there on track, so we're missing a couple from qualifying. We know that Nigel Mustill's not there. Also haven't got Peter Moffat's Mark 1 Escort. There's Thistlethwaite's Camaro. Beautiful car that is. Just trying to work out which other car that qualified but didn't take the start in this race. I think it was Ian Bauer, wasn't it? Yes, he's missing. Thistlethwaite coming under fire from Cliff Pellin's Fiesta. He's got the handling advantage, of course, the front-wheel drive Fiesta, but Alex Thistlethwaite, as soon as they hit a straight bit, just puts his foot down, and the V8 takes him away. Up they come towards the complex. This is where the Fiesta's got the handling advantage. Nick Vaughan still leads. He's just on a 1 minute 21.265. Qualifying time was a 1:19.3. He must have turned the boost up to 11 to do that. In his incredibly powerful Audi A3. Nick has said in the motoring press in the past that if he turns the boost right up to 11 on that car, it has over 600 brake horsepower from an Audi A3. Scary thought, isn't it? Pretty scary. That Skyline as well of James Janicki. Used to campaign that with the Nippon Challenge series. Surges past Simon Collier, or does he? No, Collier gets the power down, gets the BMW back ahead. And then the Skyline repasses him again. They're passing for fun, these two. Blue Oval Saloons, led by Piers Grange in the Escort. Second of them is Martin Reynolds' Mark II Escort, further back down the order. Third of the Blue Ovals is Cliff Pellin's Fiesta. Just 8 Blue Oval cars here this weekend, taking on the Classic Thunder Saloons. Now Grange reeling in Giuseppe Calari for 4th place. Thistlethwaite still scrapping away with Cliff Pellin. Cliff began his career at Brands Hatch in the Cannons Tin Top series. Still all 17 cars that started still running. Shame we haven't got Ian Bauer out there. Must have found a problem with the BMW after finishing second in that pre-93 touring car race earlier on. Probably fixing it for tomorrow as we speak. Maybe he's gone back to Southampton to get parts for tomorrow. Not all that far from Southampton here as David Farrow slides the 1 Series through the complex. Reigning Blue Oval Saloon champion Tim Mizzen, we've not seen out in action in his Fiesta so far this year. Joe Collier, the clear points leader in Classic Thunder at the moment. In Historic Thunder it's Colin Voice, but he's racing in Classic this week. As for the Blue Oval Saloons, Mike Manning's Sierra Cosworth, the Texaco liveried car, leads their points. Also, he's not here this weekend. Got a glimpse of Nick Vaughan's Audi, leading by just over 6 seconds now as Thistlethwaite and Pellin continue to fight out, but Pellin's gone through. Did Alex Thistlethwaite miss a gear there? He was leading in his Mustang earlier on until he got stuck in gear in the pre-66 Fred Francis Trophy. I think he may have missed a gear there coming out of the complex. Tricky to drive these classic Yank tanks. Great to see so much old American machinery racing on Independence Day. Piers Grange still leads the Blue Oval Saloon split as he has so many times before, a multiple champion in this magnificent Escort. Chased by the Mark I Escort, similarly massively modified of Colin Voice, engine tuner and builder by trade, looks after Kevin Denwood's BMW among others. Kevin currently down in 9th place. Seven minutes to go in this first of 2 races this weekend for the PRG Trailers Classic Thunder Saloons, the Ricky Can Motorsport Historic Thunder Saloon, because with Nigel Musk still not starting, there's only 1 historic out on the grid. And also the Burton Power Blue Oval Saloon Series, Boss as it's known for short, and Piers Grange is certainly bossing it at the moment. These two still fighting it out. Janicki gets the Repsol liveried Nissan past Simon Collier. Smoke out of the back of Collier. Was that a lock-up or was that engine smoke? It looked a little more than tyre smoke there, but he's got the thing stopped. Janicki is through. Bit of smoke out of the exhaust on the overrun. We want flames. Cliff Pellin still ahead of Thistlethwaite, who runs a bit wide. Well, he is the landowner here at Thruxton, Alex Thistlethwaite, so if he churns the grass up, he's got to fix it. In towards the chicane once again, chasing Cliff Pellin's Fiesta ST. Over the line they come to complete their 6th lap, 11th and 12th overall. David Farrow has been given the black and white driving standards flag for exceeding track limits. It'll be his 2nd offence. The first one is noted but no action taken. The 2nd track limits offence, you get the black and white warning flag. After that, you risk a time penalty. 5 seconds for your next offence, then 10. And then it mounts on up, and if you commit enough track limits offences, you can actually be disqualified. Back in the order, there's Colin Claxton's Escort, Will Hunt in his Fiesta, and here's our leader, Vaughan the Prawn as he's known, a former Thunder Saloon champion, won the title in this car back in 2023. The UK's maddest Audi A3. Weighs less than 1,100 kilos. Over 250,000 kilometres on the dashboard, he tells us. Became a track car in 2011 after doing over 200,000 road miles. He's been driving it since he was 19 in 2006 as a road car. Racing in memory of his father this weekend, Nick Vaughan. What an amazing car, what a great driver. It does look like one of the old special saloons of the 70s, doesn't it, with those massive wheels and wide arches and over 600 horsepower. Over the line he goes. What's his quickest lap in this race? 1:21.21, so a couple of seconds off his pole time. The Escort's still fighting it out, but they're in different championships, so Piers Grange won't mind too much if Colin Voice gets past him. Piers Grange is miles ahead of his Blue Oval Saloon Series rivals. Second of them is Martin Reynolds. With his Mark II Escort. No real battles on track besides the one we're looking at now. So the lead gap is up to 5.7 seconds. David Farrow is about 14.5 seconds further back in third place, and Joe Kalari 7.5 seconds off Farrow. Joe Collier, second in class at the moment behind Nick Vaughan. Useful points for the championship. That's Thistlethwaite up the inside. He's going to go through on the chicane. That's Cliff Pelham. There's the leader coming up to lap these two. Couple of laps remaining for Nick Vaughan. Alex Thistlethwaite power sliding the Camaro. Nick Vaughan will be getting nervous in the car now, I think, just hoping it holds out. He was desperate for a win this weekend in memory of his father. It's going to be a very emotional Parc Ferme after this one if Nick Vaughan comes home to win this on his comeback after a couple of years away from racing. 2023 Classic Thunder champion in this Audi. There's Joe Collier in second place, a rather lonely second in his BMW. Looking to become Classic Thunder champion this year. The leader comes down to start what will be his, I think, his final lap. The last lap of day one here at Thruxton Retro. A great day it has been. This will win Nick Vaughan pole position for race 2 as well. He said it's road legal, you can see the number plates on there. Across the line to start his last lap. His family will be willing him on. .6 seconds is the gap back to Joe Collier in second. David Farrow set to complete the podium. Piers Grange well clear in the Blue Oval Saloon Series. Alex Thistlethwaite will be the winning historic Thunder, with his rivals having failed to start. There's David Farrow slapping Colin Claxton's Castrol Escort. Will Hunt just behind him, trying to take 13th place away, the Fiesta. The leader just got Church Corner, Woodham Hill and the chicane to negotiate now. He's almost there. He wanted his father Alan to see his comeback here at Thruxton, but sadly it was not to be. But he's raced in Alan's memory, and he's going to take the best possible result for him. Pole position by 3.5 seconds, and now he's coming in to win the Classic Thunder Race 1 here at Thruxton, out of the chicane for the final time. Nick Vaughan wins on his comeback at Thruxton. Joe Collier comes over in second in the BMW. David Farrow should come home in third place, but all the plaudits will be with Nick Vaughan. Alex Thistlethwaite wins the historic Thunder Split in that beautiful ex-Martin Thomas Camaro. Here's David Farrow coming in for third in the 1 Series. Then it will be Giuseppe Calari in his BMW in 4th place. He takes 4th. Piers Grange comes in the Escort. He wins the Blue Oval Saloon Series, split by about 3/4 of a lap ahead of the 2nd place Blue Oval and Martin Reynolds. Here comes Simon Collier down in 9th place in the end, drop back from James Janicki and Kevin Denwood in the end. Just waiting for Martin Reynolds, who will be the final finisher. Here he comes. Michael Rudge across the line in the Fiesta finishes at the back. An emotional victory on his comeback for Nick Vaughan in the Audi, just over 5 seconds clear of Joe Collier in 2nd place, with Dave Farrow completing the top 3. Calari next. Grange wins the Blue Oval Saloon Series, then Voice, Janicki, Denwood, Collier and Reynolds, with Alex Thistlethwaite in 11th winning the historic Thunder class. Then Cliff Pelling, Colin Claxton, Will Hunt, the Keneally family, we don't know which one it was in the Fiesta, with Pat and Michael sharing the Fiesta this weekend, and Todd Hawkins and Michael Rudge the final finishers. We'll hand down shortly to what is going to be a very emotional presentation to Nick Vaughan. That one was for his father. Okay, that's just about all from me then. I'll join you for day 2 tomorrow. Big thanks to everyone here at Thruxton here on day 1 of the Thruxton Retro Weekend of 2026. Big thanks to all the volunteer marshals, all the other officials, to our camera crews as well. And I'll join you at around 10:40 tomorrow for the start of our 2nd day. That's about all from me, Dave Goddard. I'll see you tomorrow. And now it's down to a doubtlessly very emotional Parc Fermé with Ian.
Yeah, welcome down everybody to Parc Fermé, and I think this is going to be a very emotional Nick Vaughan here. He lost his father 6 weeks ago. Everything was geared up to this weekend, and getting him down here for one final time. Sadly, he didn't make it, but I know what this is going to mean to Nick. Joe Collier coming home in 2nd place, Dave Farrow in 3rd. We'll have a quick chat, and I can see what it means to Nick. I think it is going to be very emotional indeed. Let's just give him a big hug. You okay?
Yeah, I'm all right.
Yeah.
Bit shaky,
this
but
one
I'm
means
all
a
right.
lot, right?
That was unreal, Ian. That means everything, mate. My dad passed away 6 weeks ago. We were going to come here. It's his birthday next week. We were going to try and win it, get a pot, give it to him. We've done it. Sorry, I'm a bit of a mess, but mate, thank you so much. That was fantastic.
I'll see you tomorrow. Yeah.
Yeah.
Have a good night.
Thank you, mate.
Thank you. Right, let's go. Have a understandable, very emotional for Nick. Joe. Oh, there you go. Good stuff. Joe, well done. Congratulations. That was some race, wasn't it?
Wasn't it? Yeah, we had a bit of a problem in quali.
Yeah.
I only managed 3 laps. We did our fastest lap was on the first lap. Front end come off on the car. The wind coming up the back straight just destroyed the front end. So we started 6th and got up to Nick. We just couldn't close the gap.
It's been hot, hasn't it? But that wind has really been catching.
Ridiculous. Yeah, it would just damage the car. Like it's that much headwind coming on.
Yeah.
But no, we've put some different tyres in it, and then we'll give him a proper race tomorrow when we start right behind him. So
nice, Joe.
Yeah, congrats to Nick. He's dedicating this one. He's been for a lot of stuff, so I'm glad he's won.
Nice one,
he was quick, mate, and yeah, fair play to Nick. Tomorrow's a different story.
Joe, well said.
Cheers, mate.
Yeah, go get it tomorrow.
Cheers,
yeah,
pal.
Thank you very much, Joe Collier there. Let's grab a quick chat with Dave Farrow as well in the BMW. Wow, what a car, what a driver as well. He's finished up with Mark Ware also. God, Dave.
Yeah, how are we doing, mate?
Well done, mate. How was that? All right.
That was good. The
This car doesn't really like this track. I'm not going to lie.
Okay. Why is that? Is it?
It's just the high speed stuff.
Okay.
The car, it grips perfectly fine, but it's just it's because the short wheelbase, the wide track. The wide track gets the air pushed against it. Short wheelbase makes the car quite nervous at high speed. But I think I'm trying to ask too much of the car for what it is. It's heavy and short wheelbase, but
okay. So just keep it on the podium.
Yeah,
then.
That's basically all I'm trying. If we can stay here over the weekend, again, that's why I was quite aggressive in the first couple of laps, purely because I knew that the tyres would not last. 5 laps in, if that, it was Yeah, but it was fun. It's great fun. I love driving this thing. It's leery. Makes great noise. It goes sideways when I want it to.
It gets a lot of positive comments in the live chat as well.
I mean, when people see it going sideways all the time, they love it. So yeah.
Dave, go have a good night tonight, yeah? Rest easy and I'll see you in the morning, yeah? Top man, thank you very much. There we go. That rounds out day 1 here at Thruxton Retro. I hope you've enjoyed it as much as we have. It has been an absolute cracker. It's had it all. It's had thrills, it's had spills, it's had the emotional moments as well. Guess what? The beautiful thing is we are back tomorrow. We're live from around about 10:30. We've got a number of races to bring you. Very much looking forward to it. If you haven't already, please hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Massive thank you to all of you for tuning in today as well. This is the reason we do it, so you guys can watch it, and it is something of a dream. That's it from us down here in Park Fame. We will be back tomorrow live on the BARC YouTube channel. And so everybody have a lovely and wonderful evening. We'll see you in the morning. Bye-bye.